Chapter 3757. Long Xiao was only one of Elder Lei's many disciples. Although he was one of his favorite disciples, to Elder Lei, who had lived for tens of thousands of years, losing this disciple wouldn't affect him too much. And the reason he wanted to take revenge for Long Xiao was because of their relationship as master and disciple. But it was more for his face. His hidden fog sect's Elder Lei's disciple had been killed and he couldn't take revenge? If news of this were to spread out, it would be shameful. And now the more he understood Duan Lingtian, the more terrified he became. He no longer wanted to be enemies with the Duan Lingtian. Even if it was shameful, he would accept it. The unknown was always the most terrifying. Yes, honorable master. Hearing Elder Lei's words, Shi Tongming's eyes brightened. At the same time, he secretly relaxed. He was also worried that his honorable master would continue to oppose the Duan Lingtian. If that happened, he didn't know when he would be targeted by the Duan Lingtian. Even his senior apprentice brother Long Xiao, who was much stronger than him, had died at the hands of the Duan Lingtian. If he were targeted by the Duan Lingtian, he wouldn't have a good ending. I will wait here for you to return. Once you return, we will return to the sect. Elder Lei said. Yes. Shi Tongming respectfully responded once more. Then he left the restaurant and went straight to the Linghu family. I am looking for your Linghu family's exalted, Duan Lingtian. My name is Shi Tongming. I am a disciple of the Hidden Fog sect's Elder Lei. I have no ill intentions. After being stopped by a patrolling disciple of the Linghu family, Shi Tongming quickly spoke. When he said that he was a disciple of the Hidden Fog sect, he could see that the patrolling disciple of the Linghu family had an unfriendly look in his eyes. Wait here, I will report to Exalted Duan. When the patrolling disciple of the Linghu family mentioned Exalted Duan, his eyes revealed a look of respect. Exalted Duan was publicly recognized as the #1 genius of the Linghu family's younger generation. In addition to his achievements in alchemy, all the younger disciples of the Linghu family viewed him as an idol. And this patrolling disciple was one of them. Shi Tongming? As for Duan Lingtian, who was in the middle of refining a king-level divine pill, when he heard the report from the housekeeper, Wang Fu, outside the door, he was stunned for a moment. Then he directly said, Uncle Fu, tell that brother to bring him over. Yes, young master. Under Wang Fu's instructions, the patrolling disciple returned to the Linghu family's residence and personally brought Shi Tongming to Duan Lingtian's residence. At this time, Duan Lingtian had also walked out of the room and saw Shi Tongming in the courtyard. We meet again. Seeing Shi Tongming again, Duan Lingtian felt as if a lifetime had passed. The last time he saw Shi Tongming was after he killed the disciple of the Hidden Fog sect's second elder, Tu Feng. At that time, Shi Tongming had come on behalf of his honorable master, wanting to accept him as a disciple. But he had been rejected. However, Shi Tongming was not angry. After receiving his reply, he left. At that time, Shi Tongming was a core disciple. Although he was polite when facing Duan Lingtian, the invisible arrogance he exuded was clearly visible. And now, after Shi Tongming saw him, he bowed and respectfully said, Foreign Elder Duan. Is there something you need from me? Duan Lingtian looked at Shi Tongming and bluntly asked. Shi Tongming nodded. Foreign Elder Duan, my honorable master asked me to come. He is in Linghu City. Elder Lei came to Linghu City. Duan Lingtian smiled, not at all surprised. Why did Elder Lei ask you to look for me? Could it be that he wants you to lure me out so that he can capture me and bring me back to the Hidden Fog sect? Hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Shi Tongming immediately felt a bit embarrassed. Honorable Master came to Linghu City because he wanted to find a chance to capture you and bring you back to the Hidden Fog sect. He and Elder Feng agreed that they would each take turns coming to Linghu City for a year. Recently he has been in Linghu City. But, speaking to here, Shi Tongming paused for a moment before continuing. Today, after learning that you refined the limit divine pill, Honorable Master thought for a moment and finally came to a decision. He asked me to tell you that Long Xiao provoked you first and was killed by you. He deserved it. From now on, he will no longer think of taking revenge for Long Xiao. You and him are even. Shi Tongming's words left Duan Lingtian a bit surprised. He never thought that after news of him refining the limit divine pill spread out, it would cause the hidden fog sect's Elder Lay to have such thoughts. Elder Lay couldn't be deliberately lowering my guard so that he can attack me, right? Duan Lingtian looked deeply at Shi Tongming and asked with a smile. And Shi Tongming's response to Duan Lingtian was to directly swear a heart demon blood oath in front of Duan Lingtian. He said that Elder Lay didn't want to be enemies with Duan Lingtian. At the very least, he couldn't see through Elder Lay's lies. All right. Duan Lingtian nodded. Go back and tell Elder Lay. I have no enmity with him to begin with. It was his disciple Long Xiao who provoked me first. Now that Long Xiao is dead, it can be considered retribution. In the future, as long as Elder Lay doesn't become enemies with me, I won't regard him as an enemy. And the reason Shi Tongming came here was to hear these words from Duan Lingtian. After hearing these words, he revealed a smile. He bowed and cupped his hands together. Then I thank Exalted Duan on behalf of my honorable master. Exalted Duan, my goal has been achieved. I will take my leave first. Shi Tongming left the Linghu family and returned to the restaurant to meet up with Elder Lay. Then, Elder Lay brought him out of Linghu City and returned to the Hidden Fog Sect. After returning to the Hidden Fog Sect, Elder Lay immediately sought out the Hidden Fog Sect's sect master, Qianyin. He told Qianyin everything he heard in Linghu City as well as his final decision. I don't recommend becoming enemies with Duan Lingtian. Even if we disregard his background, with his personal ability, his rise is just around the corner. In a few more years he might be able to deal with our Hidden Fog Sect by himself. You should know what it means to be a divine alchemist who can refine the limit of divine pills. Elder Lay said in a low voice. Qianyin's expression changed when he heard this. After weighing the pros and cons, he nodded and said, You're right to be concerned. Since you're willing to let go of Long Zhao's hatred, why can't I let go? From now on, the Hidden Fog Sect will no longer be enemies with Duan Lingtian. Qianyin also made his decision. There is one more thing. As Elder Lay spoke, he looked deeply at Qianyin. Regarding the Hidden Fog Sect's disciples believing Duan Lingtian to be ungrateful, I hope you can refute these rumors. Sometimes, when you plant your own seed, you have to eat the fruit you bear. Qianyin couldn't help but bitterly smile at Elder Lay's words. So you know everything. Do you think I don't understand your personality? After Elder Lay spoke these words, he turned and prepared to leave. But as Qianyin saw Elder Lay step away and leave, he quickly said to him, As for Elder Feng, please help me pass on a message. He might not listen to me. I know. Elder Lay lightly responded. I will go find him now. And when Elder Lay found Elder Feng and told him everything he heard in Linghu City, Elder Feng fell silent. Then, Elder Lay said that he didn't want to be enemies with Duan Lingtian, and that the Hidden Fog Sect also didn't have any plans to be enemies with Duan Lingtian. I understand. Elder Feng nodded. From start to finish, his expression was calm, without any joy or sorrow. Old Feng. Elder Lay sighed. Look on the bright side. Live a few more years and be killed by heavenly tribulation. That is our final destination. Do you want to be killed in advance? Although my words are a bit groundless, it isn't completely impossible. Elder Lay advised. I know. Elder Feng's lips finally curved up in a smile. Seeing this, Elder Lay felt relieved and left. However, after Elder Lay left, the smile on Elder Feng's face turned into a cold smile in an instant. His originally calm eyes suddenly burst out with a cold light. Long Xiao isn't related to you by blood, so you can naturally forget about it. But Xiongfeng is my grandson. He is also the only bloodline I have left. The enmity of killing my grandson is absolutely irreconcilable. Elder Feng took a deep breath. After that instant of eruption, he restrained his emotions once more. His expression was calm, as if nothing had happened. That Duan Lingtian was in Skywind City. After Elder Feng regained his composure, he left the Hidden Fog Sect like a wild crane, and soon arrived at Skywind City. Skywind City was a small city near the Hidden Fog Sect. The most powerful force here was the Hidden Fog Academy under the Hidden Fog Sect. And now, Elder Feng had come to Skywind City without going to the Hidden Fog Academy. He didn't even alarm anyone there. It was as if he was an outsider who had come to Skywind City. After staying in Heavenly Wind City for a month, he left and returned to the Hidden Fog sect. During this month, although he didn't go to the Hidden Mist Academy and didn't alert anyone there, he still secretly inquired about a lot of things. Duan Ling Tian has two close friends in the Hidden Fog Academy. Duan Ling Tian said. One is called Ding Yan. He has already left the Hidden Fog Academy. The other is called Ho Qingning. He is the young sect master of a God King level sect. I'll wait for a while and try to use that Ho Qingning to threaten that Duan Ling Tian to leave the Linghu family. When that time comes, I'll find someone to kill that Duan Ling Tian. With a plan in mind, Elder Feng returned to the Hidden Fog sect and calmed down. Whether it was the Hidden Fog sect master Qian Yin or Elder Lei, they naturally believed that Elder Feng had already let go of his hatred for Duan Ling Tian. And in the following period of time, Qian Yin ordered people to refute the rumors within the Hidden Fog sect. They said that Duan Ling Tian hadn't betrayed the Hidden Fog sect, and that Duan Ling Tian had killed Shangguan Xiongfeng and Long Xiao because they had tried to kill him first. He had only killed them in self-defense. The sect ruled that he wasn't guilty. In addition, the Hidden Fog sect also wished him well in the Linghu family. Chapter 3758. As the Hidden Fog sect's sect master Qian Yin personally issued an order to refute the rumors, the entire Hidden Fog sect was in an uproar. It was impossible for a normal person to believe these words. Shangguan Xiongfeng and Long Xiao wanted to kill Duan Ling Tian. Everyone in the Hidden Fog sect knew of this. Even so, Duan Ling Tian killing two people couldn't be considered self-defense. It was impossible for him to be innocent. After all, Shangguan Xiongfeng and Long Xiao weren't ordinary core disciples. They were disciples of Elder Wind and Elder Thunder, two of the Hidden Fog sect's four highest elders. Normally speaking, it was impossible for Elder Wind and Elder Thunder to give up on this matter. But now, it was clear that Elder Wind and Elder Thunder didn't plan on pursuing this matter. What is this situation? Is this a smokescreen? A smokescreen? That's right. Perhaps the sect intentionally released such news in order to make Duan Ling Tian lower his guard before making a move against him. I don't think that's possible. There's no need for that. In any case, Duan Ling Tian's matter has come to an end at the very least. It seems the sect master doesn't plan on pursuing this matter. I'm really curious. What happened after this? As everyone in the Hidden Fog sect was discussing this, the Hidden Fog sect's second elder, Wu Fengyin, also received news. His complexion changed. Last time, when news of Duan Ling Tian being an ungrateful traitor spread through the Hidden Fog sect, he had a feeling that the entire Hidden Fog sect was hostile to Duan Ling Tian. Thus, he wasn't worried that Duan Ling Tian would hold a grudge against him because his disciple was Tu Feng. But now, after learning the sect master's attitude, he felt an unprecedented sense of crisis. Now, should I leave the sect or ask the sect master why the sect doesn't care about Duan Ling Tian killing Shangguan Xiongfeng and Long Xiao? Thoughts raced through Wu Fengyin's mind. He soon made a decision. He would go find the sect master. Sect master. Wu Fengyin was the Hidden Fog sect's second elder. If he wanted to find the Hidden Fog sect's sect master Qian Yin, he just needed to greet him. Second elder? Do you need something? Qian Yin asked doubtfully. Sect leader, why did the sect suddenly stop targeting Duan Ling Tian? He killed Elder Feng and Elder Lei's beloved disciple. Could it be that Elder Feng and Elder Lei are not going to pursue this matter? Wu Fengyin asked straightforwardly. Yes. Qian Yin nodded. I won't pursue the matter. Second elder, you came here just to ask me this? Qian Yin became even more puzzled. Then, as if he had thought of something, he looked at Wu Fengyin with vigilance. Second elder, don't tell me that you did something to Duan Ling Tian before he left the sect? No. Wu Fengyin quickly shook his head. I wanted to do something to him, but I couldn't find an opportunity. However, my first disciple, Tu Feng, was killed by him, so I'm worried that he will be afraid that I will seek revenge in the future, so he will act against me in advance. I see. Qian Yin nodded and said indifferently, don't worry, as long as you don't provoke him, he probably won't do anything to you. Perhaps by now he has already forgotten about you. You might think that you are the Hidden Fog sect's second elder, but in his eyes, I'm afraid he really doesn't care about you. Qianyin spoke in a roundabout manner. In truth, what he wanted to say was, Duan Lingtian simply doesn't place you Wu Fengyin in his eyes. Of course, Wu Fengyin definitely understood Qianyin's words. He couldn't help but bitterly smile. Sect leader, you still haven't told me. Why did Elder Feng and Elder Lei not pursue this matter? Could it be that they have already confirmed Duan Lingtian's identity and background? Who is he? Someone from a God-Emperor level influence. Wu Fengyin asked again. We don't know his identity yet. Qianyin shook his head. We don't know his identity? Wu Fengyin was stunned. Then he asked in confusion. Since we haven't confirmed that his identity isn't to be trifled with, Elder Feng and Elder Lei won't pursue this matter? That shouldn't be possible, right? In Wu Fengyin's opinion, those two weren't easy to deal with. They were existences that wouldn't act until they saw a rabbit. It wouldn't be easy for them to compromise. In any case, you'll find out in the future. It doesn't matter if I tell you in advance. Qianyin's eyes flashed. This decision was made by Elder Lei from the very beginning. Elder Lei went to Linghu City and has been waiting there all this time. He was waiting for Duan Lingtian to leave the Linghu family mansion so that he could catch him off guard and bring him back to our Hidden Fog sect. If he really has a background, we will naturally let him go. If he doesn't, we will kill him to avenge Shengguan Xiongfeng and Long Xiao. Speaking of this, Qianyin paused for a moment before continuing. However, plans can't keep up with changes. Some time ago, Elder Lei. After Qianyin spoke of the news that their Hidden Fog sect's Elder Lei heard in Linghu City, Wu Fengyin was naturally shocked. That Duan Lingtian refined a peak divine pill? Although he wasn't a divine alchemist, he still knew what a peak divine pill was and what it meant. Besides his heaven-defying talent and perception, he even has such attainments in alchemy? Is he even human? Wu Fengyin found this inconceivable. And now, he finally understood why Elder Lei didn't pursue the matter of Duan Lingtian killing Long Xiao. Even if he wasn't sure if Duan Lingtian had some great background behind him. Even if Duan Lingtian didn't have any background, just from what he had shown so far, it was enough to see that he had a boundless future. For such a character, unless one really offended him and had no choice but to eliminate him by the roots, no one would be willing to become enemies with him as long as there was a chance. Putting himself in Elder Lei's shoes, he might have made the same decision if he stood in Elder Lei's shoes. Sect Master is right. Perhaps he doesn't care about me at all. Wu Fengyin bitterly smiled. He felt that he was overthinking things. That Duan Lingtian had killed his disciple and Elder Lei's disciple. But since he didn't plan to bother with Elder Lei, how could he remember him, Wu Fengyin? Duan Lingtian only heard about the Hidden Fog sect 2 months later. The Hidden Fog sect no longer viewed him as a traitor. Moreover, they publicly blessed him as a member of the Linghu family. The change in attitude was like the difference between heaven and earth. I never thought that just refining a peak spirit-level divine pill would cause Elder Lei, and even the Hidden Fog sect to cower in fear. This was something Duan Lingtian never imagined. Of course, now that he thought about it, it wasn't hard for him to imagine the stakes involved. The alchemy prowess he displayed was far more intimidating than his personal strength. In terms of strength, he was comparable to an outstanding upper god king. And in a god-emperor level influence like the Hidden Fog sect, his strength wasn't considered much. Any random god-emperor could suppress him. But in terms of alchemy prowess, no one in the entire Hidden Fog sect could compare with him. Even if it was just refining a peak spirit-level divine pill, no one in the Hidden Fog sect could do it. This time, it can be said that I unintentionally planted a willow and the willow became a shade. Duan Lingtian wasn't too happy about the Hidden Fog sect taking the initiative to reconcile. But to have one less enemy was still a good thing. After all, the Hidden Fog sect didn't have any deep enmity with him. Everything was because of Shengguan Xiongfeng and Long Xiao. After killing Shengguan Xiongfeng and Long Xiao, there wasn't a single person in the Hidden Fog sect that he viewed as an enemy. This was because there wasn't a third person who had provoked him. Speaking of alchemy, when I return, I should find a chance to try and see if I can really refine a peak king level divine pill. Recently, Duan Lingtian had been wholeheartedly researching alchemy in the Linghu family. When he wasn't refining pills, he would discuss alchemy with the Linghu family's chief alchemist, Lin Yan. From Lin Yan, he had gradually laid down the foundation for refining higher-grade divine pills. At the very least, he could now refine an ordinary king-level divine pill. Of course, in the process of refining a king-level divine pill, he didn't pour in too much life force. This was because he was worried that he would refine another peak divine pill. A peak spirit-level divine pill was fine. But if it was a peak king-level divine pill, once news spread out, even God-Emperor-level influences, bandits, and wandering cultivator powerhouses wouldn't be able to sit still. If it was a God-Emperor-level influence that wanted him to be a consecrator or something, that would be fine. But he was afraid that the wandering cultivators and bandits would take action. They would kidnap him and force him to refine divine pills. If he didn't comply, they would torture him or kill him. Thus, Duan Lingtian kept a low profile this time. However, his heart was still in turmoil. He was prepared to find a chance to go outside and refine a king-level divine pill. But I can't go out for now. Even if the Hidden Fog sect doesn't attack me, who knows if the Tianlong clan's inner sect elder Kuang Tianzheng is still in Linghu City. Once Kuang Tianzheng makes a move, as long as he isn't in the Linghu family mansion, even if the Linghu family's Hung and Huan elders are there, it will be difficult for them to protect me. Duan Lingtian had already learned about Kuang Tianzheng's cultivation from the Linghu family's patriarch, Linghu Renjia. He also knew that Kuang Tianzheng was a middle god emperor. Moreover, he was much stronger than an ordinary middle god emperor. I'll think about going out after some time. Even if Kuang Tianzheng is still in Linghu City, waiting for me to come out of the Linghu family mansion, waiting for me to come out, he will definitely be impatient after waiting for several years. When cultivating, one had no concept of time. However, if one were to concentrate and wait for a person to come out from a certain place, it would be equivalent to counting down the seconds. Even a god-emperor powerhouse like Kuang Tianzheng wouldn't be able to endure this torment after several years. Time flew by. 2 years passed in the blink of an eye. Whoosh! A figure flew out from the Hidden Fog Sect station and headed toward Skywind City. It was one of the 4 grand elders of the Hidden Fog Sect, Elder Feng. However, when this Elder Feng left the Hidden Fog Sect and headed to Skywind City, he had changed his clothes. His entire body was shrouded in black robes and a hood. Unless one was extremely close, it was impossible to see his appearance. After entering Skywind City, he went straight to the Hidden Fog Academy. But no one in the huge Hidden Fog Academy noticed him entering. Who are you? The door to his personal dormitory was suddenly kicked open. The 10-star student, Ho Qingning, who was cultivating, suddenly opened his eyes. When he saw the black-robed person in front of him, his expression changed. Chapter 3759. Who are you? Almost as soon as Ho Qingning's expression changed, he saw the black-robed man who had broken through the door in front of him waving his hand casually. A terrifying force swept over and bound his entire body. Want free to see the whole version? Please Baidu search product equals book equals network. His restless divine power was instantly suppressed and calmed down. It was as if a raging sea was suddenly stopped by a needle. The powerful force that enveloped him not only suppressed his divine power, but also made it difficult for him to breathe. He opened his mouth to ask for help, but found that he couldn't make a sound. Even his eyelids were forcefully closed by the pressure. Hoo. A slight wind blew past his ears. Ho Qingning knew that he had been taken out of the dormitory, and possibly even out of the Hidden Fog Academy. At this moment he felt a chill all over his body. Who was this person? Was he an enemy of the 10,000 Leaves sect? But when did the 10,000 Leaves sect have such a powerful enemy? Even the strongest person in the 10,000 Leaves sect, his uncle, didn't have the ability to take him out of the dormitory without alerting the dean of the Hidden Fog sect. It had to be known that the 10-star academy dormitory he lived in was the one closest to the Hidden Fog sect's dean and teachers. Usually, no matter what happened there, it wouldn't escape the eyes of the teachers of the Hidden Fog Academy. Even if the teachers couldn't find it, the dean would. After all, the dean was a divine emperor powerhouse. Who is he? Our 10,000 Leaves sect would never provoke such a powerful existence. A high divine king? Or a divine emperor powerhouse? At this moment, Ho Qingning's heart was filled with apprehension. At the same time, his mind began to work quickly. Such a powerhouse could kill me as easily as killing a chicken. But he didn't kill me. Instead, he took me away. In other words, he might not want to kill me. Or in his eyes, I have no value. Now Ho Qingning was both anxious and confused. He didn't know what had happened and why this powerhouse took him away from the Hidden Fog Academy. Who did he offend? Or rather, had the 10,000 Leaves sect offended someone? He couldn't figure it out at all. Bang! Just as Ho Qingning was still at a loss, he suddenly heard a loud noise, and then he felt a sharp pain in his back. It was obvious that he had knocked over something. When his body landed on the ground, he realized that the powerful force that had enveloped him had faded away. The divine power in his body was no longer suppressed, and he could finally open his eyes. However, even though his divine power was no longer suppressed, Ho Qingning did not have the courage to use his divine power. This was because his opponent was much stronger than him. Perhaps, the other party only needed a finger to crush him to death. However, Ho Qingning still opened his eyes. He wanted to see who had kidnapped him. Was it someone he had inadvertently offended, or was it someone the 10,000 Leaves sect had offended? Senior, may I know? Why have you brought me here? The moment he opened his eyes, Ho Qingning found that he had been brought to a wasteland. At this moment, he was sitting with his back against a tree. Just now, the black-robed man in front of him had obviously thrown him onto the tree trunk. At this moment, Ho Qingning looked at the black-robed man whose back was facing him. His face was filled with confusion and confusion. Do you see the city in front? However, the black-robed man did not reply to Ho Qingning. He looked ahead and asked in a hoarse voice. Although the voice was hoarse, Ho Qingning could tell that it was an old man's voice. However, Ho Qingning could not help but follow the other party's gaze. With just one glance, he was stunned. This is 10,000 Leaves City. 10,000 Leaves City was not unfamiliar to Ho Qingning. In fact, he was very familiar with it because he had grown up in 10,000 Leaves City. 10,000 Leaves City was completely controlled by the 10,000 Leaves sect behind him. Although it was not as big as Tianfeng City, it was still a bustling city. From Tianfeng City to 10,000 Leaves City. Suddenly, Ho Qingning felt his scalp go numb because he thought of the distance between Tianfeng City and 10,000 Leaves City. To be able to bring him here at such a fast speed. Even a powerful higher divine king would not be able to do that. Unless it was a divine emperor expert. A divine emperor expert? When Ho Qingning looked at the black-robed man again, his heart twitched. It was hard to imagine why such an existence would target him and kidnap him from the Hidden Fog Academy. Moreover, he was bringing him back to 10,000 Leaves City. He did not think that the other party was kind enough to bring him home. The other party must have a reason for bringing him here. Senior, Ho Qingning asked in a trembling voice, You brought me here. Is there a reason? I and the 10,000 Leaves sect should not offend you, senior? At this moment, Ho Qingning's heart was as anxious as it could be. With the strength of this expert in front of him, killing him or even destroying the 10,000 Leaves sect would be as easy as blowing off dust. You and the 10,000 Leaves sect have not offended me. The black-robed man's back was facing Ho Qingning as he spoke slowly. Then, senior, this is. Hearing this, Ho Qingning breathed a sigh of relief and could not resist the temptation. You are friends with Duan Lingtian? Ho Qingning, who had just breathed a sigh of relief, heard the black-robed man's words and his expression changed drastically. At the same time, he suddenly realized that the person in front of him had come for Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian. To be able to meet Duan Lingtian and become friends with him was something that Ho Qingning had always been proud of. Even after Duan Lingtian left the Hidden Fog sect and went to the Linghu family, the entire Hidden Fog sect scolded Duan Lingtian for being ungrateful, and the entire Hidden Fog Academy questioned Duan Lingtian's character. Even so, Ho Qingning's confidence in Duan Lingtian never wavered. Although he hadn't known Duan Lingtian for long, he knew that Duan Lingtian was not an ungrateful person. Moreover, Ho Qingning's family background was extraordinary. so he was well aware of some matters within the sect. Duan Lingtian had killed Shengguan Xiongfeng and Long Shao. The two grand elders of the Hidden Fog sect, Elder Feng and Elder Lei, would never let this matter go. The reason Duan Lingtian was able to smoothly go to the Linghu family was definitely because Elder Feng and Elder Lei didn't stop him. Afterwards, the Hidden Fog sect released news that sect master Qian Yin personally refuted the rumors. He said that Duan Lingtian was not an ungrateful person, and that the Hidden Fog sect blessed Duan Lingtian with a bright future in the Linghu family. At that time, Ho Qingning knew that the grudges between Duan Lingtian and the Hidden Fog sect had come to an end. At the very least, the Hidden Fog sect would no longer openly be enemies with Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian is awesome. At that time, this was his only thought. At the same time, he was also puzzled. He didn't know why the Hidden Fog sect suddenly changed their attitude towards Duan Lingtian. It wasn't until several months later that he received news from Linghu City that he was completely enlightened. Duan Lingtian had refined a peak-grade divine pill. Although it was only a peak-grade spirit-level divine pill, his alchemy skills were something that even the divine alchemists of a divine emperor-level influence like the Hidden Fog sect couldn't compare with. At the very least, one needs to be an outstanding emperor-level divine alchemist to be able to refine a peak-grade spirit-level divine pill. Ho Qingning was well aware of this point. It was also because of this that he understood why the Hidden Fog sect had backed down. They didn't want to drift further and further away from Duan Lingtian, and even become enemies with him. To put it bluntly, the Hidden Fog sect was terrified. When he learned of this, he was happy for Duan Lingtian from the bottom of his heart. This was because after Duan Lingtian went to the Linghu family, he had been worried about Duan Lingtian. He originally wanted to send a message to Duan Lingtian to ask about his current situation. But as he thought of Duan Lingtian's current achievements and status, and as he looked at himself, he finally dispelled the idea of sending a message. If he sent a message, he would only be able to chat a bit. He, Ho Qingning, wouldn't be able to help much. Unknowingly, the friend he once felt wasn't too far away from had already left him in the dust, leaving him in the dust. He can't be considered a friend. Facing the black-robed man's question, Ho Qingning was vigilant. He shook his head and said, before he went to the Hidden Fog sect, he was also a 10-star student of my Hidden Fog Academy. I just got along well with him. Is that so? The black-robed man's tone suddenly changed, becoming a bit unfriendly. Then do you have his soul bead? I don't. Ho Qingning shook his head. Now that he could see that this black-robed man was targeting Duan Lingtian, he naturally had to be cautious. This black-robed man clearly wanted him to be an accomplice in dealing with Duan Lingtian. I'll give you one more chance. The black-robed man spoke again, his voice cold and gloomy. This time, if you don't answer truthfully, in a quarter of an hour, I will let you see the head of your father, the 10,000 Leaves sect master. As soon as the black-robed man said this, Ho Qingning's complexion changed. He never imagined that this divine emperor powerhouse would be so despicable as to use his father to threaten him. He didn't doubt this black-robed man's strength. This black-robed man had the ability to kill his father, and even exterminate the entire 10,000 Leaves sect. Speak. The black-robed man urged. Yes. In the end, no matter how unwilling Ho Qingning was in his heart, he still spoke the truth. At some unknown time, his fists were tightly clenched together. He felt incomparably guilty. Duan Lingtian, I'm sorry, I can't help it. Very good. The black-robed man nodded in satisfaction. Then he said, now follow me to Linghu City. As long as you cooperate, I guarantee that I won't touch a single hair on your 10,000 Leaves sect. But if you don't cooperate, I don't mind exterminating your entire 10,000 Leaves sect. As he spoke, the black-robed man's tone suddenly turned cold, giving people the feeling that they had fallen into an ice cellar. This caused Ho Qingning's face to tremble, his pupils constricted, and his hair to stand on end. Who are you? What do you want? Ho Qingning asked coldly as he looked at the black-robed man with a gloomy expression. Ling Tian wore reverent. Chapter 3760. Duan Lingtian had been very anxious and conflicted lately. It had been 2 years since he was able to officially refine a king-level divine pill. He had always wanted to try refining a king-level divine pill, but he didn't want to do so as long as he didn't leave the Linghu clan. He was afraid that he would encounter some trouble later on. Ordinary troubles were one thing, but he was afraid of encountering crazy loose cultivators and bandits who would directly attack and kidnap him. Even the Linghu family couldn't resist some of these people. But for now he was fine. True experts wouldn't bother with him, and the Linghu family had the ability to defend against those who weren't that strong. They could protect him. Logically speaking, now that I can even refine royal-grade divine pills, with my ability to sense the life energy in the heaven and earth spiritual energy, I should be able to extract it. It shouldn't be a problem for me to refine king-grade divine pills. Over the past 2 years, I've been using ordinary king-grade divine pills to aid my cultivation, but my cultivation progress has been minimal. Moreover, I've been using the same type of divine pill for a long time, so it's inevitable that I'll develop a resistance to it. If I can concoct a few king-grade divine pills that can aid in cultivation, and turn them into ultimate-grade divine pills, it will be a great help to my cultivation. Over the past 2 years, even the Linghu family's chief divine pill master, Lin Yan, had frequently visited Duan Lingtian to see if Duan Lingtian could refine a supreme king-grade divine pill. However, Duan Lingtian had always held back, so Lin Yan had always returned disappointed. Recently, he hadn't even come to see Duan Lingtian. According to his original words, "Consecrated Duan, I'm asking too much of you. The peak spirit-grade divine pill is something that many emperor-grade divine pill refiners can refine. However, even an emperor-grade divine pill master might not be able to refine a supreme king-grade divine pill. Take the old clan leader of the Tianlong clan for example. He's someone that all the top emperor-grade forces in Tungling province want to invite, but I've never heard of him being able to refine a supreme king-grade divine pill." Every time, Lin Yan was afraid that Duan Lingtian would be discouraged, so he patiently comforted Duan Lingtian. Little did he know that Duan Lingtian had been holding back all along. "Let's wait for a few more months." Normally speaking, the inner sect elder of the Tianlong clan, Kuang Tianzheng, can't stay in Linghu City forever. If I were him, I would have lost my patience long ago. Now Duan Lingtian desperately needed a peak-level king-grade divine pellet to aid his cultivation. Otherwise, no matter how hard he worked, his progress would be limited. Of course, in the eyes of others, that little bit of progress was already considered extremely fast. However, in his opinion, it was extremely slow. This was because he couldn't possibly take the normal path like a normal person. He had to take a shortcut, otherwise, there was no way he could bring Kerr back from the world of divine remains. Even if Ling Huchuin was Kerr, he still had to obtain the approval of the family behind Kerr. Even if Kerr didn't care, this was something that he had to do. All in all, there was not much time left for him. In just over 300 years, if he took the normal path, he might not even be able to enter the Celestial Lord realm, let alone the Celestial Emperor realm, or the Godly Venerable realm. The Xia clan of the world of divine remains is a Godly Venerable realm clan. Duan Lingtian did not know about this in the past. However, after coming to the Linghu family and spending some time in the Linghu family's library, he read about the records of the top forces in the various planes of gods in an ancient book in the library. The Xia clan of the world of divine remains was included in the book. According to the ancient book, there were less than 10 forces in each plane of gods. There were more than a dozen planes of gods, but there were only slightly more than 100 forces recorded in the book. These slightly more than 100 godly venerable realm forces basically represented the top forces in the various planes of gods. Apart from the Xia clan of the world of divine remains, the Yin clan of the world of divine remains is also a godly venerable realm force. According to the ancient book, the Yin clan is one of the 8 godly venerable realm forces in the world of divine remains. Duan Lingtian's main goal was to save Kerr and obtain the Xia clan's approval. In that case, killing Yin Qingyan would be Duan Lingtian's secondary goal. In the past, that face that looked down on him and despised him was something he would never forget for the rest of his life. There would come a day when he would trample that arrogant youth under his feet, and let him experience what it was like to look up at someone. All of these were the motivation for Duan Lingtian to move forward. Duan Lingtian did not expect to receive a message about Kuang Tianzheng from the clan leader of the Linghu family, Linghu Renjie, a few days later. However, Linghu Renjie's tone betrayed his fear. Duan Lingtian, I've received an invitation from the Tianlong clan's inner sect elder, Kuang Tianzheng. The invitation clearly states that his second disciple will be marrying the daughter of the Tianlong clan's vice sect leader Shui. He's invited me to attend the ceremony. The invitation specifically stated that I had to bring you along. Toward the end of Linghu Renjie's message, the tone of his voice gradually turned serious. After he finished speaking, Linghu Renjie continued, I definitely won't bring you along. If I bring you along, even if you can successfully attend the ceremony, it'll be very difficult for you to come back with me alive. I'm sending you this message so that you can be mentally prepared. That Kuang Tianzheng is related to the Tianlong clan's vice sect leader Shui. Things are different now. In the future, if he wants to deal with you, he'll be able to mobilize even more power. Linghu Renjie said. Of course, our Linghu family has been in the Tianlong clan for many years. Even if Kuang Tianzheng suddenly has such a connection, we don't fear him. Our Linghu family is also related to the Tianlong clan's vice sect leader by marriage. Moreover, it's an elder of our Linghu family who married the son of the Tianlong clan's vice sect leader. That vice sect leader's son is now the Tianlong clan's white dragon elder. Linghu Renjie continued. The status of the Tianlong clan's white dragon elder was above that of the inner sect elders. Duan Lingtian had heard this from Linghu Renjie in the past. Patriarch, I understand. Duan Lingtian responded. At the same time, he was somewhat happy because this meant that Kuang Tianzheng was no longer waiting for him in Linghu City. He could leave the Linghu family. As for the Kuang Tianzheng's relationship with the Tianlong clan's vice sect leader, Duan Lingtian began to feel somewhat apprehensive. However, after hearing from Linghu Renjie that the Linghu family also had another vice sect leader in the Tianlong clan, Duan Lingtian didn't care as much. At the very least, he could guarantee that when he entered the Tianlong clan and joined the Linghu family in the future, he wouldn't be suppressed by the Kuang Tianzheng's forces to the point where he couldn't raise his head. In the next period of time, I'll prepare the herbs needed to refine the king-grade divine pills. In addition, I'll also prepare the herbs needed to refine the emperor-grade divine pills. If I'm lucky, it'll be great if I can refine 1 or 2 emperor-grade divine pills. Over the next few days, Duan Lingtian looked forward to his trip to the celestial realm, and hoped that he would be able to refine a supreme royal divine pill. 3 days later, after bidding farewell to Duan Lingtian, Linghu Renjie left the Linghu family, and headed to the Tianlong clan to attend the wedding of the Kuang Tianzheng's second disciple. If it was only the wedding of the Kuang Tianzheng's second disciple and an ordinary woman, he could politely decline the invitation even if he received the invitation. However, the bride of the Kuang Tianzheng's second disciple wasn't an ordinary woman, but the biological daughter of one of the Tianlong clan's vice sect leaders. If he declined, the Kuang Tianzheng would casually mention it in front of the vice sect leader, and the vice sect leader would definitely remember him. This wouldn't be good for him or the Linghu family. Perhaps it was because of this that the originally neutral vice sect leader was willing to openly side with the myriad demon sect and oppose the Linghu family. After Linghu Renjie's departure, Duan Lingtian prepared for a few more days before leaving the Linghu family as well. However, he didn't alert anyone when he left the Linghu family. Even the steward, Wang Fu, and the group of servant girls and servants in his mansion didn't notice that he had left. He'd teleported away. Because he had the Linghu family's identity medallion, the Linghu family's protective formation didn't target or reject Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian could teleport anywhere he wanted. After a few teleportations, Duan Lingtian left the Linghu family and appeared in a remote alley in the eastern district of Linghu City. After arriving in this small alley, he wasn't in a hurry to leave. Instead, he stopped and waited for a while. Although it was impossible for the Tianlong clan's clan master, Kuang Tianzheng, to guard him here, he still had to be wary of the Hidden Fog sect's people nearby. Although the Hidden Fog sect had publicly stated that they wouldn't oppose him anymore, as the saying went, caution is the parent of safety. Being a little more careful wasn't a bad thing. After waiting for about a quarter of an hour, and confirming that no one was spying on him, Duan Lingtian teleported again and left, appearing in another part of Linghu City. Then, after several more teleportations, he left Linghu City. And after Duan Lingtian left the city, within the Linghu family's mansion, the Linghu family's elder who was in charge of overseeing one of the protective formations discovered the fluctuations caused by Duan Lingtian's teleportation. For a time, he abided by the Linghu family's rules and glanced at the mirror image that caused the array formation to fluctuate. He saw a purple-clothed youth appear in the mirror image. This isn't that exalted elder Duan? The Linghu family elder's expression changed slightly. He immediately sent a message to the person in charge above him, a core elder of the Linghu family, informing him of this matter. As early as Duan Lingtian had arrived at the Linghu family, the head of the Linghu family had told him that he had to pay attention to Duan Lingtian's whereabouts at all times. He couldn't allow Duan Lingtian to leave the Linghu family mansion alone for fear of danger. He had always kept this in mind, and even ordered the elders on duty to pay attention to this point. However, for over 2 years, exalted elder Duan had allowed them to be at ease. He had never left the Linghu family mansion. Until today, exalted elder Duan teleported away from the Linghu family. When the head of the Linghu family, Linghu Renjia, received the message, he was sitting on a flying ship heading towards the Tianlong temple. He was almost there. Chapter 3761. After Linghu Renjia received the news, he immediately sent a message to Duan Lingtian, asking him why he left the family mansion. Didn't he know that it was dangerous outside? Have you forgotten the killing intent that the Tianlong clan's inner sect elder Kuang Tianzheng displayed in front of you? What if he had someone in Linghu City waiting for you to come out of the mansion? Moreover, although the Hidden Fog sect has stated that they will no longer oppose you, who knows whether or not Old Man Wind and Old Man Thunder will act against you in secret? Linghu Renjia's message expressed his concern for Duan Lingtian. And far away in Linghu City, Duan Lingtian received a series of messages from Linghu Renjia. He was naturally moved. Patriarch, don't worry. I know what I'm doing. Nothing will happen. Once Patriarch returns, I might be able to give you a pleasant surprise. Duan Lingtian replied with a sound transmission. In truth, when Linghu Renjia saw that Duan Lingtian's soul bead was safe and sound, he knew that Duan Lingtian was safe for the time being. After receiving Duan Lingtian's message, he confirmed that Duan Lingtian hadn't been ambushed. For a time, Linghu Renjia relaxed. Don't do it again. Linghu Renjia pretended to be solemn as he warned Duan Lingtian. At the same time, he secretly wiped away his cold sweat. He had placed great hopes on Duan Lingtian. He was absolutely unwilling to see anything happen to Duan Lingtian. Moreover, even if he didn't care about this, after interacting with Duan Lingtian for over 2 years, he had a good impression of this young man, who clearly distinguished kindness and grudges. If it weren't for the fact that Duan Lingtian's talent was so amazing that he felt he couldn't compare to him, he would have even considered adopting him as his adopted son. If your so-called pleasant surprise is something you risked leaving the mansion to bring back for me, then I, Linghu Renjia, would rather not have it. Finally, Linghu Renjia added another sentence. Hearing Linghu Renjia's words, Duan Lingtian was moved once more. He couldn't help but bitterly smile. He could hear that the Linghu family's patriarch truly cared about him. Linghu family, today you took me, Duan Lingtian, into your humble days. In the future, when I, Duan Lingtian, shine, I will not let you down. This was the promise that Duan Lingtian made to the entire Linghu family. On the other hand, after Linghu Renjia greeted Duan Lingtian, he also sent a message back to the Linghu clan. He told the core elder who sent the message to him to ignore this matter. Duan Lingtian would return by himself. At the same time, Linghu Renjia hesitated for a moment. Then he sent a message to Linghu Huan of the Linghu family. Elder Huan, do you plan on going into seclusion soon? No. Linghu Huan quickly responded. What is it? Is something the matter? Actually, it's nothing much. Linghu Renjia said. Duan Lingtian ran out by himself. He didn't even tell me. Who is it? Before Linghu Renjia could continue, Ling Huan interrupted Ling Renjia's message. His tone was urgent. That brat ran out. Didn't my brother and I waste our efforts in bringing him back from the Hidden Fog sect? How can he face my brother and me by doing this? Where is he now? Is he still alive? If he's dead, then wouldn't my brother and I have wasted our efforts? Ling Huan's words were filled with excitement and disappointment. If someone could see him now, they would see that his chubby face was constantly twitching and his small eyes were narrowed so much that they couldn't be seen. Elder Huan, don't be so excited, Ling Renjia quickly said. I just sent a message to Duan Ling Tian. He's fine right now. I sent you a message mainly because I hope that you can help him when he returns. You don't have his soul beads, so you can't contact him. You can contact him through me. I'll give him a heads up as well. Ling Renjia spoke of his plans. Now, since Duan Ling Tian was still fine even after leaving the Ling Hu family's mansion, it meant that he had left in secret and no one was watching him. Of course, it was also possible that no one was watching Duan Ling Tian. However, just in case, he still planned to contact Ling Huan and have Ling Huan meet Duan Ling Tian outside Ling Hu City in advance when Duan Ling Tian returned. Hurry up and ask him where he is. Tell him to wait for me there. My brother and I will go find him. What a troublesome little bastard. Ling Huan simply sent a message. I'll ask him. When Ling Renjia sent another message to Duan Ling Tian and explained the situation, Duan Ling Tian's first reaction was to refuse. Patriarch, there's no need to go through so much trouble. I can return safely. There's really no need to trouble Grand Elders Hung and Huan. What a joke. He had left his home in order to deceive others and find a secluded place to refine his Limit King level divine pill. That way, even if the pill tribulation appeared, no one would know. If the Hung and Huan elders followed him, wouldn't he have made a wasted trip? Although it wasn't that he didn't trust them, he still felt that the fewer people who knew about this, the better. At the very least, he didn't plan to let anyone else know about this. However, his refusal didn't have much of an effect in the end. Ling Renjia had his own bottom line. When you return, just before you reach Ling Hu City, send me a message and I'll have the 2 Grand Elders come out to pick you up. Don't come back alone. You might have been careless when you went out, so no one noticed you. There's still a certain amount of risk when you come back. Duan Ling Tian thought about Ling Renjia's bottom line for a moment. It wouldn't affect what he was going to do this time, so he agreed. It could be said that he had accepted Ling Renjia's favor. Be careful. Send me a message if anything happens. Ling Renjia reminded him one last time before putting away the message. Duan Ling Tian bitterly smiled, but his heart felt even warmer. This was the first time someone cared about him like this since he came to the Mystic Handle Land. Perhaps he could add another sentence. Besides the Hidden Fog sect's inner sect disciple, Tang Wuyan. In the past 2 years, Wu Feng had sent him messages from time to time. Most of the time, Wu Feng talked to him about what the Hidden Fog sect's inner sect elder, Elder Tang Chun, said. From Elder Tang Chun's chatter, Wu Feng heard a lot about how Tang Wuyan cared about him before and after he left. When he left the Hidden Fog sect and was deemed a traitor by the sect, Tang Wuyan was so angry that she shut herself in. It wasn't until the Hidden Fog sect's sect master personally issued an order to refute the rumors that Tang Wuyan walked out of her room under Tang Chun's comfort. She had lost a lot of weight. I can't see her again in the future. At that time, Duan Ling Tian made up his mind. He couldn't let Tang Wuyan sink deeper and deeper. Now, in addition to his 2 wives, Ke and Li Fei, he also had 2 close female friends, Feng Tianwu and Huan. In addition, Murong Bing was still in the spirit overarching heaven, waiting for him to pick her up a few hundred years later. I'd better find a place to refine pills quickly. Because of Ling Renjia's concern for him, Duan Ling Tian thought of Tang Wuyan. However, he quickly came back to his senses and began to leave Ling Hu City, looking for a secluded place in the surrounding area. In the end, he entered a desolate mountain range. Not only was there no one, but there weren't even many demon beasts. Let's do it here. Duan Ling Tian circled around. After confirming that no one would notice anything strange about this place, he went to a canyon in the mountain range and took out the divine artifact pill cauldron to refine pills. Earth King Divine Pill. Following that, Duan Lingtian began to refine a divine pill called the Earth King Divine Pill. This divine pill was one of the king-grade pills he had taken to raise his cultivation base in the Linghu family. However, a normal Earth King Dan was no longer of any help to his cultivation. Because he had eaten too much, his body had developed a resistance to the medicine. Back when he was in the Linghu family, he was already very proficient in refining Earth King divine pills. He even dared to say that his success rate was 100%. However, since he wanted to keep a low profile, he did not dare to infuse too much life energy into the last step of the purification process. However, he no longer had to worry about that now. I'll try not using the life energy from my little world. After taking a deep breath, Duan Lingtian began to extract life energy from the heaven and earth spirit energy. However, he soon discovered that the amount of life energy he could extract from the heaven and earth spirit energy was very little. Even if he extracted all of it, it would not be as much as the life energy he extracted from the Linghu family. It's because of the heaven and earth spirit energy. Duan Lingtian quickly thought of this problem. It was precisely because the heaven and earth spirit energy here was not as good as the Linghu families that the amount of life energy in the heaven and earth spirit energy was very little. Beneath the Linghu family's residence was a rich vein of divine stones. Coupled with the spirit gathering formation, the heaven and earth spirit energy here was far from what this desolate wilderness could compare to. It seems that I can only use the life energy from my little world. With a thought, Duan Lingtian began to mobilize the life energy in his little world. He could even directly mobilize it from the Tree of Life without drawing from the heaven and earth spirit energy. Moreover, the life energy directly mobilized from the Tree of Life was much purer. Purification. Duan Lingtian began to use the life energy to carry out the last step of refining pills, purification. The life energy poured into the cauldron as if it was free. When it reached the limit, Duan Lingtian withdrew the life energy. With the Tree of Life he could do whatever he wanted. He did not lack life energy at all. The divine pill is about to come out of the furnace. I wonder if it's an ultimate divine pill. Under Duan Lingtian's expectant gaze, he slapped the cauldron, and a divine pill flew out and into his hand. Most of the divine pills above the king grade could only produce one pill per cauldron. This was the case for the Earth King divine pill. It's different. Duan Lingtian took a look at the divine pill in his hand and realized that it was different from the Earth King divine pills he usually refined. There was a strange light surrounding it. Boom. Rumble. When the pill tribulation appeared, the Earth King divine pill in his hand soared into the sky. Duan Lingtian smiled. Another ultimate divine pill had come from his hands. Moreover, it was an ultimate king-grade divine pill this time. However, Duan Lingtian's smile didn't last long before it collapsed. This was because the ultimate Earth King divine pill could not even withstand the first pill tribulation and was blasted into powder. Chapter 3762. Crippled. Duan Lingtian was dumbfounded as he watched the ultimate Earth King divine pill being destroyed by the tribulation. However, his face was immediately filled with confusion. When the tribulation clouds dispersed, he started to refine the Earth King divine pill again. This time he was even more careful, afraid that the pill would be destroyed again. This time, it was still the ultimate Earth King divine pill. However, it was still destroyed when the tribulation descended. Then a third time. It was still destroyed by the tribulation. What's going on? What went wrong? After racking his brains, Duan Lingtian felt that there was no problem with his alchemy steps and techniques. Normally speaking, it was impossible for the Earth King divine pill to not be able to withstand the tribulation. Ask revered Elder Lin Yan. Taking a deep breath, Duan Lingtian sent a message to the chief alchemist of the Linghu family, Lin Yan, and asked directly, Revered Elder Lin Yan, I've refined a few ultimate spirit-level divine pills outside, but they all failed to pass the tribulation. What's going on? There can't be a mistake in the alchemy process and steps. Duan Lingtian added as he reached the end of his sentence. You left the Linghu family mansion? After knowing that Duan Lingtian was outside, Lin Yan was worried about his safety. As a good friend of Ling Hu Renjia, he had long heard about Duan Lingtian's current situation from Ling Hu Renjia. However, after hearing Duan Lingtian say that he was safe, he finally heaved a sigh of relief. At the same time, he expressed his opinion. I'm very clear about your alchemy skills. There shouldn't be a mistake in refining the king-level divine pill. And you said it yourself, there's no problem with the alchemy process and steps. Could there be some external reason? Lin Yan guessed. What external reason? Duan Lingtian asked. The so-called external factors are whether or not the divine artifact pill cauldron is in good condition, and whether or not there will be any problems. Then it's nothing more than your state of mind, whether or not you can calm down to concoct pills. If your state of mind is different, there may be a trace of distraction that you don't even notice, which will affect your concoction. Of course, it's impossible to have a big impact, but there are still subtle effects. That kind of effect is often something that you can't even notice yourself. However, just because you can't detect it doesn't mean that the pill tribulation can't detect it either. Lin Yan reminded him, think about it carefully. Is there something wrong with the cauldron? Or is it because of your state of mind? Upon hearing Lin Yan's reminder, Duan Lingtian smiled bitterly in his heart. However, he was still a little unwilling to give up as he inspected the divine artifact pill cauldron before him. However, after a round of inspection, the pill cauldron was safe and sound. It seems that there is indeed a problem with my mental state. Duan Lingtian smiled bitterly and sighed. Just now, when he thought of Tang Wuyan, his wife, and his lover, he subconsciously thought of the two of them. However, he suppressed the thought after a flash of inspiration. After all, he wanted to avoid this matter. Previously, when they were still in the mundane realm, before Yun Qingyan, Ker's cousin from her past life, appeared, Duan Lingtian and Ker had been searching for his parents, wife and children. Halfway through their search, Yun Qingyan had appeared and used a spatial celestial weapon to imprison his parents, wife and children. Yun Qingyan had found his parents, wife and children first. At that time, 2 people were missing from the group of people Yun Qingyan had imprisoned, Lin Lan and Princess Bai Yao. When Duan Lingtian met his parents in the Devata realm, he had secretly learned from them that Lin Lan and Princess Bai Yao were out patrolling the area, so they were not captured by Yun Qingyan. In other words, Lin Lan and Princess Bai Yao were still in the Devata realm and the Saint Province realm. As for the Saint Province realm, it was once massacred by the heavenly emperor of the Luo River Heaven, Situ Zhuqing. At that time, Duan Lingtian had searched everywhere for Lin Lan and Princess Bai Yao, but he could not find them. Since they were always by his mother's side and rarely went out, they did not leave their soul pearls behind. He did not know if they were still alive. There was no trace of them at all. Under such circumstances, even the most optimistic person could not help but think about them. I hope they're still alive. Duan Lingtian sighed. Earlier, he had thought of the 2 women, but he had forcefully stopped himself from thinking about them. Due to this reason, it had affected his state of mind to a certain extent. This was most likely the reason the Earth King's supreme pills had failed to overcome the heavenly tribulation. At this moment, Duan Lingtian could not help but recall the time when he had reunited with the 2 women in the Azure Cloud Mansion in the Saint Province realm. That was the last time he had seen the 2 women. Before he left the Saint Province realm, he had visited various powerful forces in the Saint Province realm and asked them to help him find the 2 women. If they found the 2 women, he would give them a fortuitous encounter. For this reason, the powerful forces in the Saint Province realm that were not annihilated by the powerhouses of the Luo River sect had sent people to search for Lin Lan and Princess Bai Yao's whereabouts. Apart from that, Duan Lingtian had also asked Hua Lao to arrange for someone to guard the Saint Province realm. As long as there was news about the 2 women, that person would immediately send a message to Hua Lao in the solitary destructive heaven. At that time, Hua Lao would go and pick them up and settle them down. As long as they're still alive and in the Saint Province realm, I'll definitely be able to find them. After a few hundred years, when the spatial tunnel between the Devata realms and the realms of gods opens, I'll return to the Devata realms and ask Hua Lao about this matter. Perhaps Hua Lao would have already found them by then. When Duan Lingtian thought of this, his restless emotions began to calm down. After a long while, his heart finally calmed down. Again, after taking a deep breath, Duan Lingtian began to refine the Earth King Divine Pill again. He was very careful throughout the entire process. He did not dare to be careless. In the end, he refined the Limit Earth King Divine Pill again. Boom! The pill tribulation descended. This time, the Earth King Divine Pill successfully passed the pill tribulation. Its body shone brightly, and the inscriptions on its body shone brightly. It's done. A smile appeared on Duan Lingtian's face when he saw the Limit Earth King Divine Pill was successfully refined. Following that, Duan Lingtian refined a few other king-grade divine pills that were helpful to his cultivation. All of them were refined to the Limit Earth King Divine Pill, and he successfully passed the pill tribulation. Fortunately, he was the only one who saw his heaven-defying performance. Otherwise, everyone in Tunglung Province would have been shocked. A Limit King Grade Divine Pill. Other than those outstanding Emperor Grade Divine Pill Masters, it was basically impossible to refine such a divine pill in an environment rich in heaven and earth spirit qi. Just like Duan Lingtian's current environment, not to mention the outstanding Emperor Grade Divine Pill Masters, even if a Venerable Grade Divine Pill Master came, it would be useless. It was impossible for them to refine a Limit King Grade Divine Pill. They couldn't even refine a Limit Spirit Grade Divine Pill. This was because the heaven and earth spirit qi here was too thin, and the heaven and earth spirit qi contain more life force that could be extracted by divine pill masters in places with more abundant heaven and earth spirit qi. The reason why Duan Lingtian was able to refine a Limit King Grade Divine Pill here was because of the life force that originated from the Tree of Life in his small world. Otherwise, no matter how astonishing his perception of the life force in the heaven and earth spirit qi was, it would be difficult for him to extract enough life force. There was only a little bit in total. Even if he extracted all of it, it wouldn't be enough. As for the Emperor Grade Divine Pill, let's forget about it for now. For a moment, Duan Lingtian even had the thought of refining a Limit King Grade Divine Pill, but he quickly dismissed the idea. This was because he couldn't even refine an ordinary Emperor Grade Divine Pill with 100% success rate. There were still some flaws in the refining process. Even if he didn't lack life force, it would be difficult to refine a Limit King Grade Divine Pill. I'll refine a few more Limit King Grade Divine Pills. The medicinal efficacy of a Limit King Grade Divine Pill is far beyond that of an ordinary Divine Pill. This was also the reason why Duan Lingtian felt that a Limit King Grade Divine Pill could assist his current cultivation. The medicinal efficacy of a Limit King Grade Divine Pill was not something an ordinary Divine Pill could compare to. If they were to really compare, it could be said that the difference was like heaven and earth. Take the Limit King Grade Jia, Yi and Bing Grade 3 Divine Pill that Duan Lingtian had refined previously. If it was an ordinary Jia, Yi and Bing Grade 3 Divine Pill, it would be very difficult for a lesser deity to directly ascend to become an intermediate deity, just by relying on the medicinal efficacy of the King Grade 3 Divine Pill. However, the Limit King Grade Jia, Yi and Bing Grade 3 Divine Pill that Duan Lingtian had refined allowed a disciple who had only cultivated the Linghu family's godly emperor-level cultivation method to break through to become a higher deity from the realm of an intermediate deity. Moreover, there was still a lot of medicinal efficacy left for him to continue cultivating. One must know that an intermediate deity who consumed an ordinary Jia, Yi, and Bing Grade 3 Divine Pill would not be able to break through to become a higher deity just by relying on the medicinal efficacy of the pill, unless they cultivated a godly emperor-level cultivation method. Even if a lesser deity who had just become an intermediate deity consumed the pill, they would need to cultivate at least an emperor-level cultivation method to break through to become an intermediate deity, just by relying on the medicinal efficacy. A godly emperor-level cultivation method? It did not show the astonishing medicinal efficacy of an ordinary Jia, Yi and Bing Grade 3 Divine Pill. However, the Limit King Grade Jia, Yi and Bing Grade 3 Divine Pill that Duan Lingtian had refined allowed a person who had only just become an intermediate deity to break through to become a higher deity. According to the disciple of the Linghu family, almost half of the medicinal efficacy had not been digested after the breakthrough. This showed how heaven-defying the medicinal efficacy of the Limit King Grade Divine Pill was. After I'm done refining the limit king grade divine pill that I need, I'll refine a few more emperor level divine pills. I'll give them to the patriarch when he returns. Duan Lingtian thought to himself as he immersed himself in pill refinement again. After all, there were only 18 realms of gods in this world. Both the divine offering land and the mystic gang land were among them. Among the 18 realms of gods, there was a realm of gods called the Heavenly Clear Land. The two women that Duan Lingtian had been searching for in the Saint Province realm, Lin Lan and Princess Bai Yao, were among them. As for why they were here, it had something to do with an old friend of theirs. That old friend was also Duan Lingtian's old friend, Jingru. She was the housekeeper that Duan Lingtian had recruited in the Crimson Sky Kingdom's royal city, before he left the 10 great dynasties in the Saint Province realm. Later on, Duan Lingtian's father, Duan Rufeng, returned to the Crimson Sky Kingdom and brought Li Ro with him. Apart from Lin Lan and Princess Bai Yao, Jingru was also brought along. However, when Duan Lingtian reunited with his parents, Lin Lan, and Princess Bai Yao, he did not see Jingru. It was as though Jingru had vanished from the face of the earth. He could not find her anywhere. Chapter 3763. Jingru was originally a waitress in a shop in the Crimson Sky Kingdom, a small kingdom in the 10 great dynasties in the Saint Province realm. See Chapter 136. Recruiting Jingru for details. On Earth, Jingru's job was to sell real estate. Back then, when Duan Lingtian arrived in the Crimson Sky Kingdom's royal city, he had bought a mansion from Jingru. At that time, he had taught a good-for-nothing rich kid from the Duan clan a lesson because of Jingru. Out of respect for Jingru's character, coupled with the fact that he was worried that the good-for-nothing rich kid from the Duan clan would cause trouble for Jingru, he had recruited her to be the housekeeper of his newly bought mansion. From then on, Jingru began to take care of him and his mother Li Ro. She was conscientious and conscientious. Later on, when he left the Crimson Sky Kingdom, Jingru stayed by his mother's side and continued to serve his mother. Duan Lingtian and his mother, Li Ro, had never treated Jingru as a servant. Duan Lingtian treated her like an elder sister while Li Ro treated her like a daughter. Later on, Duan Rufeng returned and brought Li Ro and Jingru, who was an orphan, with him to the Azure Cloud Mansion. At that time, Lin Lan and Princess Bai Yao had also left with them. In the Azure Cloud Mansion, Jingru continued to take care of Li Ro's daily life. She had never forgotten her roots. There was once when Jingru went out to pick Li Ro's favorite vegetables in the vicinity of the Azure Cloud Mansion. However, since then, she had never returned and had completely disappeared. For this reason, Li Ro did not eat or drink for a period of time. Duan Rufeng had even ordered his subordinates to look for her everywhere. However, their efforts were in vain. It was also at that time that Jingru disappeared from Li Ro's life. Duan Lingtian only found out about this after he reunited with his parents in the Azure Cloud Mansion. He had been depressed for many days because of this. Why did Jingru disappear? What happened to her? All of this was a mystery to Duan Lingtian from the beginning until the end. A living person had disappeared just like that. In fact, Jingru was also anxious. She even regretted poking her nose into other people's business and touching that disheveled woman whose mental state was sometimes normal and sometimes abnormal. That year, when Jingru went out to pick vegetables for Li Ro, she happened to see a woman fainted on the ground. She kindly helped her up and woke her up. After the woman woke up, she grinned at her like a fool. Then, with a wave of her hand, she tore open space and grabbed her into the spatial tunnel. She fainted as well. When she woke up again, she found herself in another place. This place was filled with heaven and earth spirit chi. It was frighteningly dense. She cultivated here and broke through several realms in less than a month. Then she saw the crazy woman she had met before. This time, she wasn't crazy. She found Jingru and apologized to her. Then Jingru asked her to send her back, but she said she couldn't do anything. Her power was sealed. She could only use her powers when she was in a state of mental disorder. In order to apologize to Jingru, she taught her a cultivation method and gave her a fortuitous encounter. Then, she told Jingru that not only was she not in the mundane realm, but she was in a realm of gods that was superior to the Devata realms. This realm of gods was called the Land of Sanctions. 2 days later, the woman fell into a state of insanity again. However, since Jingru was with her, she did not run away. Many years later, Jingru's cultivation had improved. After spending some time together and taking care of her, the woman gradually regained her senses, and the seal in her body gradually disappeared. Soon after, the woman regained her consciousness and was able to use her power. At this time, Jingru said she wanted to go back. The woman sent her back. After Jingru was sent back to the Azure Cloud Mansion by the woman, she discovered the Azure Cloud Mansion had fallen into the hands of the devil clans. Then, she went around looking for Li Ro with the woman. Finally, with the woman's help, she found the new place where Li Ro and the others were staying. She even met Lin Lan and Princess Bai Yao who were patrolling the area. Sister Jingru? Lin Lan and Princess Bai Yao were, naturally, overjoyed when they saw Jingru whom they had not seen for many years. Sister Jingru, where have you been all these years? Yes, Sister Jingru, where have you been all those years ago? Do you know that Aunt Ro lost her appetite for a long time because of your disappearance? Let's go. I'll bring you to see Aunt Ro. She'll be happy to see you. As Lin Lan spoke, she wanted to bring Jingru to see Li Ro. At this moment, an invisible energy suddenly spread out and shrouded Lin Lan, Princess Bai Yao, and Jingru. It was the woman next to Jingru. She looked at the sky and frowned. Someone from the realm of gods actually came to this small mundane realm? Then the woman took Lin Lan, Princess Bai Yao, and Jingru and approached. When the woman saw the appearance of the young man who had descended from the sky, she was stunned. It was as though she had seen a ghost. She muttered to herself, "Why is it him? Why is it him?" At the same time, Lin Lan, Princess Bai Yao, and Jingru saw the young man who had descended from the sky and bound Duan Ruffing, Li Ro, and the others with just a wave of his hand. Princess Bai Yao and Lin Lan's expressions changed drastically. They instinctively rushed forward, but they were stopped by the woman's invisible energy. Jingru's expression changed as well. She quickly asked the woman to save them. Who knew the woman would fall into a state of madness again? She casually tore open space and brought the 3 women away. This time, the woman did not bring the 3 women to the land of punishment where she had brought Jingru to previously. It was another realm of gods, the heavenly clear land. When the woman returned to her normal state, the realms of gods had collided and formed the realm of gods. At the same time, the space tunnels leading to the Devata realms and realms of gods had been sealed. As a result, Bai Yao, Lin Lan, and Jingru could no longer return to the Saint Province realm. The woman seemed to have returned to her normal state. She felt guilty for what she had done to the 3 women. Therefore, she began to teach them the cultivation methods of the realms of gods. She spared no effort in teaching them cultivation methods. Later on, Bai Yao inadvertently asked the woman if she knew the young man who had kidnapped her Aunt Ro, Uncle Rufeng, and the others. The woman fell into a state of madness again. It took a few years for her to return to her normal state. From then on, Bai Yao, Lin Lan, and Jingru did not dare to bring up the matter again. After some hesitation, the woman brought Bai Yao, Lin Lan, and Jingru to a sect in the heavenly clear land. The sect was a godly venerable rank sect. It was one of the top godly venerable rank sects in the heavenly clear land. The woman brought Bai Yao, Lin Lan, and Jingru to one of the branches of the sect. The woman then handed them over to the person in charge of the branch, a female powerhouse. After that, she left the sect. She was my junior sister. She fell in love with someone she shouldn't have and was cheated of her feelings. She did something that brought shame to the sect and went insane. Then she left the sect. Bai Yao, Lin Lan, and Jingru learned about this from their master. Their master was the person whom the woman had handed them over to. She was the person in charge of the branch they were in. Moreover, during a conversation with their master, they learned that the person who had cheated on their junior sister was from another realm of gods, the Divine Offering Land. Currently, that person was the leader of one of the strongest godly venerable rank forces in the Divine Offering Land, the clan leader of the Yun clan. In the heavenly clear land, in a secluded courtyard on the side of a perilous peak that pierced through the clouds, 3 beautiful women sat around a table. One of the women was extremely beautiful. Her face was so beautiful that it was difficult to find any flaw in it. Most men would take a second look at her after just one glance. The other woman was almost as beautiful as the former. However, she was of a different type. Her eyes were as clear as autumn water, and her lips were like cherries. The last woman was slightly less beautiful, but she was still considered pretty. If she was placed on Earth in Duan Lingtian's previous life, she would not be one of those A-list actresses who debuted with her looks. Most importantly, her temperament was not something those A-list actresses could compare to. She was extraordinary, and did not seem like an ordinary person. If Duan Lingtian was here, he would be able to recognize the three women at a glance. They were Baiyao Linlan and Jingru. Princess, I feel that your aura has changed. Did you have a breakthrough again? Jingru looked at Baiyao with a hint of surprise in her eyes. Sister Jingru. Baiyao smiled bitterly. How many times have I told you in the past hundreds of years? You don't have to call me princess anymore. This is no longer the Crimson Sky Kingdom. You can call me Baiyao like Little Lan. Yes, princess. Jingru's reply made Baiyao feel completely helpless. Baiyao, Sister Jingru hasn't changed the way she calls you in the past hundreds of years. Don't ask her to change it again. To be honest, if I didn't hear her calling you princess so often, I might even think that our experiences in the past hundreds of years were not a dream. Could it be that everything in the mundane realm was a dream? Lin Lan sighed. The mundane realm. Baiyao muttered. Baiyao murmured softly. Her pair of beautiful watery eyes flashed with a touch of gentleness. I don't know how he is now. At this moment, not only Baiyao, but even Lin Lan could not help but think of a purple figure. He wasn't with Aunt Ro and Uncle Feng at that time. I'm sure he'll be fine. Lin Lan's voice was slightly heavy. I wonder how Aunt Ro and Uncle Feng are doing. Before Junior Uncle met the person who kidnapped the old master and madam, he said that person was also from the realm of gods? Jingru frowned slightly. Why would someone from the realm of gods make a move on the old master and madam? These are all mysteries that we haven't been able to solve in the past hundreds of years. Baiyao shook her head lightly. We can only wait 300 years until the spatial tunnel between the realm of gods, the Devata realms, and the mundane realm opens. At that time, we'll be able to find the answers on our own. For now, I can only hope that Aunt Ro and Uncle Feng are safe. Otherwise, I can't imagine how much pain he must be in. Lin Lan muttered in a low voice with a worried expression on her face. Baiyao's beautiful face tensed up when she heard Lin Lan's words. The worry in her eyes deepened. Chapter 3764. Profound Handle Land. Tunglung Province. Near Linghu City. Within the lofty mountain range. After Duan Lingtian finished refining the Limit King level divine pills he needed, he began to refine the Emperor level divine pills he had been preparing for a long time. Some of them would be of great use to him. Some of them were for the Linghu family's patriarch, Linghu Renjia. The Emperor level divine pills for Linghu Renjia were the ones that even the Linghu family's chief alchemist, Lin Yan, had trouble refining. The success rate was extremely low. Duan Lingtian was refining seriously. Although he wasn't too familiar with the process, because he could inject a large amount of life force into the pill furnace to purify the pills, his success rate was still higher than Lin Yan's. I'll refine 2 more Emperor-level divine pills for the Patriarch. That should be enough. After spending a few days, Duan Lingtian refined 3 Emperor-level divine pills for Linghu Renjia. He failed several times, but overall, it could be said that everything went smoothly. He planned to refine 2 more Emperor-level divine pills before returning to the Linghu family. But just as he was about to open the furnace again, a message suddenly came, abruptly interrupting him. Duan Lingtian. The person who sent the message surprised Duan Lingtian. It was the 10-star student of the Hidden Fog Academy, Ho Qingning, who he hadn't contacted for a long time. Why did you suddenly send me a message? Is something the matter? Or, were you also recommended to enter the Hidden Fog sect by the dean? Duan Lingtian asked with a smile. Ho Qingning and Ding Yan were friends he made at Wind City's Hidden Fog Academy. Now that Ding Yan had left without saying goodbye, Only Ho Qingning was left at the Hidden Fog Academy. Are you kidding me? Ho Qingning sighed and said, do you think everyone is Duan Lingtian? If it weren't for the fact that the 10,000 Leaves sect sent me to Linghu City, I wouldn't have dared to send you a message. You're standing so high up now that I can't even breathe when I look up at you. Haha. You Ho Qingning, when did you become so self-abased? I remember that you still owe me a spar. Duan Lingtian laughed and then asked in surprise. You came to Linghu City? Yes. Ho Qingning nodded. After pondering for a moment he said, back then, before the 10-star student trial began, you said that you would treat me and my 10,000 Leaves sect to a meal, but you never did. This time, I'm already in Linghu City, so you won't be stingy, right? In Linghu City, Ho Qingning stood in a guest room of an inn. Beside him stood a person covered in a black robe. Ho Qingning's message was made public at the black-robed person's request. Duan Lingtian's soul orb was also in the black-robed person's hands. Whether it was Ho Qingning's voice or Duan Lingtian's voice, he could hear them clearly. However, the black-robed person did not suspect Ho Qingning when he heard these words. After all, in his opinion, Ho Qingning had the 10,000 Leaves sect behind him. The entire sect was under his threat, so Ho Qingning definitely would not dare to act rashly. At the same time, Duan Lingtian, who received Ho Qingning's message, was stunned. Back then, during the 10-star student trial, he did not say that he would treat Ho Qingning to a meal. Could this guy have remembered wrongly? However, on second thought, he felt that Ho Qingning should not have remembered something like this wrongly. Moreover, Ho Qingning said that he would not only treat him to a meal, but also treat the people of their 10,000 Leaves sect? 10,000 Leaves sect. The 10-star student trial. At this moment, Duan Lingtian finally reacted. Back then, during the 10-star student trial, Ho Qingning had asked him if he needed help. The people of their 10,000 Leaves sect were nearby, ready to act at any time. The reason Ho Qingning said that he would help him was because there would definitely be people from Tianfeng City's God King level clans targeting him in the trial. At that time, he had rejected Ho Qingning's good intentions. It looks like he's reminding me of something. Moreover, the 10,000 Leaves sect behind him is only a God King level sect. What is it that would require a young sect master like him to travel so far to Linghu City? Duan Lingtian's mind flashed, and he quickly thought of a possibility. Ho Qingning had become a tool in someone else's hands. Someone wanted to lure him away from the Linghu family. Patriarch left the Linghu family a few days ago. After Patriarch left, Ho Qingning came. And it seems like he was coerced by someone to lure him away. It looks like the person who coerced Ho Qingning is very likely someone that the Tianlong clan's inner sect elder Kuang Tianjing found. Kuang Tianjing definitely can't be here recently, but he can definitely find someone. In an instant, Duan Lingtian understood everything. As for why Ho Qingning was coerced, it was not difficult for him to guess. It was most likely because the other party had used the 10,000 Leaves sect as an excuse. Although the 10,000 Leaves sect was a God King level sect, the strongest person in the sect was only a God King. Moreover, there had never been a God King level expert in the history of the 10,000 Leaves sect. For a sect like the 10,000 Leaves sect, as long as a lower God King level expert wasn't ridiculously weak, it would be enough to topple and even destroy the sect. He's already fallen into such a dangerous situation, and he's still thinking of ways to hint at me, this guy. Duan Lingtian smiled bitterly in his heart, but at the same time he felt somewhat guilty. After all, if it weren't for him, Ho Qingning wouldn't have fallen into such a predicament. Let's set a place. Just as Ho Qingning's side quieted down because Duan Lingtian had not replied for a long time, and the black-robed man's body moved slightly, as if he was getting impatient, Duan Lingtian's voice finally rang out once more. You can decide on the place. As for the time, for the next 2 days, a grand elder of the Linghu family asked me to help him refine a few divine pills, so I can't leave. 2 days later? When will you be free? Duan Lingtian asked. After receiving Duan Lingtian's message, Ho Qingning didn't immediately reply. Instead, he looked at the black-robed man and asked, when do you want to meet him? 3 days from now, in the evening. Let's meet for dinner. The black-robed man's hoarse voice sounded in Ho Qingning's ears, and Ho Qingning also responded to Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian, let's meet 3 days from now. We'll have dinner together then. I'm afraid I won't be able to leave during the day. As for the location, when you come out, ask me again and I'll tell you. Right now, I don't know where to meet. Under the black-robed man's reminder, Ho Qingning said according to his words. Okay. Duan Lingtian replied, then sent a message to the Linghu family's patriarch, Linghu Renjia, and told him what he had encountered. Someone threatened your friend, and asked your friend to lure you out? After Linghu Renjia learned of this matter, his expression changed. After asking about the ins and outs of the matter, Linghu Renjia said in a deep voice, 10,000 Leaves sect, I've heard of it before. The 10,000 Leaves sect is located between the God Emperor level sect, the Hidden Fog sect, and the Morong family, It just so happens that the patriarch of the Morong family has some friendship with me. So I asked him to invite the strongest elders of the Morong family to the 10,000 Leaves sect to take a look at the situation. Many thanks, patriarch. After receiving Linghu Renjia's message, Duan Lingtian repeatedly expressed his thanks. At the same time, he thought that the favor Linghu Renjia owed the Morong family could be repaid with ultimate god pills. Patriarch, you can promise the Morong family to give them a batch of ultimate god pills. I'm sure they know how important these pills are to their juniors. You can tell them about the effects of our Linghu family's juniors taking the ultimate god pills. Duan Lingtian said. Are you confident that you can refine more Jia Yi Bingsan divine pills? Linghu Renjia asked. Yes. Duan Lingtian replied. It's only because I've been busy refining king-grade divine pills and royal-grade divine pills. Otherwise, I would have refined a lot of extreme first, second, and third divine pills for the clan leader and the juniors in the clan. Ah, good. With this trump card, I'm sure that Morong Yunlu fellow will work hard for us. Linghu Renjia laughed. I'll contact him right away. Morong Yunlu was the current patriarch of the Morong family. He and Linghu Renjia were both patriarchs of God Emperor level families, and the two had a good relationship. Good. Duan Lingtian's eyes flashed. Morong family. A God Emperor level family? At this moment, he thought of Wind City's Hidden Fog Academy's dean, who was also the Hidden Fog sect's vice sect master, Morong Suifeng. Could that Dean Morong also be related to the Morong family? Of course, this was only Duan Lingtian's first guess. Soon, Linghu Renjia sent a message. I spoke to Morong Yunlu and he agreed. Now, he has personally left for the 10,000 Leaves sect. There are also 2 Morong family elders accompanying him. Their strength is not below any of the 4 grand elders of the Hidden Fog sect. As for how many extreme Jia Yi Bingsan divine pills I want, I've already told him clearly. We'll see how much effort they put in when the time comes. You don't have to worry about that. I won't give him the chance to ask for too much. Linghu Renjia said. Thank you, patriarch. At this moment, Duan Lingtian finally let out a sigh of relief. Ho Qingning had risked his life to warn him. Not only had he put his own life on the line, but he had also put the 10,000 Leaves sect behind him in danger. He naturally couldn't allow anything to happen to Ho Qingning and the 10,000 Leaves sect. But, Linghu Renjia said with some worry, if the person threatening your friend was sent by Kuang Tianzheng, and there's more than one person, the one following your friend now must be the strongest one. If it's just the elders of our Linghu family, I'm still worried. How about this? I'll have the elders contact their friends. As long as they can reach Linghu City within 2 days, they can come over. When the time comes, we'll see how much effort they've put in. We'll use the ultimate Jia, Yi and Bing 3 divine pills to return the favor. It doesn't matter if there are any juniors. Even if they can't use the Jia, Yi and Bing 3 divine pills, they'll definitely be interested. Linghu Renjia said. That's for the best. In truth, Duan Lingtian was also worried about what Linghu Renjia was worried about. If the people Kuang Tianzheng found to deal with him were mid-level divine emperors on the same level as him, then, once he left the Linghu family mansion, he wouldn't have the protection of the Linghu family's great array. Even if the elders of the Linghu family protected him, they might not be able to save his life. Chapter 3765. After hearing about Ling Hu Renjia's arrangements, Duan Lingtian finally felt relieved. In the next 2 days, while Duan Lingtian calmly refined the emperor-grade divine pills, he couldn't help but sigh. First of all, he didn't expect to become a divine alchemist so soon. Second, he didn't expect that the most important step to becoming a divine alchemist was to extract life energy. For someone like him who had the divine tree of life in his body, this was a piece of cake. Under such circumstances, as soon as he came into contact with the Tao of divine pills, he refined the ultimate Jia Yi Bing divine pill on his second try. According to Ling Hu Renjia, the clan leader of the Ling Hu family, the limit Jia Yi Bing divine pill he refined was something even god emperors would be interested in. This time, he could even use the limit Jia Yi Bing divine pill to repay the favor. Initially, Duan Lingtian was worried that the Ling Hu family would owe those experts a favor. If that happened, he would owe the Ling Hu family even more. Now he could finally breathe a sigh of relief. Being a divine alchemist is a good job in the plains of gods. Duan Lingtian sighed. Duan Lingtian was the only one who could hear his exclamation. If anyone else heard it, they would definitely roll their eyes at him. Do you think every divine alchemist can refine a limit spirit grade divine pill as easily as you? 2 days passed in a blink of an eye. The day passed quickly. In the evening, Duan Lingtian took the initiative to send a message to Ho Qingning. Are you done with your work? Have you decided on a place to eat? At the same time, Duan Lingtian's heart skipped a beat. The best restaurants in Ling Hu City were owned by the Ling Hu family. If Ho Qingning wasn't held hostage, he would have invited him to one of the restaurants owned by the Ling Hu family. Now that he suspected that Ho Qingning was being held hostage, he was certain that Ho Qingning wouldn't choose those restaurants. Duan Lingtian sent a message, but there was no reply from Ho Qingning. For a moment, he was even more certain that Ho Qingning was being held hostage. My soul orbs are probably in the hands of whoever is holding him hostage. Normally, a soul orb's transmission was done through one's mind. However, it was also possible to speak and transmit the message. Furthermore, the content of the message could also be transmitted outwards. It was just like the hands-free phone on Earth. The truth was just as Duan Lingtian had guessed. Ho Qingning didn't receive his message, but the black-robed man beside Ho Qingning did. The black-robed man immediately took out a soul bead and handed it to Ho Qingning. Tell him to meet me in Spring House's Sky Room 2 in 2 hours. Upon hearing this, Ho Qingning promptly informed Duan Lingtian of the location of the meal through the soul orb. Spring House. After receiving the message, the corners of Duan Lingtian's lips curled into a faint smile. Just as he had thought, it wasn't one of the restaurants under the Ling Hu family. Although Duan Lingtian hadn't left the Ling Hu family since joining them, he often chatted with Ling Hu Yun, the fourth son of Ling Hu Renjia, the head of the Ling Hu family. Ling Hu Yun had already finished reading the story that he had given to Duan Lingtian. After that, he often asked Duan Lingtian for other stories. At the same time, because he got along well with Duan Lingtian, he often talked about anything under the sun with Duan Lingtian. Because of this, although Duan Lingtian had never strolled around Ling Hu City, he knew how many decent restaurants there were in Ling Hu City. Spring House could only be considered an ordinary restaurant. It was a subsidiary property of a God King class family in Ling Hu City. That God King class family was a subsidiary of the Ling Hu family. Spring House. Duan Lingtian transmitted with a smile. Say, Ho Qingning, are you trying to save money for me? Spring House isn't a particularly good restaurant in Ling Hu City. The best restaurants are those under the Ling Hu family. Duan Lingtian replied. When Ho Qingning received Duan Lingtian's message, he paused and looked at the black-robed man in front of him with a puzzled expression. This was his first time in Ling Hu City, so he didn't know what good restaurants there were in the city. However, the black-robed man's reaction was quick. Ho Qingning transmitted to Duan Lingtian with a smile. I know that you're an honored guest of the Ling Hu family, and a very popular one at that. Would they dare to charge you for a meal at one of the Ling Hu family's restaurants? That's why I purposely chose a restaurant that isn't under the Ling Hu family. The black-robed man had taught Ho Qingning to say all this. Haha. Duan Lingtian's response was a hearty laugh. Looks like you really want to see me bleed. Alright, let's go to Spring House, Tianzi Private Room 2, right? I'll be there in 2 hours. After transmitting to Ho Qingning, Duan Lingtian contacted the patriarch of the Linghu family, Linghu Renjia. Under Linghu Renjia's guidance, Duan Lingtian met up with elders Heng and Huan in the air above a forest north of Linghu City. When Duan Lingtian saw elders Heng and Huan again, he discovered that there were 7 other people with them. He was no stranger to one of them. It was Linghu Qingzi, the god emperor of the Linghu family, whom he had met in the monarch descent city. You brat, why are you running outside for no reason? Aren't you afraid of death? When Linghu Huan saw Duan Lingtian, he immediately rushed forward and scolded him as if he was an elder lecturing a junior. Feeling the concern in Linghu Huan's tone, Duan Lingtian smiled awkwardly and didn't speak. At this time, not speaking was undoubtedly a good choice. Sure enough, when Linghu Huan saw that Duan Lingtian didn't speak, he didn't continue to scold him. He called out to Duan Lingtian and went to the rest of the people. Then he introduced the other 7 people besides his twin brother Linghu Heng. Qingzi girl, I don't need to introduce you. I heard from her that you have already met in the past. Linghu Huan glanced at the only old woman among the other 7 people and said to Duan Lingtian, Elder Qingzi. Duan Lingtian greeted the old woman with a smile, as if he had completely forgotten what happened in the past. However, Linghu Qingzi's expression was a little unnatural. She never expected that the junior she had taught a lesson in Junlin City would actually join the Linghu family and become the Linghu family's consecrator. Moreover, he was a divine alchemist who could refine ultimate spiritual divine pills. At this time, in terms of status in the Linghu family, she might not be comparable to him. Consecrator Duan. Linghu Qingzi squeezed out a smile that was uglier than crying and greeted Duan Lingtian. I have offended you in the past. I hope you don't blame me. I have already forgotten. Duan Lingtian smiled. Then, Linghu Huan introduced the remaining 6 people to Duan Lingtian. 2 of them were also divine emperors of the Linghu family. One of them was another elder of the Linghu family, and the only one in the current generation of the Linghu family, who was on par with the 2 elders Heng and Huan in terms of seniority. In fact, in the Linghu family, if the 2 old men Heng and Heng did not join hands and fought one-on-one, his strength would surpass either of Linghu Heng or Linghu Heng. He was called Linghu Zhengxing. Linghu Zhengxing didn't look old. He was a middle-aged man wearing a loose green robe. He was tall and sturdy and had a dignified appearance. His eyebrows reached his temples, and he looked a little serious. Elder Zhengxing. Duan Lingtian greeted him respectfully. A rare smile appeared on the other party's serious face. It was a forced smile. However, the other party's eyes were still filled with friendliness. As for the remaining 4 people, they were all external reinforcements that Linghu Huan had found. They were the brothers' close friends in their early years. As for their specific origins, Linghu Huan didn't say much. He only mentioned their names. However, the 4 of them were all lower-level divine emperors. Spring House. After Duan Lingtian and the 9 divine emperors confirmed the location they had agreed to meet with Ho Qingning, Linghu Zhengxing led Linghu Qingzi and the other 5 to the vicinity of the Spring House. The 2 elders Heng and Huan secretly followed Duan Lingtian to protect Duan Lingtian. So far, no one knew how many people the other party had. As for Duan Lingtian, he stopped and waited for over an hour after Linghu Zhengxing and the others left. Then he unhurriedly stepped into the air and entered Linghu City from the eastern side of the city. The eastern gate of Linghu City was actually one of the main gates of the Linghu family's mansion. Duan Lingtian was able to enter without any hindrance. Then he passed through the Linghu family's mansion and flew out from another gate. It was as if he had just left the Linghu family's mansion. This little guy is quite cautious. Hiding behind Duan Lingtian, Linghu Huan sent a voice transmission to his twin brother Linghu Heng. He's very talented and cautious. His future is limitless. Linghu Heng replied. Hearing his twin brother's words, Linghu Huan was somewhat surprised. The reason for that was because it was the first time he had heard his twin brother praise someone in such a manner. However, when he thought of Duan Lingtian's performance, talent and comprehension ability, he felt relieved. As long as Duan Lingtian did not die prematurely, in the future, not to mention the Linghu family, even the Tianlong clan, or the several peak God Emperor level forces in Tunglung province would find it difficult to tolerate him. His stage should be even wider. Tunglung province was too small. Spring Gazing House. The reason why Duan Lingtian chose to pass through the Linghu family's mansion was because he was worried that there would be people guarding the Linghu family's mansion and watching the people who came out from it. If he directly returned from outside Linghu city and was discovered by the enemy's people, it would inevitably arouse their suspicions. After all, he did not tell Ho Qingning that he was not in the Linghu family. We're here. Under Linghu Huan's secret instructions, Duan Lingtian finally arrived at the entrance of a restaurant called Spring Gazing House. The door was wide open, and many customers were coming in and out. The lobby inside was almost full, and there were even people sitting in a row of seats at the side of the lobby, waiting for a seat. Business was booming. Dear customer, are you here to eat? As soon as Duan Lingtian entered, a waiter came up to him and asked, My friend has booked a private room, number 2 of heaven. Duan Lingtian replied, Dear customer, may I know your name? The waiter's tone became much more respectful. The heaven-tier private room was the best private room in Spring Gazing House. The lowest cost of a single meal was equivalent to 10 years of working in Spring Gazing House. Chapter 3766. Spring House's heavenly dining room charged a high price, but the service was also very good. For example, if someone arrived at the heavenly dining room first, the person who arrived earlier would tell the restaurant the surname of the person who arrived later. If the person who arrived later didn't have the right surname, the restaurant wouldn't let him in. Duan. As Duan Lingtian spoke, the waiter confirmed it and looked at Duan Lingtian with a smile. Young Master Duan. Young Master Ho is already waiting for you in heavenly dining room too. Okay. Duan Lingtian nodded and followed the waiter all the way to the top floor of the restaurant and arrived in front of a dining room. There's only one person in the dining room. Before the waiter opened the door, Duan Lingtian heard Linghu Huan's voice. The person hiding in the dark hasn't shown himself yet, but we don't dare to use our divine sense to check as it will alert the enemy. Next, we'll hide in the dark. If you sense the aura of a divine emperor, we'll attack immediately. What you need to do is to stall for time as much as possible, so that you won't be killed by the enemy before we arrive. Linghu Huan's tone became more and more serious as he spoke. Guest, please come in. After the attendant opened the door, Duan Lingtian walked in. Then he noticed Ho Qingning who sat within with a single glance, and he couldn't help but reveal a smile. Only you? I thought you called the others from the Thousand Leaves sect. I was worried that you'd spend too much money, so I didn't call them. Ho Qingning smiled. Have you ordered? Duan Lingtian sat down and asked immediately. Not yet. Aren't I waiting for you? Waiter order. As Ho Qingning spoke, the waiter who had been waiting outside the door came in and introduced the dishes of the restaurant to Duan Lingtian and Ho Qingning. Is there anything you want to eat? Ho Qingning asked Duan Lingtian. No. Duan Lingtian shook his head. For us, eating is all about taste. Why don't we ask him to serve all of his signature dishes? Sure. Ho Qingning nodded and asked the waiter to place the order. However, the door to the private room closed once again. Ho Qingning looked at Duan Lingtian with a sigh. Duan Lingtian, I really didn't expect that you would come this far in just a few years. Not only has he become a deity king, but he's also an emperor-level divine alchemist. Ho Qingning looked at Duan Lingtian with a complicated gaze. Although the conversation between him and Duan Lingtian would be transmitted to the ears of the black-robed man through the array disc that he had brought with him, which had already been activated. However, when he saw Duan Lingtian again, he could not help but sigh from the bottom of his heart. How is it? How have you been at the Hidden Fog Academy recently? Duan Lingtian asked with a smile. It's just like that. It's very boring. Ho Qingning shook his head. If I knew it would be so boring, I wouldn't have gone to the Hidden Fog Academy. I should have gone straight to the Hidden Fog sect. Ho Qingning was the young sect master of a God King level sect, the 10,000 Leaves sect. Although the 10,000 Leaves sect didn't develop any influence in the God Emperor level Hidden Fog sect, they still had some necessary connections. In addition, Ho Qingning's talent and perception weren't bad. It wouldn't be difficult for him to directly enter the Hidden Fog sect and become an inner sect disciple. However, now that you've left the Hidden Fog sect, even I want to enter the Hidden Fog sect, Ho Qingning said with a sigh. Duan Lingtian smiled. Why don't you come to the Linghu family as well? Forget it. Ho Qingning shook his head. You probably won't stay in the Linghu family for long. Are you going to the Tianlong clan next? How do you know? Duan Lingtian asked in surprise. It's not hard to guess. Ho Qingning smiled. With your talent and perception, in addition to your achievements in alchemy, even the Tianlong clan won't be able to keep you for long. I never thought that I, Ho Qingning, would one day be able to make such an amazing friend like you. As Ho Qingning spoke, there was a bit of worry in the depths of his eyes. He had reminded Duan Lingtian before, but he didn't know if Duan Lingtian had reacted or if he had made any preparations. At this moment, he was completely a puppet of the black-robed man. He had to act according to the black-robed man's instructions. Moreover, his conversation with Duan Lingtian was displayed to the black-robed man through the formation. The black-robed man was very cautious and didn't plan to make a move here. Moreover, he didn't dare to send any sound transmissions because the black-robed man had told him that if he dared to send any sound transmissions and Duan Lingtian's expression became unnatural, the black-robed man would immediately go to 10,000 Leaves City and destroy the entire 10,000 Leaves sect behind him. Duan Lingtian, if you really didn't hear my reminder, I hope you won't blame me. That's already the limit of what I can do. Ho Qingning looked normal on the surface, but he was sighing in his heart. After all, behind me are the lives of thousands of people in the 10,000 Leaves sect. Earlier, when he had warned Duan Lingtian, it could be said that he hadn't left any traces, and the black-robed man wouldn't have noticed. However, that reminder was very obvious to Duan Lingtian. Unless Duan Lingtian had completely forgotten that he hadn't said those words to him back then. This was also what he was worried about. If Duan Lingtian clearly remembered that he hadn't said those words to him back then, he would definitely be able to react. However, even if Duan Lingtian had a stunned expression at that time, the black-robed man wouldn't have been able to see it. Moreover, Duan Lingtian's behavior had been normal after that, so he guessed that Duan Lingtian might have already known that he was in danger, and had probably made arrangements for him to appear here now. However, he couldn't rule out the second possibility. Duan Lingtian had forgotten that he hadn't said those words to him back then, and had come here alone. However, no matter which possibility it was, he couldn't do anything now and could only rely on Duan Lingtian himself. While Duan Lingtian and Ho Qingning were chatting, the dishes were quickly served in the restaurant. The two ate normally and naturally, as if it was an ordinary meal between good friends. Of course, the cost was also extremely expensive. One had to pay with divine stones, and it was more than 10 taels of divine stones. Let's go. After Duan Lingtian paid the bill, Ho Qingning called out to Duan Lingtian and then asked with a smile. Duan Lingtian, I've bought a mansion in Linghu City this time. Do you want to come with me to take a look? Is it your mansion or the 10,000 Leaves sects? Duan Lingtian was stunned at first, but then asked with a smile. Ahem. The 10,000 Leaves sect. Ho Qingning awkwardly coughed twice. How about it? Do you want to go take a look? At this moment, he naturally hoped that Duan Lingtian would refuse, because the black-robed man had set up an inescapable net in that mansion. Once Duan Lingtian entered, even if Duan Lingtian had a god emperor from the Linghu family secretly protecting him, it would be too late to save him. Next time, Duan Lingtian shook his head and said, I'm in a hurry to go back to the Linghu family to refine a few divine pills. One of the patriarchs of the Linghu family asked me to refine them, and it's urgent. Okay, next time then. Ho Qingning nodded with some disappointment. Then let's part here. If I have time, I'll go to the Hidden Fog Academy to see you. Duan Lingtian smiled and thanked Ho Qingning. Okay. Ho Qingning squeezed out a smile and nodded. Then the two separated with their backs facing each other. When the two had just walked a dozen steps, a sudden change occurred. Bang! Accompanied by a loud noise, a ghostly black figure instantly landed in Duan Lingtian's path. The bricks on the street where the figure landed shattered, and spiderweb-like cracks spread in all directions. In the center of the spiderweb, where the black figure landed, the whole ground caved in. It was a person shrouded in a hooded black robe. It was impossible to see his face or figure, but his appearance shocked the surrounding people and made them retreat. For a moment, only Duan Lingtian and the figure were left. "Who are you?" Duan Lingtian looked at the black-robed figure, and his face suddenly changed. At the same time, he asked with fear in his eyes, "Why are you blocking my path?" "The person who will kill you," a hoarse voice sounded, and then the black-robed figure released his divine power. Rolling power swept out like a stormy sea. Then, as though it had transformed into a gigantic beast, it charged madly at Duan Lingtian. Bang! Another loud noise rang in the air. The gigantic beast formed from the divine monarch's energy, that was about to land on Duan Lingtian, was destroyed by the attack from the sky. Then two figures like ghosts appeared in front of Duan Lingtian, and protected Duan Lingtian behind them. Hung Huan elders. The black-robed figure's hoarse voice changed at this moment. Then, before the surrounding people could react, his figure flashed and he was ready to leave. However, at this moment, 7 other forces swept out from the dark and blocked his path of retreat from all directions, leaving him with no way to retreat. This was the ambush from all sides. Then the masters of the 7 forces, Ling Hu Zhengxing and the others, appeared one after another. Ling Hu Zhengxing? The black-robed figure seemed to recognize Ling Hu Zhengxing. When he saw Ling Hu Zhengxing, his body trembled violently. Then he looked at Ho Qingning, who had come to Duan Lingtian's side at some point in time. Under the hood, his face could not be seen clearly, but 2 terrifying rays of light shot out. "Ho Qingning, how dare you warn Duan Lingtian? Aren't you afraid that I will send a message and destroy your entire 10,000 Leaves sect? I believe in Duan Lingtian." Ho Qingning looked at the black-robed figure indifferently, and said coldly. The reason why he dared to say this was because he knew that Ling Hu Renjia, the head of the Ling Hu family, and Morong Yunlu, the head of the Morong family, were very close. They were like brothers of the opposite sex. The Morong family was not far from 10,000 Leaves City, where the 10,000 Leaves sect was located. This was also one of the main reasons why he took the risk to warn Duan Lingtian. If he warned Duan Lingtian, it would directly cut off the 10,000 Leaves sect's survival. Even if he wanted to warn Duan Lingtian, he did not have the courage to say it. After all, on one side was a person, and on the other side was a sect with thousands of people. Moreover, it was a sect that had nurtured him. Chapter 3767. Although Ho Qingning hadn't known Duan Lingtian for a long time, from their previous interactions and what he heard afterwards, it wasn't hard for him to guess that Duan Lingtian was a cautious person. When Duan Lingtian was still at the Hidden Fog Academy, Duan Lingtian had refused his help in the 10-star student trial. Ho Qingning thought that Duan Lingtian would have met with an accident because of his arrogance, but in the end, Duan Lingtian had survived. Later, through some rumors, he heard that the various God King level family clans of Skywind City had all sent Death Knights to kill Duan Lingtian. But without exception, all of them were either annihilated or only a few were left alive. Whether Duan Lingtian had relied on his own strength or external forces, it was enough to see how cautious Duan Lingtian was. Later on, while he was at the Hidden Fog Academy, he heard that Duan Lingtian had killed Shangguan Xiongfeng and Long Shao in the Hidden Fog sect and had smoothly escaped. He had also smoothly entered the Ling Hu family. From this, Ho Qingning saw just how cautious Duan Lingtian was. Who were Shangguan Xiongfeng and Long Shao? They were 2 of the 4 highest elders of the Hidden Fog sect. They were disciples of Elder Wind and Elder Thunder. If someone dared to kill them in the Hidden Fog sect, it would be difficult for them to survive. But Duan Lingtian had survived. It seemed reckless, but he had still managed to escape unscathed. If someone said that Duan Lingtian hadn't made preparations beforehand, Ho Qingning wouldn't believe it even if he was beaten to death. It was because of this that Ho Qingning had dared to send a message to Duan Lingtian. He believed that as long as Duan Lingtian discovered some clues and knew that he was being coerced, he would definitely arrange everything. With Duan Lingtian's current status in the Linghu family, it was enough for the head of the Linghu family, Linghu Renjia, to go to great lengths to help him. I've already asked our Linghu family's patriarch to send a message to the Murong family to help look after the 10,000 Leaves sect. However, he should be alone and has no accomplices. Duan Lingtian looked at the black-robed man and said indifferently, "The divine emperors of the Murong family have been patrolling around Wanya City for 2 days and have not found anyone suspicious." "Thank you." Although he was mentally prepared, Ho Qingming was still very excited when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. He repeatedly thanked Duan Lingtian. And now, the onlookers standing in the distance gradually guessed the sequence of events after hearing the conversation between Duan Lingtian and the black-robed man. Duan Lingtian? Is this young man the Duan Lingtian of the Linghu family? He looks so young. So he's the one who refined the ultimate Jia Yi Bing divine pill? You really can't judge a book by its cover. Many of the onlookers were in an uproar when they guessed Duan Lingtian's identity. Many of them also looked at Linghu Huan, Linghu Heng, and Linghu Zhengxing. They're the 3 elders of the Linghu family, and the 3 strongest people in the Linghu family. I didn't expect them to appear together in Linghu City today. It's obvious they're here to protect revered Elder Duan Lingtian. I really didn't expect revered Elder Duan Lingtian to have such a high position in the Linghu clan after just 2 years. The others seem to be divine emperors as well. That's Linghu Qingzai, that's Linghu, Duan Lingtian, Ho Qingming, and the black-robed man stood facing each other. Elders Heng and Heng stood side by side between them. Around the black-robed man were 7 divine emperors, led by Linghu Zhengxing. They were all glaring at the black-robed man. The latter was obviously a trapped beast. "From the moment I saw you, I used my consciousness to guard against you and send a message to Duan Lingtian to warn him." The black-robed man stared at Ho Qingming and asked in a low voice, later on, "Even when Duan Lingtian's soul orb was in my hands, I still kept my guard up against you so that you wouldn't send a message to the others to warn Duan Lingtian. How did you notify him? I thought everything was under my control." As the black-robed man spoke, there was a hint of unwillingness in his hoarse voice. "You told me to contact Duan Lingtian and tell him that when I was in Linghu City, I notified him right in front of you." Ho Qingming looked at the black-robed man with a mocking smile and said, "At that time, I told him that he said he would treat me and the people of the 10,000 Leaves sect to a meal, and that he owed us a meal. However, in reality, he didn't mention this at all. In fact, we never even talked about this. As long as Duan Lingtian can confirm that we didn't talk about this, he will naturally start guessing. Coupled with his current situation, it's not difficult for him to guess that I wanted to lure him out. More accurately, I wanted to lure him out by threatening my people." Ho Qingming said, "Aren't you afraid that your warning to him will cause the deaths of thousands of people in your 10,000 Leaves sect?" The black-robed man asked in a low voice. "You for one person are willing to drag down the entire sect behind you." "I already said that." Ho Qingming said indifferently, "I believe in Duan Lingtian. I believe that he can guess my situation and the 10,000 Leaves sect's situation. I also believe that he can take care of everything. Of course, the reason why I'm willing to gamble like this is also because of the good relationship between the Murong family and the Linghu family." In front of Duan Lingtian, Ho Qingming didn't plan to hide anything and spoke openly. "You really dare to gamble," the black-robed man said coldly. The black-robed man said coldly before he glanced at Duan Lingtian. "Duan Lingtian, you really have a good friend. For you, he's willing to gamble with the lives of thousands of people. I'm also very honored to have such a friend." Duan Lingtian faintly smiled and looked at the black-robed man as if he was looking at a dead person. Whoosh! Just as the black-robed man's voice fell, a sword suddenly appeared in his hand. With a flash, a deep blue wind blade condensed and spread out in all directions. Wind Shadow Lightning Sword. As the high-grade divine sword appeared in the black-robed man's hand, Linghu Huan's small eyes suddenly narrowed. "I knew that when you attacked just now, it felt a little familiar. So it's the Hidden Fog Sect's Elder Feng." As his voice fell, Ling Huhuan unhurriedly followed after Ling Hu Zhengxing and the others and attacked. As for the surrounding crowd, they were in an uproar. The black-robed man who wanted to kill Duan Lingtian was actually one of the Hidden Fog sect's 4 grand elders, Elder Feng. At the same time, Ling Hu Zhengxing and the others all took out their own divine artifacts. Even though they were able to gain the upper hand by striking later, they were able to block the black-gowned man's sudden sword strike by relying on their superior numbers. At the same time, the black-robed man also took off his hood, revealing a face that Duan Lingtian wasn't unfamiliar with. I thought it was flawless, but I never imagined that this brat Ho Qingning would have such a blind trust in Duan Lingtian. Elder Feng said with a sigh. Elder Feng, what you did this time, was it your own doing, or was it the Hidden Fog sect's covert opposition? At this time, Ling Huhuan spoke up, his tone incomparably gloomy. It was my own doing. Elder Feng lightly said. The Hidden Fog sect and even Elder Thunder feared Duan Lingtian's future achievements, so they weren't willing to be enemies with Duan Lingtian. What a pity, what a pity. Just a little more. When Elder Feng looked at Duan Lingtian once more, his eyes were filled with unwillingness. Killing intent also rose on his face. Shangguan Xiongfeng, I'm afraid he isn't as simple as being Elder Feng's disciple, right? At this time, Ling Huhuan looked deeply at Elder Feng and asked. If Shangguan Xiongfeng was only a disciple, he didn't believe that Elder Feng would have taken this step. This was equivalent to making an enemy of their Ling Hu family with his own strength. Rumor has it that Shangguan Xiongfeng is your illegitimate son, your grandson. Could this rumor be true? Ling Huhuan asked. Yes, he is my grandson. Elder Feng nodded. Almost as soon as he finished speaking, most of the people around him were subconsciously stunned by his response. He moved. Puchi. The sword in Elder Feng's right hand slashed across the palm of his left hand. Following that, blood splattered out and fused with his wind power. In an instant, an extremely strange and sharp aura erupted. In the next moment, whoosh! Elder Feng's entire body was covered in a layer of blood-colored astral energy. It was as if he had turned into a giant blood sword as he shot straight towards Duan Lingtian. His speed was ridiculously fast. Not good. At this moment, the expressions of the 9 divine emperors, including Ling Huhuan and his brother, changed drastically. It should be noted that when they heard that Shangguan Xiongfeng was Elder Feng's grandson, their hearts skipped a beat, and they were slightly distracted. It was only when Elder Feng made his move that they came back to their senses. They all made their moves and charged towards Elder Feng. However, they were still a step too late. Duan Lingtian, Ho Qingning, with the 2 of you dying with me, I can answer to Xiongfeng when I meet him. The blood sword suddenly bypassed the Ling Hu family's elders Heng and Huan, and charged towards Duan Lingtian and Ho Qingning. Ho Qingning's expression changed drastically. Earlier, even he was shocked by Elder Feng's words. He didn't expect the rumor that Shangguan Xiongfeng was Elder Feng's grandson to be true. This was a human's instinctive reaction. The sword light on the giant sword was like a ferocious beast with its mouth wide open. It was about to swallow Duan Lingtian and Ho Qingning whole. The several divine emperors of the Ling Hu family revealed looks of regret. They regretted being distracted. Although it was impossible for Elder Feng of the Hidden Fog sect to escape from under their noses. However, it was already too late to stop him from killing Duan Lingtian. Elder Feng's strength was no weaker than theirs. Now Elder Feng had made his move while they were distracted. They had no way of stopping Elder Feng's attack. As for the other 4 divine emperors that Ling Huhuan had brought over, their expressions were ugly. After all, they had come this time to ensure the safety of the Ling Hu family's consecrator, Duan Lingtian. Moreover, the Ling Hu family had promised them the Limit Jia Yi Bing divine pill. If Duan Lingtian died, the Ling Hu family wouldn't be able to take out the reward. Moreover, Duan Lingtian had been killed right under their noses. Even if the Ling Hu family was willing to take out something else for revenge, they wouldn't have the face to take it. Was he going to make a wasted trip this time? Thinking of this, they were filled with hatred for Elder Feng. They attacked Elder Feng's back with killing moves. Chapter 3768. Elder Feng originally thought that he would not have the chance to avenge his grandson, Shangguan Xiongfeng. It was only when Ling Huhuan asked if Shangguan Xiongfeng was his grandson that he saw an opportunity. In the past, although there were similar rumors in the outside world, he did not admit it personally. Therefore, no one dared to be 100% sure. However, once he admitted it personally, those who knew him would be shocked. Once a person was shocked, they would fall into a momentary daze. I specialize in the law of wind, so I specialize in speed. In addition, my bloodline power can increase my speed. As long as they are distracted, I will have the opportunity to kill Duan Lingtian and Ho Qingning. Everything was as Elder Feng had expected. He had taken them by surprise and attacked at lightning speed. The 9 divine emperors present could not react in time. Although they attacked one after another, they were all aiming for his back. However, the distance between his attack and Duan Lingtian and Ho Qingning was much greater than the distance between him and the 9 divine emperors. Die. Elder Feng, who was enveloped by the sword ray of the blood-red greatsword, could not help but feel excited when he saw that Duan Lingtian and Ho Qingning were right in front of him. He was about to kill them with his sword. His eyes were filled with excitement. Whoosh! The blood-red greatsword pierced through the air and penetrated Duan Lingtian and Ho Qingning's bodies in the blink of an eye under the watchful eyes of the crowd. However, the expression on Elder Feng's face changed drastically at this moment. How is this possible? At this moment, the crowd realized that Elder Feng's attack had only penetrated the afterimages of Duan Lingtian and Ho Qingning. It disappeared in the blink of an eye. Whoosh! Whoosh! At the same time, many people realized that Duan Lingtian and Ho Qingning had appeared behind Ling Hu Zhengxing and teleported away at the critical moment. That was close. At this moment, even the crowd of onlookers subconsciously had such a thought. Whoosh! At the same time, that Elder Feng managed to dodge in time. However, there were still several attacks that ruthlessly landed on his body. Boom! Rumble! The 9 godly emperors attacked at the same time. Their terrifying power fell on the ground and destroyed the entire street in the blink of an eye. Even the main door of the spring gazebo and half of the floor had been reduced to dust. Some people who didn't manage to dodge in time were caught in the crossfire and died. At this moment, the originally complete street had turned into a bottomless pit, like a bottomless abyss. Of those onlookers, other than some of the stronger ones, the weaker ones were all sent flying by the shockwaves of the terrifying explosion. Some were lightly injured, some were seriously injured, and some were even killed by the shockwaves of the shockwaves. That was because the 9 godly emperors' strength had fallen from the sky. Otherwise, the destruction would have been much greater than that. Well, the realms of gods are much tougher than the Devata realms. If it were a Devata realm, 9 divine emperors would be able to destroy a city with ease. Duan Lingtian, who was standing behind Ling Hu Zhengxing, clicked his tongue when he saw the destructive power of the 9 godly emperors' attacks. Let alone the mundane realms. Even in a Devata realm, the attack of a godly emperor could easily destroy a towering mountain. Elder Feng, who was heavily injured, hovered in the air. His aura was slightly weakened. Swoosh! 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 At this moment, apart from Ling Hu Zhengxing, the other 8 godly emperors, including the old men Heng and Huan, had surrounded Elder Feng. You're not distracted? Elder Feng ignored the 8 godly emperors as he looked at Duan Lingtian. His voice was filled with reluctance when he spoke again. How would I dare to be distracted in a moment of life and death? Duan Lingtian glanced at Elder Feng indifferently and said, Moreover, you've gone to such lengths for Shangguan Xiongfeng. I'm certain the rumors are true. Although it's surprising that you've admitted it, it's not enough to distract me in a moment of life and death. Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Ho Qingning, who was standing at the side, felt embarrassed. He had indeed been distracted earlier. What a pity! What a pity! Elder Feng's eyes dimmed slightly. Then his divine energy surged as a powerful aura spread out from his body. At the same time, a green flame appeared on Elder Feng's body. It was a flame formed by the law of wind. Then the flames continued to grow. He's going to self-destruct his little world. Duan Lingtian's expression changed drastically when he saw Elder Feng's condition. Moreover, it's already begun. Experts who were godly kings and above could self-destruct their little worlds and display a terrifying destructive power. Of course, after self-destructing their little worlds, their bodies would shatter and their souls would be burned and destroyed. They would suffer the pain of having their souls refined. Because of this, very few people would choose to self-destruct their little worlds. Even if death was certain, they would not choose to do so. Generally speaking, only a madman would do such a thing. Madman. At this moment, Ling Hu Zhengxing and the others regained their senses. Their expressions changed drastically. Without any hesitation, Ling Hu Zhengxing shouted, "Return to the mansion!" In the next instant, Ling Hu Zhengxing raised his hand, and a godly emperor-grade spaceship appeared. He then brought Duan Lingtian, Ho Qingning, elders Heng Huan, and the other godly emperors into the spaceship. Whoosh! The godly emperor-grade spaceship started moving instantly. With the speed of a high-level godly emperor, it sped towards the Ling Hu family mansion. As soon as the divine emperor-grade flying ship was activated, Duan Ling Tian saw the green flames on Elder Feng's body explode after he was engulfed in flames through the formation mirror image on the side of the flying ship's inner cabin. Then, a terrifying force spread out in all directions like a mushroom cloud. As the mushroom cloud exploded, everything around it turned into dust. Moreover, the force that exploded was like a galloping army that chased after the spaceship. At first, it seemed to be able to keep up with the speed of the spaceship. Later on, the distance between them widened. Then, the speed of the spaceship was so fast that Duan Lingtian could not see what was happening outside. However, after a while, a deafening sound could be heard clearly from outside. Whoosh! When the spaceship stopped, Duan Lingtian found himself back in the Ling Hu family mansion. At the same time, a layer of translucent light shield appeared above the Ling Hu family mansion. Waves of terrifying power swept over from the direction they had come from. Even if it was just the aftermath of the power, it was still ferocious and powerful when it slammed against the translucent light shield that rose around the Ling Hu family mansion. At least, it was not weaker than the attack that Ling Hu Zhengxing and the others had made previously. Lunatic! Lunatic! Ling Hu Huan opened his mouth and cursed. It was unknown when, but his fat face was covered with cold sweat. On the other hand, the other godly emperors, including Ling Hu Zhengxing, did not look too good. Their eyes flashed with the lingering fear of surviving a disaster. A low-level godly emperor's self-destruction of his small world is so terrifying. Duan Lingtian looked at the power that was gradually disappearing in front of him. His pupil shrank sharply. Just like that. I'm afraid half of Ling Hu City has been destroyed? On the other hand, Ho Qingning, who was standing next to Duan Lingtian, was so frightened that his face was ghastly pale. Even a high-level godly emperor's self-destruction of his small world is probably this powerful. At this time Ling Hu Huan cursed, "That guy is a lunatic." If a low-level godly emperor wants to self-destruct his small world to display this kind of power, he has to at least set up a variety of killing formations in his small world. It requires a large amount of godstones to display this kind of explosive power. The price of doing this is that he has to suffer the pain of having his soul refined. It's worse than a normal person who self-destructs his small world. I've only heard of such lunatics before, but I didn't expect to meet one. Fortunately, we have a godly emperor-level spaceship, so we can escape with the speed of a high-level godly emperor. Otherwise, we would have been seriously injured, if not dead. As for you two little guys, you'll definitely die. As soon as Ling Hu Heng finished speaking, the smoke and dust before Duan Ling Tian's eyes dispersed, and a stretch of ruins that stretched as far as the eye could see appeared before his eyes. There were broken walls everywhere, and it was impossible to find a complete piece. However, the Ling Hu family's mansion did not suffer any damage because the Ling Hu family's protective formation was activated in time. However, near the Ling Hu family's mansion, there were still a few blood-red areas. Blood was still flowing, and there were broken footsteps everywhere. Obviously, they were left behind by the Ling Hu family's patrolling elders and disciples who were killed by the explosion just now. Duan Lingtian's face instantly became serious. This time, fortunately, he had a godly emperor-level spaceship. Otherwise, it would be difficult for him to survive. At the same time, he also learned from Ling Huan that the explosion of an ordinary low-level godly emperor's small world wouldn't be able to create such a terrifying destructive force. The reason why the Hidden Fog Sect's Elder Fang's self-detonation was able to display such destructive power was because he had laid down a serial killing array in his inner small world. Once he detonated his inner small world, the killing array would also activate. Otherwise, even the explosion of a high-level godly emperor wouldn't be this powerful. Lunatic. At this moment, Duan Lingtian also agreed with Ling Huan's words. What's going on? Heavens! What happened? Linghu City, what kind of attack did it encounter? It turned into such a large stretch of ruins. At some unknown time, a group of Linghu family elders and disciples had appeared. They all looked at the ruins in front of them, dumbfounded. They had also been attracted by the earth-shattering sound that had just come from this side. Elder Zhengxing, what's going on? Lin Yan, the chief alchemist of the Linghu family, also arrived at this time. He nodded at Duan Lingtian, and then walked towards Linghu Zhengxing. It's old ancestor Zhengxing. There's also Elder Heng and Elder Huan. Elder Qingzai is also here. At this time, several of the Linghu family's immortal emperors were recognized one after another. Facing Lin Yan's question, Linghu Zhengxing said, "It's the Hidden Fog Sect's Elder Feng. He wanted to kill Duan Lingtian, but he failed and was surrounded by us. In the end, he was driven to desperation and self-detonated his small world." Chapter 3769. Exploding one's own small world? Hearing Linghu Zhengxing's words, it wasn't just Lin Yan's complexion that changed. Even the surrounding Linghu family members' complexions changed. That Hidden Fog Sect's Elder Feng is so ruthless? Is he crazy? That's not right. A lower god king exploding their own small world shouldn't be so terrifying, right? Just now, I stepped into the air and looked down at Linghu City. Apart from our Linghu family mansion, which is still intact, most of the other areas of Linghu City have been destroyed. Rivers of blood are flowing everywhere. When some of the people from the Linghu family were puzzled by the might of a low-level god king's self-detonation, Linghu Qingzi spoke with a deep voice. That madman set up multiple killing arrays in his low-level god king's self-detonation. That's why his self-detonation was so powerful. This strength is no weaker than a normal upper god sovereign's self-detonation of their small world. As Linghu Qingzai's voice fell, the entire scene fell into a deathly silence. After a long time, there was the sound of people sucking in a cold breath. He really is a madman. According to what I know, if one explodes their small world like this, the pain of having their soul refined should be far greater than a normal explosion of their small world, right? Ruthless. Truly ruthless. As many Linghu family members were sighing, a Linghu family member suddenly said, "Investigate with your divine sense. Is that the screams of that Hidden Fog Sect madman's soul refined?" Immediately, everyone, including Duan Lingtian, subconsciously extended their divine senses, approaching the ruins. And just as their divine senses entered the ruins, they heard waves of mournful cries. These cries were so terrifying that even their divine senses trembled. Even as a bystander, I feel my hair stand on end when I hear these cries with my divine sense. It's hard to imagine what sort of pain that Hidden Fog Sect madman's soul is enduring. If one explodes their small world, they will have to endure the pain of having their soul refined for a quarter of an hour before their soul disappears. It is said that if one explodes their small world, the pain their soul will have to withstand is terrifying. It is 10 times or 100 times worse than the pain of having their body cut into pieces. After today, that Hidden Fog Sect madman will become famous in Tunglung province. The last time someone exploded their small world with killing arrays superimposed on it in Tunglung province was tens of thousands of years ago. The Hidden Fog Sect's Elder Feng had become famous. He had become famous in a single battle. No. It was more accurate to say that he became famous in a single moment. After the Hidden Fog Sect's Elder Feng blew himself up, besides the Linghu family mansion that remained intact, most of the other areas in Linghu City were destroyed. Most of the people in Linghu City had also perished. Rivers of blood flowed everywhere, and wails were everywhere. Because of this matter, many friends and family members of those who were caught in the disaster in Linghu City began to hate the Hidden Fog sect. Because of the Hidden Fog sect's power and influence, they didn't dare to clash with the Hidden Fog sect. Even so, they still formed many assassination squads and went around killing Hidden Fog sect disciples. It could be said that the death of the Hidden Fog sect's elder Feng not only ruined the Hidden Fog sect's reputation, but also dragged them down. Of course, this was all for later. Duan Lingtian stepped into the air. As he looked at the mess in front of him, his expression was complex. It could be said that all of this had started because of him. How many innocent people had been caught in the crossfire? There was also the ruined buildings in Linghu City. Even if the Linghu family tried their best to rebuild them, they wouldn't be able to restore them to their original state without at least 8 to 10 years. Of course, he also knew this. This shouldn't require the Linghu family to rebuild. The Hidden Fog sect would take responsibility. As a divine emperor-level influence, the Linghu family didn't fear the Hidden Fog sect. In addition, the Hidden Fog sect was in the wrong this time. The Linghu family definitely wouldn't let this go. At some unknown time, Ho Qingning arrived at Duan Lingtian's side. He bitterly smiled and sighed. After the Hidden Fog sect's elder Feng blew himself up today, I suddenly feel that anyone below the Divine Emperor level is nothing more than an ant. Even a higher God King, unless they were at the edge of Linghu City, would have died if he blew himself up like that. Hearing Ho Qingning's words, Duan Lingtian shook his head. This was only the self-detonation of a lower God King who went crazy. What if it was a God Emperor who blew himself up? Should I say that anyone below the God Emperor level is nothing more than an ant? Above the God Emperor level is the Reverend God. Perhaps, only by becoming a powerhouse can one not have to consider these potential threats that can occur at any time. Duan Lingtian said. When Ho Qingning heard this, he fell silent again. Stay with the Linghu family for a while before you go. Suddenly, Duan Lingtian seemed to think of something. He looked at Ho Qingning and said, As for the 10,000 Leaves sect, you can keep in touch with your father and the others. This time, it's clear that the Hidden Fog sect's elder Feng did it alone. It doesn't involve the Hidden Fog sect. So your 10,000 Leaves sect is safe. Ho Qingning nodded in agreement at Duan Lingtian's words. At the same time, he repeatedly expressed his thanks. Duan Lingtian, thank you. Duan Lingtian shook his head and smiled. I should be the one thanking you. If it weren't for your reminder, I might have gone to the banquet alone and been killed by that elder Feng. To be honest, you're my savior. Ho Qingning bitterly smiled. But that elder Feng only had the chance to kill you because of me. You're wrong. Duan Lingtian shook his head again. His eyes flashed. For someone who wants to kill me, as long as he wants to find an opportunity, he will find it sooner or later. Even if he doesn't use you, he will still find an opportunity. It's just a matter of time. At the very least, the reason he left the Linghu family mansion this time wasn't because of Ho Qingning. When he received Ho Qingning's message, he was no longer in the Linghu family mansion. Instead, he was in the wilderness outside Linghu City. If the Hidden Fog sect's elder Feng arrived there, he would undoubtedly die. In the following period of time, Duan Lingtian began to get busy. He devoted himself to refining the Jia Yi Bing 3 divine pills. Moreover, they were all peak Jia Yi Bing 3 divine pills. Because of this, the thunder of the pill tribulation rang out in the sky above Duan Lingtian's residence in the Linghu family mansion, every day without stopping. At the beginning, there were still many people who came to watch the show. But as the days passed, fewer and fewer people came. This was because they had all become accustomed to it. Of course, at this time, the Linghu family members also confirmed one thing. 4 spirit-level divine pills like the Jia Yi Bing 3 divine pills. Their exalted elder Duan could refine peak divine pills as he wished. There was no such thing as failure. Exalted elder Duan, are you confident you can refine a king-level divine pill into a peak divine pill? A God Emperor powerhouse smiled as he received several peak Jia Yi Bing 3 divine pills as a reward. Before he left, he asked Duan Lingtian with an expectant look. I haven't succeeded yet. Duan Lingtian shook his head. One had to keep a low profile when they needed to. Duan Lingtian even hid this from the Linghu family patriarch, Linghu Renjia. It was naturally impossible for him to tell this to these foreign helpers. After the 4 god emperors received the Peak Jia Yi Bing 3 divine pills refined by Duan Lingtian, they left with satisfaction. As for the 5 god emperors of the Hidden Fog sect, Duan Lingtian gave each of them 3 sets of Peak Jia Yi Bing 3 divine pills. The 5 of them didn't refuse and directly accepted them. They all had juniors. These Peak Jia Yi Bing 3 divine pills could help their juniors avoid many detours. They naturally wouldn't refuse. After dealing with all the god emperors that saved his life, Duan Lingtian refined several more sets of Peak Jia Yi Bing 3 divine pills, as well as some king-level divine pills, and even several emperor-level divine pills. All of these were given to Ho Qingning. Originally, Ho Qingning wasn't willing to accept these gifts. But Duan Lingtian insisted. He had no choice but to accept them. Duan Lingtian, what are your plans? Are you going to the Tianlong clan? Ho Qingning asked. In his opinion, with Duan Lingtian's talent, perception, and achievements in alchemy, staying in the Linghu family was far too much of a waste of talent. 20 years from now, I will enter the Tianlong clan and participate in the Tianlong clan's Hidden Dragon Grand Competition. Duan Lingtian stated his plans. Then Duan Lingtian looked at Ho Qingning and smiled. According to what I know, as long as a higher deity under 5,000 years of age has decent potential, they can also become an outer sect disciple of the Tianlong clan if they pass the test. How about it? Are you interested in joining the Tianlong clan? Duan Lingtian had only casually asked with a smile. But he didn't expect that after hearing this Ho Qingning would agree. Alright. 20 years from now, I will also enter the Tianlong clan and participate in the Hidden Dragon Grand Competition. If it was in the past, Ho Qingning wouldn't have the confidence to say this. But now he had Duan Lingtian's Limit Jia Yi Bing 3 divine pills. According to Duan Lingtian, although he had consumed ordinary alpha, beta, and Bing 3 divine pills in the past, he was still able to consume the Limit alpha, beta, and Bing 3 divine pills. His resistance to ordinary alpha, beta, and Bing 3 divine pills was only effective against ordinary alpha, beta, and Bing 3 divine pills. He couldn't resist the medicinal power of Limit Jia Yi Bing 3 divine pills. Of course, Limit Jia Yi Bing 3 divine pills could only be taken once. Taking it a second time would have no effect. However, it was enough for Ho Qingning. Duan Lingtian, see you at the Tianlong clan in 20 years. A few days later, Ho Qingning bid farewell and left. In order to let him safely return to the Hidden Fog Academy and the 10,000 Leaves sect, Linghu Renjia, who had just returned 2 days ago, personally ordered a core elder to send Ho Qingning back. This was naturally for Duan Lingtian's sake. Otherwise, Linghu Renjia, the head of the Linghu family, wouldn't take a mere young sect master of the Divine King sect seriously? Duan Lingtian, you weren't scared last time, were you? After Ho Qingning left, Linghu Renjia came to Duan Lingtian. As soon as he saw him, he smiled and asked about what happened last time. Duan Lingtian shook his head when he heard this. If I really died last time, the Murong family's favor will have to be repaid by you, Patriarch. As Duan Lingtian spoke, he handed over 10 pill bottles and asked, Is 10 sets of Limit Jia Yi Bing 3 divine pills enough? It's enough, Linghu Renjia said with a smile. I only promised Murong Yunlu 6 sets of first, second, and third divine pellets. However, since you've taken out 10 sets, I'll take the other 4 sets. Linghu Renjia wasn't polite at all. He didn't treat himself as an outsider at all. Chapter 3770. Clan Leader. These Jia Yi Bing San divine pills were refined using the clan's own materials. How many do you need? I'll refine them for you as soon as the materials arrive. Duan Lingtian said with a smile. He did not mind Linghu Renjia's casual attitude. In fact, he felt that it was only natural for him to do so. Ever since he joined the Linghu family, he had been indebted to Linghu Renjia for taking care of him. He felt that he owed Linghu Renjia a lot of favors, and he wanted to return the favor before he went to the Tianlong clan. As expected, A hint of gratitude flashed in Ling Renjie's eyes when he heard Duan Ling Tian's words. You should focus on your cultivation instead of wasting too much time on the Tao of alchemy. In the realms of gods, strength is the most important thing. Although a venerable grade divine pill master has a high status in the realms of gods, unless he's protected at all times, he'll definitely die if a godly venerable expert attacks him, unless he's a godly venerable himself. However, it's extremely difficult to enter the godly venerable realm. In all the realms of gods, there are less than 100 people who are both godly venerable and venerable grade divine pill masters. After all, there were a total of 18 realms of gods. In all 18 realms of gods, there were less than 100 venerable grade divine pill masters with godly venerable cultivation base. On average, there were only 5 venerable grade divine pill masters with godly venerable cultivation base in each realms of gods. The reason for this was that one could not multitask. If one wanted to achieve something in alchemy, they would have to put in a lot of effort. If one spent time on alchemy, they would have less time to cultivate. There were gains and losses. I understand. Duan Lingtian nodded. Then he took out a few pill bottles and handed them to Ling Renjie. Sect leader, I've recently refined these divine pills for you. You've refined them for me. Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Ling Renjie took the pill bottles curiously and looked at the divine pills inside. After a while, Ling Renjie's breathing quickened. The divine pellets in those bottles were all emperor-level divine pellets that were good for godly emperor's cultivation. If he consumed those divine pellets and consumed all their medicinal efficacy, even if he couldn't break through to the medium-level godly emperor realm, he would be able to reach the level of the elders. Of course, this didn't mean that Ling Renjie's strength would be on par with the elders of the Ling family after taking these divine pills. Ling Renjie was inferior to them in terms of comprehension of laws and profundities. His strength was still lacking. However, his advantage was that he was young. He was younger than the elders. Because of their old age, it was difficult for the elders to advance their cultivation base. It was like ants trying to shake a tree. Their meridians had already solidified. Even if they consumed the emperor-level divine pellets in Ling Renjie's hand, they still couldn't absorb the medicinal efficacy. At their age, if they wanted to take another step forward, they would have to find an opportunity under the heavenly tribulation. The heavenly tribulation was a life or death tribulation, but it was also a turning point. If one could make good use of the heavenly tribulation, one's cultivation base would definitely improve. In the plains of gods, there were many experts who were mediocre in terms of talent and comprehension. The reason why their cultivation base was high was because they were good at using the heavenly tribulation. They could always find an opportunity to break through during the heavenly tribulation. Duan Lingtian, thank you. Ling Renjie kept the pill bottle as though he had just obtained a precious treasure. He thanked Duan Lingtian profusely. These few emperor-grade divine pills were something he yearned for even in his dreams. However, his old friend Ling Yan could not refine them successfully. He didn't expect Duan Lingtian would succeed in refining them for him. These are all medicinal herbs I took from the clan's storehouse. I only refined them as a gift. Duan Lingtian shook his head and smiled in response to Ling Renjie's gratitude. Patriarch, you've helped me much more than what I've done. What I've given you now is insignificant. Ling Renjie sighed inwardly when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. If only one of my sons is as good as Duan Lingtian, I won't have to worry about them anymore. With such a son, what more could a father ask for? I'm really envious of Duan Lingtian's father. With this thought in mind, Ling Renjie asked with a smile on his face. Duan Lingtian, I heard you said you came from a Devata realm. Is your father in a Devata realm? Or did he come to the realms of gods before you? My father? Duan Lingtian was taken aback. Then he smiled and said, my father was in a Devata realm. However, before I came to the realms of gods, I sent him, my mother, my wife, and my children to a mundane realm. Duan Lingtian smiled wryly and said, speaking of which, I've made many enemies in the Devata realms, including many god kings. Whether it was Wu Hongqing, the palace master of the Tidal Temple, or the clan leader of the Dead Spirit clan, both of them were god kings. You made enemies with god kings in the Devata realms? Ling Hu Renjie couldn't help but be shocked. At that time, you had already become a god. No. Duan Lingtian shook his head. I only became a god after I came to the profound Gang land. Ling Hu Renjie nodded. Then he smiled and said, when the space tunnel between the realms of gods and Devata realms opens in 300 years, you can go back and play with your enemies. At that time, with your talent, it's not impossible for you to become a divine emperor. From a primitive god king to a divine emperor in 300 years? Ling Hu Renjie thought this was an exaggeration. In fact, he thought it was impossible. However, he still wanted to encourage Duan Lingtian. Those enemies are only a small matter. Duan Lingtian shook his head indifferently. Perhaps, there's no need to wait for 300 years. My master would have already killed them. Duan Lingtian was very confident in his master, Feng Qingyang. He believed it would not take long for his master to be strong enough to kill Wu Hongqing, the palace master of the Tidal Temple, and Mi Xian, the clan leader of the Dead Spirit clan. Your master? Ling Hu Renjie was surprised. You rejected Elder Lei's offer to take you as a disciple because of him? Yes. Duan Lingtian nodded. Master's kindness to me is as heavy as a mountain. Although Master told me he doesn't mind if I find another master who can help me, I have no other choice. I have no intention of finding a second master. Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Ling Hu Renjie looked at Duan Lingtian with a solemn expression. This was a rare display of determination. Back then, if Duan Lingtian had been willing to become Elder Lei's disciple, many things wouldn't have happened. Duan Lingtian wouldn't have stood on the opposite side of the Hidden Fog sect. Do you regret it? Ling Hu Renjie asked. After all, if you had become Elder Lei's disciple, you could have avoided all the dangers you encountered later. I don't regret it. Duan Lingtian shook his head without any hesitation. If it happened again, I would have rejected him the same way, even if the consequences of this matter aren't over yet. Ling Hu Renjie chatted with Duan Lingtian for a while longer before saying his goodbyes and leaving. Several days later, he informed Duan Lingtian that in the future, he could use the highest authority to take herbs from the Ling Hu family's storehouse. Of course, in return, Duan Lingtian would have to refine some peak divine pills for the Ling Hu family on a regular basis. These were all spirit-level divine pills. This was because in the eyes of Ling Hu Renjie, and even the high-level figures of the Ling Hu family, Duan Lingtian wasn't capable of refining a peak king-level divine pill. However, Ling Hu Renjie didn't spread the news that Duan Lingtian could refine an emperor-level divine pill that even the head alchemist of the Ling Hu family, Lin Yan, couldn't refine. The reason he did this was to avoid making things difficult for Duan Lingtian. This was because he didn't know what Duan Lingtian's success rate was. If the success rate was low, it meant that Duan Lingtian would be wasting a lot of time. And he didn't want Duan Lingtian to waste too much time on alchemy. Duan Lingtian's days in the Ling Hu family were comfortable. As for the days in the Hidden Fog sect, they weren't doing so well. Ever since the news of the Hidden Fog sect's Elder Feng blowing up the city spread, the Hidden Fog sect was pushed into the limelight. Even the Tianlong clan declared that the Hidden Fog sect had to take responsibility and rebuild Ling Hu City. And all of this was because of the Ling Hu family's influence in the Tianlong clan. If this were an ordinary matter, the Hidden Fog sect had many people in the Tianlong clan, and they would definitely stop them. But in this matter, the Hidden Fog sect was in the wrong, so there was nothing they could say. Although the loss of a divine sovereign powerhouse like Elder Feng was a great loss to the Hidden Fog sect. But in the entire Hidden Fog sect, very few people felt it was a pity. After Elder Feng died, what he left behind was more infamy. Because of him, the Hidden Fog sect disciples, and even the Hidden Fog sect fell into an extremely passive situation. While the Hidden Fog sect helped the Ling Hu family rebuild Ling Hu City, they also suffered the revenge of mysterious people from all over. Many of the sect disciples that went out were killed. Afterwards, the Hidden Fog sect disciples no longer dared to reveal their identity tokens when they went out. After Ho Qingning left the Ling Hu family in the past, after returning to Skywind City's Hidden Fog Academy, he dropped out and returned to the 10,000 Leaves sect. At that time, News of Linghu City's destruction hadn't reached Skywind City yet. After returning to the 10,000 Leaves sect, Ho Qingning entered the Murong family. This was naturally arranged by the Linghu family's patriarch, Linghu Renjia. Of course, it was also because Ho Qingning's talent and perception weren't bad. In addition, Duan Lingtian had given him the Limit Jia Yi Bing 3 divine pill. Although his talent and perception couldn't be considered top-notch amongst the Murong family's younger generation, he could still be ranked in the upper middle. In the blink of an eye, 12 years passed. In the Linghu family, Duan Lingtian, with the help of the Limit King level divine pill he refined in his own hard work, finally stepped into the final bottleneck between the lower God King and middle God King realms. Although he hadn't broken through yet, his strength had increased a step further. It was worth mentioning that, with the Supreme Godhead and the floating image pearl provided by the Linghu family, which recorded the battles between powerhouses skilled in the law of space, his comprehension of the law of space had also improved greatly. His overall strength couldn't be compared to 10 years ago. The hidden fog sect's efficiency is really high. This was the first time Duan Lingtian rose into the air and looked down at Linghu City. It had been 8 years since then, and Linghu City had returned to its original state. In fact, it looked like a brand new city, and it was even more prosperous than before. The incident 12 years ago made Linghu City famous in Tunglung province. Many people deliberately traveled thousands of miles just to see Linghu City, which had been destroyed by the hidden fog sect's elder Feng. Duan Lingtian couldn't help but recall that in his previous life on Earth, the holy lands of internet celebrities were all hyped up. The unforeseen event 12 years ago was undoubtedly a successful attempt by Linghu Cheng to create hype. Chapter 3771. Within Linghu City, everything was peaceful. However, in these past 12 years, Duan Lingtian hadn't left the Linghu family's mansion. No one knew whether or not the Tianlong clan's inner sect elder Kuang Tianzheng was lurking outside or not. Of course, this possibility wasn't high. Although the possibility wasn't high, Duan Lingtian didn't plan on taking any risks. Moreover, there wasn't much in Linghu City that could attract him. If he wanted something, he only needed to speak to the Linghu family's patriarch, Linghu Renjia, and he would immediately send someone to deliver it to him. I have no idea when I'll be able to break through the bottleneck of my cultivation. As he thought of his current cultivation, Duan Lingtian sighed. He sat in the void, overlooking Linghu City. A trace of loneliness flashed in his eyes. It's too difficult. From becoming a divinity to breaking through to the lower God King realm, it didn't take long, but now I've been stuck at the lower God King realm for over a dozen years. Fortunately, Duan Lingtian's mutterings weren't heard by anyone. Otherwise, they would have been angered by him. Being stuck at the lower God King realm for over a dozen years. Was that a long time? Right now, the King-level divine pills and Emperor-level divine pills that can be refined aren't able to help me break through the bottleneck. But there are several Emperor-level divine pills that can help me break through the bottleneck after being refined into the limit of divine pills. But I don't have enough materials for those divine pills. Moreover, with my current ability, I can't refine the limit of Emperor-level divine pills. Forget it. For the next period of time, I'll continue studying alchemy. Perhaps I'll find a turning point and make a breakthrough. Thinking of this, Duan Lingtian didn't dwell on his cultivation that hadn't made a breakthrough. He shifted his focus to alchemy. Hidden fog sect. Outside the station, a figure in snow-white clothes seemed to appear out of thin air. He stood outside the hidden fog sect station, behind the thick fog. This was a tall young man. He was handsome, with sharp eyebrows and bright eyes. His temperament was outstanding. As he stood there, he was like a mountain, towering and unmoving. Suddenly, his brows raised as if he had noticed something. Immediately after, he suddenly raised his right hand and reached into the void beside him. The next moment, whoosh, a figure flew out from behind the white mist. To be precise, it was bound by an invisible force and brought to the white-robed young man. The person who was caught was an old man. When he looked at the young man in white, his eyes were filled with fear. No matter what, He was still a high god king with extraordinary strength. However, before the other party, he was no different from a 3-year-old child, completely unable to retaliate at all. The other party's divine power fell on him like a mountain, suppressing his divine power to the point that he was unable to move in the slightest. Even a lower divine emperor couldn't possibly have such strength, right? Even the 3 highest elders of the Hidden Fog sect don't have this level of strength. Just who is he? Why would you appear outside the Hidden Fog sect's station? The old man's heart was filled with nervousness and unease. He excelled in the water laws. When he concealed himself, even a lower divine emperor wouldn't be able to discover him unless they swept their divine sense around. However, even if a lower divine emperor swept out with their divine sense, he would still be able to detect a trace of him. But he didn't know if this white-robed young man in front of him used his divine sense to discover him. If he didn't use his divine sense, then one could imagine how terrifying this person was. If he did use his divine sense, then this person's cultivation was at least that of a middle divine emperor. Middle divine emperor. Thinking of this, the old man's heart trembled. Who are you? Why are you sneaking around outside the Hidden Fog sect? After capturing the old man, the white-robed young man glanced over him and asked in an indifferent tone. The indifferent tone seemed to contain pressure, causing the old man's complexion to change. The old man's eyes flashed several times. Then he said with a guilty conscience, "My lord, I am just passing by." The Hidden Fog sect shouldn't have this person in front of him. But who knew if this person in front of him was a powerhouse from the Hidden Fog sect that was stationed in the Heavenly Dragon sect? The strongest person in the Hidden Fog sect was a lower divine emperor, but the powerhouses that the Hidden Fog sect sent to the Heavenly Dragon sect were all middle divine emperors and above. I will give you one more chance. The white-robed young man stared at the old man. His indifferent tone suddenly turned heavy. If you dare to bully me again, I will immediately cut you down. The white-robed young man's tone caused the old man's pupils to shrink. His complexion instantly paled. He could tell that this young man wasn't joking. My lord. The old man panicked. Even if he was a higher divine king, in front of this powerhouse that was like a mountain pressing down on him, he couldn't maintain his calm. He didn't dare to lie. I am here because I want to hide in the shadows and wait for the Hidden Fog sect disciple to come out. Then I will follow him and kill him from afar. Why? The white-robed young man's eyes sharpened. He deeply looked at the old man and asked, Do you have enmity with the Hidden Fog sect? You actually dared to take the risk of lurking outside the Hidden Fog sect and attack their disciples. A blood feud. The old man seemed to recall something. His face revealed a pained expression, and a terrifying hatred burst out from his eyes. My only son and my 2 grandsons went to Linghu City to handle some matters. They just so happened to encounter the Hidden Fog sect's elder Feng attacking the Linghu family's foreign elder Duan Lingtian. That elder Feng's attack failed. Facing the siege of 9 divine emperor powerhouses, he chose to detonate the small world within his body. He nearly destroyed the entire Linghu city and caused countless casualties. My son and my 2 grandsons were among them. The old man's tone was incomparably cold. Elder Feng? He detonated the small world within his body. He destroyed Linghu city? The white-robed young man's originally calm and indifferent expression finally changed. Are you sure what you said is true, my lord? The old man bitterly smiled. Everything I said is true. Who in Tunglung province doesn't know of this matter? Now many people from distant lands have come to Linghu city, all to see with their own eyes the city that was once destroyed by the Hidden Fog sect's elder Feng. However, Linghu city has already been rebuilt by the Hidden Fog sect. It is said that this was an order directly passed down from the Tianlong clan. As the old man spoke to hear, he cautiously looked at the white-robed young man in front of him. My lord, you don't know about this? I just left seclusion. After leaving seclusion, I directly came to the Hidden Fog sect. The white-robed young man lightly said. My lord, you aren't from the Hidden Fog sect? The old man let out a breath of relief. Looking at the current situation, this person didn't seem like someone from the Hidden Fog sect. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been so clueless. My name is Shui Haichuan. What do you think? The white-robed young man deeply looked at the old man and asked. Shui Haichuan. The moment the white-robed young man's voice fell, the old man's originally calm complexion suddenly changed. His eyes revealed waves of panic and fear. Shui Haichuan, he naturally knew who he was. 10,000 years ago, the Hidden Fog sect relied on a divine spirit realm cultivation to become a core disciple. Afterwards, he went to the Tianlong clan and rapidly rose up. Many years ago, it was said that Shui Haichuan had already become a white dragon elder of the Tianlong clan. Moreover, he was one of the 3 youngest white dragon elders of the Tianlong clan. So far, how many people from the Hidden Fog sect have you killed? A rare smile appeared on Shui Haichuan's face as he asked the old man in front of him. No, I haven't killed. The old man opened his mouth, wanting to deny that he had killed anyone from the Hidden Fog sect. But as he sensed Shui Haichuan's cold gaze, he hurriedly said, I haven't killed many. Really, I haven't killed many. Lord Shui Haichuan, please spare my life. I promise I won't attack the disciples of the Hidden Fog sect in the future. Even if a Hidden Fog sect disciple attacks someone, I will help him. The old man tried his best to survive. However, his struggle for survival was quickly futile. Bang! Shui Haichuan casually pushed out a palm, and the old man was sent flying away. After flying 100 meters away, he exploded into a bloody mist that filled the skies. He couldn't be any more dead. Every injustice has its perpetrator, and every debt has its debtor. I pity your children and grandchildren for dying in vain, but you shouldn't have attacked the innocent people of the Hidden Fog sect. Shui Haichuan glanced at the direction where the old man died and muttered to himself. Then his figure flickered and he entered the Hidden Fog sect. Just as Shui Haichuan appeared in the Hidden Fog sect station, a Hidden Fog sect elder leading the patrol team recognized him. He immediately rushed forwards with excitement. Elder Shui Haichuan. It's Elder Shui Haichuan. Heavens! It's actually Elder Shui Haichuan. Behind the Hidden Fog sect's patrol elder, a group of patrol disciples discovered the identity of the white-clothed youth. Their eyes shined with excitement. In the Hidden Fog sect, Shui Haichuan could be called a legendary character. He was also the idol of the Hidden Fog sect's young disciples. In the past, they had only heard of this elder Shui Haichuan. At the same time, they yearned to meet him one day. Now that they finally saw him, how could they not be excited? I never thought that after not returning to the sect for a long time, there would still be people who would recognize me. Shui Haichuan faintly smiled. And just as Shui Haichuan's voice fell, ghost-like figures flew out from the depths of the Hidden Fog sect station. When they found out about Shui Haichuan's identity, the patrolling elders and a group of patrolling disciples immediately sent out messages to spread the news. The nearby Hidden Fog sect elders and disciples all heard the news and rushed over. For the last dozen-some years, the Hidden Fog sect could be said to have been shrouded in dark clouds. In the past, Elder Feng had blown up Linghu City. It could be said that he had made countless enemies for the Hidden Fog sect, and had caused the deaths of many Hidden Fog sect disciples. Now, with the return of a legendary character like Shui Haichuan, the Hidden Fog sect elders and disciples immediately saw the light at the end of the tunnel. Perhaps this legendary character had returned to help the Hidden Fog sect resolve this matter? Haha! A hearty laugh echoed through the air. Then a purple-robed old man's figure flickered. He carried with him surging thunder as he passed through the crowd and arrived in front of Shui Haichuan. Brat Haichuan, you're still willing to come back? I thought you forgot about the sect. Elder Thunder. Seeing the purple-robed old man, Shui Haichuan's eyes brightened. He immediately bowed. Chapter 3772. Elder Shui Haichuan. Senior Apprentice Brother Shui Haichuan. After Elder Thunder arrived, a group of Hidden Fog sect elders and disciples also approached, warmly greeting Shui Haichuan. Not long after, the Hidden Fog sect's sect master Qian Yin also arrived. He smiled at Shui Haichuan and said, Junior Apprentice Brother Haichuan, welcome back to the sect. Shui Haichuan and Qian Yin could be considered fellow apprentice brothers of the same generation. Even so, Qian Yin was several thousand years older than him. After Shui Haichuan greeted many acquaintances, he left with the Hidden Fog sect's sect master Qian Yin and Elder Thunder. Looking at the backs of the three people leaving, the Hidden Fog sect elders and disciples couldn't help but speculate once more. Elder Shui Haichuan should have returned this time to solve the problem our Hidden Fog sect is facing, right? Elder Shui Haichuan's strength is astonishing, but it will be extremely difficult for him to solve the problem of our Hidden Fog sect. I think so too. The people who attacked our Hidden Fog sect disciples might not be as strong as the sect's core elders and protectors, but they hid in the shadows and launched sneak attacks. They didn't attack the strong and only attacked the weak. Moreover, as soon as they attacked, they killed. No matter how strong Elder Shui Haichuan is, he is only one person. He is powerless to reverse the situation. Many people were wondering if Shui Haichuan had returned this time because of the repeated sneak attacks on the Hidden Fog sect disciples in the last 12 years. However, some of the older people present could faintly guess why Shui Haichuan had returned to the sect. If I remember correctly, it has been 10,000 years since Shui Haishan was imprisoned in the heavenly stairway space, right? An older Hidden Fog sect elder asked a familiar Hidden Fog sect elder beside him. The latter's pupils shrank as he heard this. If you didn't mention it, I would have forgotten about Shui Haishan. It has indeed been 10,000 years since Shui Haishan was imprisoned in the heavenly stairway space. Back then, Shui Haishan made a big mistake and was punished to be imprisoned in the stairway to heaven for 10,000 years. Later, Shui Haichuan's performance was outstanding. With his contributions to the Tianlong clan, his elder brother Shui Haishan should have been pardoned long ago. However, because people who enter the stairway to heaven cannot come out until the time is up, they can only wait for 10,000 years. Elder Shui Haichuan must have returned to pick up his brother, Shui Haishan. Speaking of which, Shui Haishan was imprisoned in the stairway to heaven for 10,000 years because of Shui Haichuan. At that time, Shui Haichuan was almost killed by the former sect leader's only son. In a fit of anger, Shui Haishan killed the former sect leader's only son. Originally, Shui Haichuan was supposed to die, but many of the higher-ups in the sect had different opinions. In the end, they voted to imprison Shui Haichuan in the Stairway Heaven prison for 10,000 years. After that, the previous sect master refused to accept this judgment and left the sect in a rage. At the same time, he announced that he was leaving our Hidden Fog sect and even joined our Hidden Fog sect's enemy, the 10,000 Demon sect. Afterwards, he even went to the Tianlong clan through the 10,000 Demon sect. As they talked about the past, the two elders of the Hidden Fog sect glanced at each other. They could see the dignified look in each other's eyes. The previous sect master is also in the Tianlong clan. Elder Shui Haichuan brought Shui Haishan to the Tianlong clan. Isn't he afraid that the previous sect master will attack Shui Haishan? Perhaps this is what it means to be bold. After 10,000 years, Shui Haishan, whose talent wasn't much worse than Shui Haichuan's in the past, has been completely crippled. After all, in the Stairway Heaven prison, there is no way to further comprehend the laws or increase one's cultivation. If I remember correctly, when Shui Haishan was hung in there, he was only a higher deity? That's right. 10,000 years have passed, but he is still a higher deity in the Stairway Heaven prison. Meanwhile, Shui Haichuan, the Hidden Fog sect master, Qian Yin, and Elder Thunder returned to their former residence, a mansion that occupied a vast area. When they arrived, there were already two people waiting for them in the front yard of the mansion. They were the Hidden Fog sect's Elder Yun and Elder Wu. Besides Elder Feng, who had died in Linghu City 12 years ago, the remaining three grand elders of the Hidden Fog sect were gathered here once more. Haichuan, junior nephew Haichuan. Elder Yin and Elder Wu smiled as they greeted Shui Haichuan. Elder Yin, Martial Uncle Wu. As for Shui Haichuan, he quickly returned the greeting. The two people in front of him were his elders. In particular, Elder Wu was the junior apprentice brother of his master who had died beneath heavenly tribulation. Haichuan, you came back this time to pick up your big brother, right? Elder Yin asked with a smile. Yes. Shui Haichuan nodded. I was originally in seclusion. It wasn't until I sensed that it was about time that I left seclusion and came to the Hidden Fog sect. I was prepared to wait for my big brother to come out and bring him to the Tianlong clan. You were in seclusion. Elder Wu was suddenly enlightened. No wonder you didn't respond when I sent you a message. Martial Uncle Wu, are you looking for me because of Elder Feng? Shui Haichuan asked. You know about it? Elder Wu was stunned. I just heard about it outside. Shui Haichuan nodded. When I returned to the sex station, I discovered someone hiding in the shadows. After I pulled him out, I found out that he had been lurking outside, waiting for our hidden fog sect disciples to leave so that he could kill them. Then he told me the reason for his actions. It was because his only son and grandson died in Linghu City. They were killed by the strength of Elder Feng's self-detonating small world. Shui Haichuan said. That fellow old Feng didn't rest in peace even after he died. He even brought so much trouble to the sect. Elder Lei sighed. I shouldn't have believed his perfunctory words. I should have kept an eye on him. Perhaps then I could have stopped him. Elder Lei. At this time, the Hidden Fog Sect's sect master Qianin shook his head and said, if Elder Feng insists on killing that Duan Lingtian, then even if you keep an eye on him, I fear it will be useless. As for his self-detonating small world, I think it was because he was in a desperate situation and wanted to drag Duan Lingtian down with him. I believe that he didn't mean to cause trouble for the sect. Otherwise, when he saw Duan Lingtian who killed Shengguan Xiongfeng, he could have directly attacked him. But he didn't do anything. It's clear that he was worried about the sect. Qianin said. Humph. At this time, Elder Yun coldly snorted. Who knows if he did that for the sect or for himself? If Duan Lingtian really does have an amazing background and he kills Duan Lingtian, then not only will the sect suffer, but he won't be able to escape either. Elder Yun's words caused Elder Wu to nod in agreement. I still insist on my previous solution. Announce to the public that everyone in Elder Feng's lineage will be expelled from the Hidden Fog Sect. We will draw a clear line between our Hidden Fog Sect and Elder Feng in order to appease the anger of the friends and family of those who died in Linghu City. Elder Yun, Elder Wu. Elder Lei's complexion darkened. He's already dead. Is there a need to hit him while he's down like this? This isn't hitting him while he's down. Elder Yun shook his head. This is the truth. Senior apprentice brother Qianin, what is going on? On the side, Shui Haichuan heard the first part of the Hidden Fog Sect's three highest elders' words. But when he heard the second part, he couldn't help but frown. Duan Lingtian? Is that the Linghu family's exalted elder? Shui Haichuan had heard of Duan Lingtian before, but that was limited to what he heard from the old man outside the Hidden Fog Sect's station. He killed Shengguan Xiongfeng, so Elder Feng insisted on killing him? Shui Haichuan asked. Junior apprentice brother Haichuan, the situation is like this. Facing Shui Haichuan's doubts, Qianin patiently explained everything. He started from Duan Lingtian's arrival at the Hidden Fog Sect from Skywind City's Hidden Fog Academy. He talked about how Duan Lingtian switched allegiance to the Linghu family. Then he talked about how Elder Feng tried to kill Duan Lingtian but failed. Instead, he stirred up trouble for the Hidden Fog Sect. At this time, Shui Haichuan finally understood what the Hidden Fog Sect had experienced in the last dozen years. Everything had started because of a single person. That person was called Duan Lingtian. He was the first person in the Hidden Fog Sect in 10,000 years to pass the Divine Spirit Realm assessment and become a core disciple of the Hidden Fog Sect. Many people said that Duan Lingtian was Shui Haichuan's second. However, after hearing Qianyin's words, Shui Haichuan was well aware that when he was at Duan Lingtian's age, he was inferior to him. What a genius! It is a pity that the sect lost him. Shui Haichuan sighed. Shui Haichuan already knew the ins and outs of this matter. As for Duan Lingtian killing Shengguan Xiongfeng and Long Xiao, he didn't think it was Duan Lingtian's fault. Rather, he felt that Duan Lingtian's decisiveness was admirable. If it were him, he didn't think he would have such courage. Of course, although he thought this in his heart, he couldn't say it out loud. Elder Feng was dead, but Elder Thunder was still alive. I can only say that our Hidden Fog Sect is not fated to be with him. Elder Yun bitterly smiled. Brat Haichuan, what do you think we should do about this matter? Up until now, it wasn't just the sect. Even senior apprentice brother Qian Quan, and the others from the Tianlong clan had different opinions. One side supported expelling Elder Feng's lineage from the Hidden Fog sect, and announced to the public that they were drawing a clear line with Elder Feng. Another side felt that it was a person's fault and shouldn't implicate innocent people. Moreover, they felt that Elder Feng had made great contributions to the sect. Since he is dead, there is no need for his soul to return to the outside world. Elder Thunder looked at Xue Haichuan, asking for his opinion. Xue Haichuan shook his head. Elder Thunder, you shouldn't ask me for my opinion on this matter. You can decide for yourselves. If you really can't make up your mind, then think about it. If this matter isn't resolved, how many more sect disciples will meet a calamity in the outside world? After that, will anyone still dare to enter the Hidden Fog sect? 12 years isn't a long time. But what if this situation continues for 100 years, 1,000 years? Also, that myriad demon sect, can they rely on this matter to send out powerhouses and pretend to be the friends and family of the victims in Linghu City to kill the Hidden Fog sect disciples? This is an open and above-board opportunity to strike at the Hidden Fog sect. I don't think they will miss it, right? As Xue Haichuan spoke, he looked deeply at Elder Thunder. Chapter 3773. Xue Haichuan's words caused Elder Lei's complexion to change. How come I didn't even think of this? Elder Wu's face was filled with regret. No wonder I felt that so many people were trying to kill our Hidden Fog sect disciples. Even if all the people in Linghu City were killed, our Hidden Fog sect shouldn't have received such revenge now. It seems that the 10,000 demon sect must be involved. Sect Master, we can't waver anymore. There must be a result. Elder Yin also looked at the Hidden Fog sect master with a dignified expression. Qianyin, although these old fellows had transcendent statuses in the Hidden Fog sect, the one who made the decisions was still this sect master. Now, Qianyin's complexion wasn't too good. As the master of a sect, he was actually confused by the situation. He was so anxious that he didn't even think about the 10,000 demon sect. Now, with Xue Haichuan's reminder, his mind was in a mess. He felt that he wasn't qualified to be the sect master. I've already had several core elders in charge of external affairs issue a statement to the outside world. Moreover, I've already had the enforcement elders expel everyone from Elder Feng's lineage, and expel them from the Hidden Fog sect. The Hidden Fog sect will never accept their descendants again. Qianyin made a prompt decision. He was full of courage and didn't even ask for the opinions of others. This was because Elder Lei was the one who had opposed this before. But now, Elder Lei didn't stop him. Instead, he stood there in a daze, his complexion changing. It just so happens that I need to wait for my big brother for some time. For the next period of time, send some Hidden Fog sect disciples out. I will follow and protect him. If there are people from the 10,000 demon sect, I will make a trip to the 10,000 demon sect and ask them for an explanation. Xue Haichuan said. Hearing Xue Haichuan's words, the eyes of Qianyin and the others brightened. Now, Xue Haichuan wasn't just someone from the Hidden Fog sect. Xue Haichuan was also the Tianlong clan's elder white dragon. If he went to the 10,000 demon sect, it would be much better than all of them going together. After all, his status was there. As the Hidden Fog sect issued a statement and expelled everyone from Elder Feng's lineage, everyone in the Hidden Fog sect was shocked. Although they had already hoped for this to happen. However, when they were truly faced with this order, they couldn't help but feel a sense of sadness when they saw their former fellow disciples being banished. Elder Feng is really a sinner. Even if Shangguan Xiongfeng is his grandson, there is no need to implicate everyone in the sect in order to avenge him, right? Among Elder Feng's people, there are still his son and grandson. I really don't know what he's thinking. For the sake of his illegitimate grandson, he actually dragged down the legitimate descendants. Elder Feng, whether it is in the eyes of our Hidden Fog sect or those of their bloodline, you are destined to go down in history and infamy for 10,000 years. Elder Win's bloodline was expelled from the Hidden Fog sect. Then, the Hidden Fog sect released a statement in a timely manner, stating that what Elder Win did 12 years ago was purely his doing. Now all of his bloodline had been expelled from the Hidden Fog sect. From now on, Elder Feng and his bloodline would have nothing to do with the Hidden Fog sect. When this voice spread out, everyone was shocked. He never imagined that the Hidden Fog sect would make such a great decision. For a time, those people who wanted to take revenge on Elder Feng and kill the Hidden Fog sect disciples all changed their targets. They began to search everywhere for Elder Feng's bloodline. Soon, those with bad luck in Elder Feng's bloodline were all killed. Without the protection of the Hidden Fog sect, they were placed in a passive and dangerous situation. Those with Elder Feng's bloodline were forced to scatter and hide their identities. At the same time, they also secretly hated Elder Feng. They felt that if Elder Feng hadn't detonated his inner small world, they wouldn't have fallen to such a state. Gradually, fewer and fewer people attacked the Hidden Fog sect disciples. They weren't targeting the Hidden Fog sect to begin with, but Elder Feng. It was just that the Hidden Fog sect hadn't made a statement before, so they vented their anger on the Hidden Fog sect. Now the Hidden Fog sect had expelled Elder Feng's bloodline from the sect and expressed their determination. They naturally had no reason to continue attacking the Hidden Fog sect disciples. They weren't worried that the Hidden Fog sect would lie or anything, because if the Hidden Fog sect lied, they would quickly learn of this news. At that time, their revenge would be even crazier. Among them, there were many friends and family members of the Hidden Fog sect who were either elders or disciples. The Hidden Fog sect is actually so ruthless. Then should we continue waiting nearby and continue attacking the Hidden Fog sect disciples? The 10,000 Demon sect had indeed sent out many people to attack the Hidden Fog sect disciples. Moreover, those that were sent out were all high-level figures of the Hidden Fog sect. At the very least, they were inner sect deacons. There were also many inner sect elders. Even the weakest were middle god kings. Moreover, they weren't alone. As for inner sect deacons, there were at least 3 of them. As for inner sect elders, they usually brought 1 or 2 inner sect deacons with them. This was done to ensure their safety and to avoid being killed instead. If their identities were exposed, the Hidden Fog sect wouldn't let this go. This time, they were ordered to attack the Hidden Fog sect disciples. The 10,000 Demon sect masters' orders were to fish in troubled waters and not reveal their identities. How about we send a message back and ask? Messages were sent back to the 10,000 Demon sect from around the Hidden Fog sect station. Soon, the 10,000 Demon sect master Lan Qing learned of the Hidden Fog sect's actions. That Qianin, when did he become so bold? Lan Qing was the sect master of the 10,000 Demon sect. The 10,000 Demon sect and the Hidden Fog sect were enemies. The Hidden Fog sect master, Qianin, was destined to be his opponent. In fact, Lan Qing had a deep understanding of this opponent of his. It was also because of this that he was a bit surprised. Perhaps too many people from the Hidden Fog sect have died. After all, we aren't the only ones attacking the Hidden Fog sect disciples. The Hidden Fog sect inner sect elder who came to report said, "That's true." Lan Qing nodded and immediately gave the order. "Tell all the inner sect deacons outside to come back. There are small groups of inner sect elders. Patrol for a period of time. 3 months. After 3 months, have them return." Thinking about it, in these 3 months, many Hidden Fog sect elders and disciples that didn't dare to go out will come out. With Lan Qing's order, the 10,000 Demon sect inner sect deacons that were attacking the Hidden Fog sect disciples all returned. Only the 10,000 Demon sect inner sect disciples and 1 or 2 inner sect deacons needed to stay outside for another 3 months. However, this sort of stay made them feel happy from the bottom of their hearts. Haha, it's a good thing I'm with Elder Wang, otherwise I would have been called back this time. A 10,000 Demon sect inner sect deacon laughed as he spoke to the 10,000 Demon sect inner sect elder beside him. In these 3 months, only a small number of people will go out in the first month. As long as they are safe, there will definitely be a large number of Hidden Fog sect disciples coming out in the next 2 months. After all, they are all bored to death. The 10,000 Demon sect inner sect elder said. So for the next month, we won't make a move. Let's conserve our strength and wait for a month before we attack again. I will contact the other dozen or so elders. Let's agree that we won't make a move for the next month. In this situation, after returning to the Hidden Fog sect from the Tianlong clan, Xue Haichuan followed the inner sect disciples out. But in this month, he didn't have any harvests. In another half a month, my big brother will come out from the old woman on the stairway to heaven. Thinking that his big brother Xue Haishan would soon come out, Xue Haichuan was in a good mood. At the same time, he didn't plan on staying idle for the next half-month. After a month passed, Xue Haichuan, who had been following behind the two Hidden Fog sect disciples in the dark, suddenly froze. In the next moment, an old man appeared in front of the two Hidden Fog sect disciples, blocking their path. Behind them were two middle-aged men. It's the Hidden Fog sect disciples. Attack! With the old man's order, the two Hidden Fog sect disciples didn't even have a chance to respond. The middle-aged men behind the two Hidden Fog sect disciples all attacked. The strength of a middle god king was revealed. In the blink of an eye, the two Hidden Fog sect disciples were suppressed to the point where they couldn't breathe. Just as the two Hidden Fog sect disciples' divine strength fused with the laws passed through their bodies, they were directly crushed. The two Hidden Fog sect disciples were about to die. Bang! With a loud explosion, the attacks of the two middle god kings were blocked by a wall of divine strength that appeared out of thin air. Divine strength seemed to fall from the heavens, emitting an awe-inspiring aura. Soon after, a white-clothed youth stepped down from the wall of divine strength. Elder Xue Haichuan. Elder Xue Haichuan. The two Hidden Fog sect disciples who had just survived respectfully bowed to the newcomer. Even though they knew they had this person protecting them, the other party's attack just now still caused them to break out in a cold sweat. Xue Haichuan. And as the two Hidden Fog sect disciples heard the white-clothed youth's name, it wasn't just the old man who hadn't attacked, but also the two middle-aged men who attacked. Their complexions changed. Xue Haichuan. 10,000 years ago, he was a genius disciple of the Hidden Fog sect. After entering the Tianlong clan, his strength soared at an exaggerated speed. Now he had broken through to become a middle god emperor. He was one of the three youngest white dragon elders in the Tianlong clan. At this time, whether it was the old man or the two middle-aged men, their complexions paled. They didn't run, because they knew that it was useless even if they did. In front of a mid-level divine emperor, not to mention that they were only an ordinary high-level divine king and two mid-level divine kings. Even if the three of them were outstanding high-level divine kings, they still wouldn't be able to escape from the eyes of the mid-level divine emperor. 10,000 demon sect inner sect elder? 10,000 demon sect inner sect deacon? Xue Haichuan's eyes cut through the void and fell on the identity tokens hanging from their waists. He softly muttered these words. As the three people heard Xue Haichuan's words, their complexions changed once more. It had to be known that they had never thought of putting away their identity tokens. This was because with their strength, it was impossible for them to leave anyone alive after killing the Hidden Fog sect disciples. That way, their identities wouldn't be exposed. It was just that they never dreamed that they would run into Xue Haichuan. Your 10,000 demon sect's sovereign sent you out to fish in troubled waters and kill my Hidden Fog sect disciples. Isn't that satisfying? Xue Haichuan looked at the only 10,000 demon sect inner sect elder and asked with a mocking expression, Elder Xue Haichuan. The old man's complexion changed several times. Then he decisively said, the reason the three of us attacked the Hidden Fog sect disciples was not because of the sovereign's orders, but because we did it in private. It was all because of Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian went to the Linghu family. We couldn't kill him, so we could only kill his former fellow disciples to vent our anger. Chapter 3774. As soon as Xue Haichuan appeared, the 10,000 demon sect inner sect elder and the two inner sect deacons nearly lost their courage. They didn't even dare to think of running away. This was because if they tried to run away, Xue Haichuan would most likely impatiently attack them and kill them. And if they didn't run away, they might still have a chance to live. Because of Duan Lingtian? Hearing the old man, the 10,000 demon sect inner sect elder's words, Xue Haichuan was stunned for a moment. Then he couldn't help but laugh. This excuse doesn't seem too good, right? At the very least, Duan Lingtian must have offended you in order for you to have a motive, right? When Xue Haichuan returned to the Hidden Fog sect this time, he had heard the name Duan Lingtian many times. Even the Hidden Fog sect disciples he followed often mention this name. He had heard so much that his ears were about to grow calluses. However, what he didn't expect was that when he caught the 10,000 demon sect inner sect elder, who wanted to kill the Hidden Fog sect disciples, the other party actually said that killing the Hidden Fog sect disciples wasn't the 10,000 demon sect's idea, but their own. Was it because of Duan Lingtian? At this moment, Xue Haichuan wanted to see this Duan Lingtian with his own eyes. Just what kind of person was he that so many people would mention him? Even this 10,000 demon sect inner sect elder was able to shift the blame onto him. Elder Xue Haichuan, although Duan Lingtian hasn't offended us, he has offended our 10,000 demon sect's elder Kuang Tianzeng. The 10,000 demon sect inner sect elder said with a serious expression. Kuang Tianzeng? Xue Haichuan looked deeply at the 10,000 demon sect inner sect elder. Are you talking about Kuang Tianzeng? The one who is now an inner sect elder of the Tianlong clan? He naturally wasn't unfamiliar with the name Kuang Tianzeng. He was an inner sect elder of the Tianlong clan who had entered the Tianlong clan before him. Moreover, during his growth, Kuang Tianzeng had caused many obstacles for him. Of course, after he grew up, he made Kuang Tianzeng fall even more often. Now, whenever Kuang Tianzeng saw him, they would take a detour. Exactly. The expression of the 1,000 demon sect's inner sect elder turned increasingly serious. How did Duan Lingtian offend him? Xue Haichuan asked calmly. The latter immediately replied. Duan Lingtian killed Elder Kuang Tianjing's disciple, Chu Han. Finally, Xue Haichuan's calm expression changed slightly. Chu Han. The next moment he sent a message back to the Tianlong clan for the sake of a good friend in the Tianlong clan. The latter quickly replied. Chu Han is indeed dead. He died 12 years ago. At that time, Kuang Tianzeng was still looking for the murderer everywhere. After that, Kuang Tianzeng left the sect. No one knows where he went, but he didn't return until his second disciple got married. The message from his good friend caused Xue Haichuan to be even more surprised. Kuang Tianjing's disciple, Chu Han, was actually dead? Since Duan Lingtian killed Chu Han, and Elder Kuang Tianzheng returned to your 1,000 demon sect, why didn't he personally take revenge for Chu Han and kill Duan Lingtian? Xue Haichuan looked meaningfully at the old man in front of him and asked mockingly. The old man was stunned for a moment before replying. When Elder Kuang Tianzheng learned that Duan Lingtian had returned to the Hidden Fog sect, Duan Lingtian had already killed Shengguan Xiongfeng and Long Xiao. Then he left the Hidden Fog sect and joined the Linghu family. Then Elder Kuang Tianzheng personally went to the Linghu family, and the Linghu family relied on their family protecting array to protect Duan Lingtian. After that, Elder Kuang Tianzheng returned to our 1,000 demon sect. Then he angrily returned to the Tianlong clan. Elder Kuang Tianzheng once saved my life. I saw his anger with my own eyes, so I wanted to do something for him. It was basically impossible for me to kill Duan Lingtian, so I never thought of doing anything to him. Like this, I suppressed my anger and went into seclusion to cultivate. When I came out some time ago, I heard that the Hidden Fog sect's disciples had been attacked. So I wanted to bring 2 of my junior apprentice brothers and follow the trend and kill the Hidden Fog sect's disciples. But I never thought that the first time we made a move, we would meet Elder Xue Haichuan. As the old man spoke, his expression became increasingly serious. As for the other 2 middle-aged men, they lowered their heads. They looked like children who had been caught stealing candy and were waiting to be scolded. It had to be said that the old man's words could be said to be watertight. He explained the reason why he attacked the Hidden Fog sect disciples. He also said that this was the first time he attacked the Hidden Fog sect disciples. He had never killed a Hidden Fog sect disciple before, so he hadn't committed any crimes yet. He said this in order to not anger Xue Haichuan. Hearing the old man's words, the 2 Hidden Fog sect disciples' complexions changed. They subconsciously wanted to remind Xue Haichuan that the old man was lying. But Xue Haichuan spoke first. Is that so? Xue Haichuan looked at the old man with interest. Why don't you make a heart demon blood oath and repeat what you just said? And then say, if you are lying, you are willing to die. What do you think? If you make a heart demon blood oath, I will immediately let you leave. The two of you are the same. As Xue Haichuan spoke, he looked at the other two middle-aged men. For a time, whether it was the old man or the two middle-aged men, all of their complexions changed. As Xue Haichuan saw this, his eyes turned cold. If you don't make a heart demon blood oath, then the three of you can stay here forever. As his voice fell, divine strength appeared from Xue Haichuan's body. Even if the divine strength of a middle divine emperor didn't contain any laws, it still caused the three of them to tremble in fear. Elder Xue Haichuan, please spare us. One of the middle-aged men fell to his knees in front of Xue Haichuan. I was only following orders. I admit that I killed many Hidden Fog sect disciples, a total of 13. But I was only following orders. Elder Xue Haichuan, as long as you are willing to let me go, I am willing to immediately announce that I am leaving the 10,000 Demon sect and never return. I can join the Hidden Fog sect and help them kill the 10,000 Demon sect disciples. I am familiar with the terrain around the 10,000 Demon sect station. I guarantee that within a year, I will kill no less than 20 10,000 Demon sect disciples. In order to survive, it could be said that the middle-aged man was going all out. And the reason he was like this was partly because the pressure Xue Haichuan placed on him was too great. Xue Haichuan was extremely famous to begin with. Now that Xue Haichuan wanted to kill him, how could he not be afraid? Elder Xue Haichuan, please spare us. The other middle-aged man fell to his knees. I can do what he said, I can do it too. Elder Xue Haichuan, please spare us. After the two middle-aged men fell to their knees, the old man finally couldn't withstand the great pressure in his heart. He fell to his knees as well. I can join forces with the three of them to kill the 10,000 Demon sect disciples. Within a year, if we don't kill 110,000 Demon sect disciples, I will commit suicide in front of Elder Xue Haichuan. I can make a heart demon blood oath. A 10,000 Demon sect inner sect elder and two 10,000 Demon sect inner sect deacons suddenly changed their attitudes. This left the two Hidden Fog sect disciples dumbfounded. After a moment, they regained their composure. As they looked at Xue Haichuan once more, their eyes were filled with worship. Elder Xue Haichuan hadn't even attacked yet, but these three people from the 10,000 Demon sect were already frightened to such an extent. He was truly worthy of being the idol they worshipped ever since they joined the Hidden Fog sect. If I want to kill the 10,000 Demon sect disciples, why would I need you to help me? Xue Haichuan coldly smiled. Then, as the three people's complexions changed, he casually waved his hand and the three of them were sent flying away as if they had been struck by a giant hammer. Then they exploded into 3 clouds of blood in the distance. Then they drifted away, vanishing without a trace. After killing the 3 people, Xue Haichuan looked at the 2 Hidden Fog sect disciples who had paled in fright. He said, "Return to the sect on your own." Now those people from the 10,000 Demon sect should have already left the sect and returned to the 10,000 Demon sect. If you return to the sect on your own, there won't be any danger. I will make a trip to the 10,000 Demon sect. As his voice fell, Xue Haichuan didn't wait for the 2 to respond. His figure flickered and he vanished in front of them, as if he had teleported. It was as Xue Haichuan had guessed. After the 10,000 Demon sect received a message from the 3 10,000 Demon sect disciples he had just killed, they recalled all the 10,000 Demon sect disciples that were still outside attacking the Hidden Fog sect disciples. As for the 10,000 Demon sect's inner sect elders and inner sect deacons, when they learned that Xue Haichuan had appeared, their complexions changed. They immediately rushed back. What a joke! This was Xue Haichuan. If they encountered him, they would die. However, before they could rush back to the 10,000 Demon sect, Xue Haichuan had already arrived on their way back. Moreover, he spent less than 2 hours to completely wipe them out. Then Xue Haichuan went to the 10,000 Demon sect. In front of the 10,000 Demon sect's sect master, Lan Qing, he killed 3 core elders and 12 inner sect elders. These were all people from the 10,000 Demon sect who were responsible for giving the order to kill the Hidden Fog sect disciples. Even the 10,000 Demon sect master, Lan Qing, was severely wounded by Shui Haichuan. I'll spare your life. You can send a message to those old fellows of the 10,000 Demon sect in the Tianlong clan. Tell them what the 10,000 Demon sect has done and what I, Shui Haichuan, have done. If they aren't convinced, tell them to come find me. These were Shui Haichuan's last words before he left after severely wounding Lan Qing. They contained a deep divine strength that spread throughout the 10,000 Demon sect. Half a month later, Hidden Fog sect. Outside the stairway to heaven, a figure appeared. It was a tall middle-aged man. His face was firm, his eyebrows were cold, and his eyes were like lightning. Big Brother. Before he could regain his senses, a figure had already appeared in front of him in an instant, looking at him with an excited expression. When the middle-aged man regained his composure, he saw the youth in front of him whose temperament had completely changed from 10,000 years ago. His eyes instantly turned red. Hi, Haichuan. In the next moment, the two brothers hugged each other. It was a long time before they separated. Big Brother, you've been trapped in the stairway to heaven for 10,000 years. Now that you've come out, what do you want to do the most? No matter what you want to do, I will help you achieve it. Shui Haichuan looked at Shui Haishan, unable to hide the excitement in his eyes. Let's drink. Shui Haishan laughed. Because he was so excited to see his little brother he hadn't seen in 10,000 years, he laughed so hard that tears splashed out. Good. Let us brothers go drink. We won't return until we're drunk. Shui Haichuan agreed. Bring another person with you. He is also a disciple of our Hidden Fog sect. Over 10 years ago in the stairway to heaven, he encountered me. If he hadn't shown mercy, I would have died and I wouldn't have been able to see you again. In Shui Haishan's mind, that elegant purple figure of the past appeared. Who? Shui Haichuan's complexion changed. He felt a chill run down his spine. His big brother's words scared him so much that he broke out in a cold sweat. His big brother had nearly died in the stairway to heaven? His name is Duan Lingtian. Shui Haishan said. Duan Lingtian. Chapter 3775. What is it? Seeing his little brother lose his composure like this, Shui Haishan couldn't help but be startled. His eyes filled with curiosity. Big Brother. Shui Haichuan bitterly smiled. The Duan Lingtian you speak of is no longer a disciple of the Hidden Fog sect. No longer a disciple of the Hidden Fog sect? Shui Haishan frowned. What's going on? He still remembered the young man who had shown mercy and didn't kill him in the heavenly stairway prison. He was filled with gratitude towards this person. He always thought that once he was released, he would repay this person's favor. He, Shui Haishan, was someone who would repay any kindness. It's like this. Even though Shui Haichuan was now the Tianlong clan's White Dragon Elder, and was strong enough to sweep away an entire region, in front of this big brother of his, he was still nothing more than a little brother. He was incomparably patient. Shui Haichuan explained everything he knew about Duan Lingtian. He also mentioned how, in order to kill Duan Lingtian, the Hidden Fog sect's Elder Feng had detonated his inner world that was layered with multiple killing arrays, destroying Linghu City and slaughtering countless lives. After listening to Shui Haichuan's story, Shui Haishan was stunned. If he didn't remember wrong, when he first met that little fellow in the heavenly stairway prison, he had only been a higher deity. In just a dozen some years, not only had he broken through to become a lower god king, but he had also done so many things that even Shui Haishan found inconceivable. I knew he wasn't simple, but I never imagined he would stir up such a storm. Shui Haishan couldn't help but sigh. Then he seemed to think of something. He frowned and said, however, Elder Feng did go a bit too far. For the sake of his own selfish desires, he placed the Hidden Fog sect in such a situation. However, it was fortunate that the sect reined in the horse at the edge of the cliff and decisively cut off their losses. Otherwise, the Hidden Fog sect would have continued to be in chaos in the future. Shui Haishan looked at his younger brother with a complicated expression. Haichuan, when we were in the stairway to heaven, I predicted that even if you didn't become a divine emperor, You would be one of the best among the superior divine kings. It seems that I underestimated you. Just now, when Xue Haichuan spoke of Duan Lingtian's actions and his influence on the Hidden Fog sect, he also spoke of his actions after returning this time. At the same time, he also mentioned his current strength and status in the Tianlong clan. Big brother, it's also because you were imprisoned in the Heavenly Stairway prison. Otherwise, your achievements today would definitely not be lower than mine. After all, you're skilled in the law of time, the strongest of the 4 supreme laws. Back then, when you entered, I was only on par with you in terms of comprehension of laws and profundity, Xue Haichuan said. However, it's not too late now. With Big Brother's talent and perception, you won't need 10,000 years to catch up with me. At most 20,000 years. You'll definitely catch up to me, Xue Haishan sighed and said. Fortunately, when I was imprisoned in the Stairway prison, I hadn't become a divine king yet. Otherwise, I wouldn't be able to cultivate or comprehend laws in there. I wouldn't be able to increase my strength. Even if I could withstand the first few divine king heavenly tribulations, I wouldn't be able to withstand the later ones. Existences above the divine king realm had to face heavenly tribulation once every 1,000 years. Even if they were trapped in the Stairway prison, the divine king heavenly tribulation would still chase after them. This was the law of heaven and earth. No matter where you were, no matter what plane you were on, you couldn't avoid it. Moreover, the heavenly tribulation came once every 1,000 years, and each time it was stronger than the last. It wouldn't consider whether or not your strength had increased in the past 1,000 years, nor would it pity you if you were imprisoned in the Stairway prison, a plane where you couldn't increase your strength for 10,000 years. Because Xue Haishan wasn't a divine king before he entered the Stairway prison, he didn't need to worry about facing heavenly tribulation. Now, when he broke through to the divine king realm, the first heavenly tribulation would come. Even though he had wasted 10,000 years, he knew that his talent and perception were still there. Even if his achievements after 10,000 years couldn't compare to his little brother Xue Haichuan, they wouldn't be too far off. After all, they were brothers from the same father and mother. Even if there was a difference, it wouldn't be too far off. Haichuan, let's go to the Linghu family and find little brother Duan to drink. Then I'll follow you back to the Tianlong clan. Xue Haishan looked at Xue Haichuan and said. Xue Haichuan smiled and nodded. Good. I also want to see that Duan Lingtian who has stirred up so many storms in the Hidden Fog sect. I'll also thank him in person for not killing you in the past. Big brother, before leaving the Hidden Fog sect, I need to go to Marshal Uncle Wu's side. Do you want to come with me or what? Xue Haichuan asked. Let's go together. Xue Haishan said. It just so happens that I haven't seen Marshal Uncle Wu in 10,000 years. In the past, Xue Haishan and Xue Haichuan had been apprenticed to the same venerable master. During the 10,000 years in the Stairway to Heaven prison, Xue Haishan often inquired about news from the sect disciples who were participating in the Stairway to Heaven trial. Thus, although he was in the Stairway to Heaven prison, he knew that his little brother had entered the Tianlong clan, and that his venerable master had been killed by heavenly tribulation. In the following several thousand years, he didn't encounter any sect disciples who were participating in the Stairway to Heaven trial, so he didn't know where to start. The events of the last several thousand years were nothing but a blank slate for him. Linghu City. Linghu family. Because his cultivation had reached a bottleneck, and he was unable to make any further breakthroughs, Duan Lingtian had temporarily shifted his focus to alchemy. Gradually, he became more proficient and mature in refining emperor-level divine pills. However, there were still some flaws and he needed time to accumulate experience. Since it's difficult for my cultivation to make any progress and my comprehension of laws and profound meanings has entered a slow phase, it's not a waste to spend some time on the path of divine pills. It had been half a year since he last came out of his closed-door cultivation. In the past 6 months, Duan Lingtian, who was engrossed in alchemy, had led a fulfilling life. If there was anything he regretted, it would be that he was unable to make any breakthroughs in his cultivation base even after a long time. As he became more familiar with the path of divine pills, He was not far from being able to perfectly refine ordinary emperor-level divine pills. Once he could perfectly refine ordinary emperor-level divine pills, it would mean that he would be able to refine supreme emperor-level divine pills. In the realms of gods, refining supreme emperor-level divine pills was the mark of a top Empyrean divine alchemist. In fact, there were even some venerable grade divine alchemists who found it difficult to refine supreme emperor-level divine pills. Duan Lingtian. One day, Duan Lingtian was in the middle of refining pills when he was suddenly awakened by a message from the clan leader of the Linghu family, Linghu Renjia. Clan leader? What's the matter? Duan Lingtian asked curiously. There are 2 guests. One of them is a distinguished guest. I'm waiting for you in the main hall with them. Linghu Renjia replied. Who is it? Duan Lingtian asked curiously. The other guest said that you'll recognize him when you arrive. Linghu Renjia replied. It was obvious that he was helping the other party keep Duan Lingtian in suspense. Duan Lingtian was speechless when he heard this. However, he was also curious about the distinguished guest that Linghu Renjia mentioned. Moreover, the other party wanted to meet him. Could it be an elder of the Linghu family in the Tianlong clan? Duan Lingtian could not help but speculate. Due to his curiosity and Linghu Renjia's urgency, Duan Lingtian put down the things in his hands and walked out of his room. He left his mansion and went to the main hall. In the main hall, other than Linghu Renjia, there were 2 other people. One was a handsome young man dressed in a snow-white robe with an outstanding temperament. The other was a tall young man with a resolute face and eyes like lightning. The 2 of them stood side by side. There were some similarities between their eyebrows, and the shape of their faces were also similar. There was no difference in height. This person. After Duan Lingtian walked in, his eyes fell on the tall middle-aged man in front of him. He felt that this face was somewhat familiar, as if he had seen it somewhere before. Elder Shui Haichuan, this is Duan Lingtian, a guest of the Linghu family. At the same time, Duan Lingtian saw Linghu Renjia introduce him to the white-clothed young man beside the tall middle-aged man with a smile. Following Linghu Renjia's words, Duan Lingtian's eyes instantly shifted from the tall middle-aged man to the white-clothed young man beside him. Shui Haichuan. He was Shui Haichuan? Duan Lingtian was no stranger to the name, Shui Haichuan. Not long after he arrived at the Hidden Fog sect, many people said that he was the second Shui Haichuan of the Hidden Fog sect. Later, many people compared him to Shui Haichuan. In fact, after he killed Shengguan Xiongfeng and Long Xiao, the surrounding Hidden Fog sect elders and disciples whispered amongst themselves. They felt that Shui Haichuan's achievements at his age were far inferior to his own. In short, before he met Shui Haichuan, he had heard the name Shui Haichuan so many times that his ears were growing calluses. Of course, this was also because Shui Haichuan did not know what Duan Lingtian was thinking. Otherwise, he might have rolled his eyes at Duan Lingtian and said, I Shui Haichuan have heard the name Duan Lingtian so many times that my ears are growing calluses. Duan Lingtian. After introducing Duan Lingtian to Shui Haichuan, Linghu Renjia introduced Shui Haichuan to Duan Lingtian. This is one of the 3 youngest white dragon elders of the Tianlong clan, Elder Shui Haichuan. Elder Shui Haichuan used to be a disciple of the Hidden Fog sect. I'm sure you've heard of him when you were in the Hidden Fog sect. Foreign Elder Duan, I've heard a lot about you. Shui Haichuan smiled and nodded at Duan Lingtian. In Duan Lingtian's eyes, the friendliness in his eyes was a bit too much. Shui Haichuan was a former disciple of the Hidden Fog sect. Even though he was now in the Tianlong clan, he still belonged to the Hidden Fog sect. Logically speaking, even if he didn't hate him, he shouldn't be so friendly. Elder Shui Haichuan, I've heard a lot about you. Duan Lingtian secretly raised his guard. He felt that this Shui Haichuan should also be a smiling tiger-type character. Otherwise, why would he be so friendly in front of him? As the saying went, one who was unaccountably solicitous was hiding evil intentions. Haha. After Duan Lingtian and Shui Haichuan greeted each other, the tall middle-aged man beside Shui Haichuan laughed as he looked at Duan Lingtian. Little brother Duan, it's only been a dozen some years, and you've already forgotten about me? Chapter 3776. The tall middle-aged man suddenly spoke. A familiar voice entered Duan Lingtian's ears. For a time, Duan Lingtian couldn't help but think of a figure. It was the figure he had seen in the hidden fog sect's Sky Stairway prison. It was the blood-robed middle-aged man who guarded the 8th step of the Sky Stairway. The blood-robed middle-aged man was a higher deity. He was skilled in the time laws and had even comprehended the fusion of 3 mysteries of the time laws. His strength was astonishing. However, Lin Ming's attainments in the space laws far surpassed his opponent's. Thus, he was able to defeat his opponent and smoothly pass. "You are that Shui Haishan from the Sky Stairway prison?" Duan Lingtian recalled. The person in front of him was the Shui Haishan he had fought in the Sky Stairway prison. At that time, because Shui Haishan didn't kill him, although he defeated Shui Haishan, he didn't kill him. Shui Haishan even said that he would find him for a drink in the future. "Haha, that's me." Shui Haishan laughed. "Shui Haishan, Shui Haichuan you are?" Duan Lingtian glanced at Shui Haishan, and then at Shui Haichuan. Surprise flashed in his eyes. He also had a faint guess in his heart. No wonder Shui Haishan was only a higher deity, but he could comprehend the fusion of 3 mysteries of the time laws. It turned out that his bloodline talent and perception were transcendent. "Haichuan is my younger brother from the same father and mother." Shui Haishan grinned as he said. Then he proudly said, "During the 10,000 years I was trapped in the hidden fog sect's Sky Stairway prison. This little brother of mine also entered the Tianlong clan. Moreover, he became the Tianlong clan's White Dragon Elder. I just came out of the hidden fog sect's Sky Stairway prison a few days ago. Haichuan returned to the hidden fog sect this time specifically to bring me to the Tianlong clan. The elder brother was like a father." The current Shui Haishan gave off the feeling of a father who was proud of his son's achievements. "Congratulations on breaking free." Duan Lingtian laughed. Now he finally understood why Shui Haishan was so polite and friendly to him. He had thought that there was some sort of trick to it. Now, it seemed that he had been overthinking things. The reason why Shui Haichuan was so friendly to him was because he had defeated Shui Haishan, but did not kill him. Even if he had killed Shui Haishan back then, no one would have known because that was the Stairway Heaven prison. Even if it was Shui Haichuan, he would only know that his brother had died in the Stairway Heaven prison when he didn't see his brother. As for how he died and who killed him, it was impossible for him to know. "Brother Duan, I told you that I wanted to drink with you. This time, I didn't even go to the Tianlong clan before I dragged my brother Haichuan here to drink with you." Shui Haishan grinned and said, "If it's convenient for you, we can go to your place to drink. If it's not convenient, we can go to a restaurant in Linghu City to drink." Come to think of it, there should be quite a few restaurants under the Linghu family. We can ask Patriarch Linghu to arrange a private room in one of those restaurants for us. Shui Haishan seemed very enthusiastic. Before Duan Lingtian could speak, Shui Haichuan had already spoken. "Brother Duan, you didn't kill my big brother back then. To me, that is a great favor. Although you have some grudges with the Hidden Fog sect, I won't use that to attack you." Before Duan Lingtian could respond, Shui Haichuan had already made a heart demon blood oath in front of Duan Lingtian. "I, Shui Haichuan, hereby make a heart demon blood oath. As long as Duan Lingtian doesn't take the initiative to become enemies with me, Shui Haichuan, I, Shui Haichuan, will never do anything to harm Brother Duan. Otherwise, I am willing to be sentenced to death by the strongest powerhouse." When Shui Haichuan made this heart demon blood oath, it meant that as long as Duan Lingtian didn't provoke him, he couldn't do anything to Duan Lingtian, no matter what method he used. Even if Shui Haichuan didn't make a heart demon blood oath, Duan Lingtian didn't think that Shui Haichuan would do anything to him. The benefactor who had once spared Shui Haichuan's life. But when he heard Shui Haichuan make a heart demon blood oath, his heart calmed down. "Let's go out and drink. That way, the atmosphere will be more lively." Duan Lingtian smiled. A moment later, under the arrangements of Linghu Renjia, the patriarch of the Linghu family, the manager of a high-end restaurant in Linghu City personally came to lead Duan Lingtian, and the other 2 there. Duan Lingtian and the other 2 were directly arranged in the best private room in the restaurant. This private room was called Dragon Soars the Four Seas. Normally, It wasn't used to receive guests. It was a private room used by the core elders of the Linghu family, and above to receive guests. Brother Duan, I Shui Haichuan, am rarely impressed by others, but I have to say that I am truly impressed by you. After drinking, the distance between Duan Lingtian and Shui Haichuan was further closed. Shui Haichuan looked at Duan Lingtian and said with admiration, "Even if it's my own brother, I've never been impressed by him." Shui Haichuan heard this and smiled awkwardly. At the same time, Shui Haichuan began to count in detail the things that he knew Duan Lingtian had done and gave him a thumbs up every time. In the end, he was drunk and only then did he calm down. Of course, the reason why Shui Haichuan was drunk was because he didn't use his divine power to sober himself up. Otherwise, with his cultivation as a higher deity, he wouldn't get drunk no matter how much he drank. Duan Lingtian and Shui Haichuan, on the other hand, immediately used their divine power to wake them up after seeing that they were drunk. Then they smiled knowingly. "Brother Duan, this is my big brother's temper. If he has offended you in any way, please forgive him," Shui Haichuan said to Duan Lingtian with an apologetic look. Duan Lingtian heard this and shook his head with a smile. "Brother Haichuan is just being honest. How can I offend him? Brother Duan." Shui Haichuan took out a pill bottle from his storage ring and handed it to Duan Lingtian. "There's a quenching yang divine pill in here. It should be able to help you break through the bottleneck of your cultivation." When Shui Haichuan said this, it was obvious that he had used his divine consciousness to check Duan Lingtian's cultivation. Of course, he was a middle deity emperor, and his divine consciousness was powerful. As long as he didn't check Duan Lingtian's soul, it would be difficult for Duan Lingtian to detect it. Quenching Yang Divine Pill. When Duan Lingtian heard Shui Haichuan's words, his eyes narrowed. The Quenching Yang Divine Pill was one of the few emperor-grade divine pills that he knew could help him break through the bottleneck of his cultivation. Although he knew the recipe, he didn't have the ability to refine it. Of course, the most important thing was that the herbs needed to refine the Quenching Yang Divine Pill were extremely rare. Even if he could refine it, he wouldn't be able to do it. If he only wanted to refine the Quenching Yang Divine Pill, he was confident that he could refine it after a few more years of study. However, he would need to have sufficient materials. Although Duan Lingtian was excited and looked at the pill bottle in Shui Haichuan's hand with a burning gaze, he resisted the urge to take it. Duan Lingtian looked at Shui Haichuan seriously and said, "Brother Haichuan, this Quenching Yang Divine Pill is something that I desperately want, so I don't want to reject it. However, if I accept this divine pill, I will definitely give you a more valuable one in the future. That's my promise to you." The Quenching Yang Divine Pill could break through the bottleneck of Duan Lingtian's cultivation. It was extremely important to Duan Lingtian. It should be known that it was meaningless for him to continue cultivating as long as he did not break through the bottleneck. No matter how many divine pills and miraculous medicines he consumed, there would not be any improvement. No matter how many divine pills and miraculous medicines he consumed, they would only be effective after he broke through the bottleneck and became a middle celestial king. Otherwise, the medicinal effect would only accumulate in his body, and it would be drained away with every passing moment until the time was up and it was all drained away. "Brother Duan, you don't have to do this." A hint of gentleness flashed in Shui Haichuan's eyes when he saw Duan Lingtian's reaction. At the same time, he shook his head and said, "You did me a huge favor by not killing my brother back then. This Quenching Yang Divine Pill is nothing." "You can't say that." Duan Lingtian shook his head firmly. "Brother Haishan didn't kill me back then, that's why I didn't kill him. If he wanted to kill me, there's no way I wouldn't have killed him. Brother Haishan is only alive because of his own efforts. I don't dare to claim the credit." Duan Lingtian's words were so direct that Shui Haichuan had a whole new level of respect for him. At this moment, Shui Haichuan could see that if he did not accept Duan Lingtian's kindness, it would be impossible for Duan Lingtian to accept the divine pill in his hand. "All right, I'll wait for you to give me a better divine pill. Brother Duan, I heard that your alchemy skills are comparable to the best emperor-grade divine pill masters," Shui Haichuan said with a smile. At the same time, he passed the pill bottle that contained the Quenching Yang Divine Pill to Duan Lingtian. I won't keep you waiting for too long, Brother Haichuan. Duan Lingtian solemnly reached out to take the pill bottle and said to Shui Haichuan solemnly, "After I join the Tianlong clan, I'll give you a divine pill that will greatly benefit you within 3 years." Join the Tianlong clan? Shui Haichuan was stunned at first, but then he smiled and said, "Brother Duan, if you want to join the Tianlong clan, I can recommend you now. Your talent and comprehension aside, your achievements in alchemy are enough for the Tianlong clan to accept you into the inner sect." Shui Haichuan's words were filled with confidence in Duan Lingtian. "Brother Haichuan, I plan to participate in the Tianlong clan's Hidden Dragon competition in 10 years. Duan Lingtian carefully put away the pill bottle in his hand and smiled at Shui Haichuan. "I see." Shui Haichuan came to a sudden realization. He smiled and said, "I forgot. If you enter the Sky Dragon sect before the Hidden Dragon Grand Competition, as long as you rank in the top 10 of the Hidden Dragon Grand Competition, you will be able to obtain a divine elixir. This is indeed the best choice for you," Li Tianlong said. "It seems that we won't have to wait too long for the next time we meet. You'll see each other in 10 years. Shui Haichuan smiled. "Then we'll find you and Brother Haishan to drink in 10 years. At that time, we'll drink with Brother Haishan to our heart's content and not go home until we're drunk." Duan Lingtian also smiled. After chatting for a while, Duan Lingtian said goodbye to Shui Haichuan and left. "Brother Haichuan, when you go back, apologize to Brother Haishan for not being able to see you off." Now, Duan Lingtian was anxious to return home and take the Quenching Yang divine pill to break through his cultivation. "Breaking through your cultivation is more important." Shui Haichuan smiled understandingly. Chapter 3777. His acquaintance with Shui Haichuan was beyond Duan Lingtian's expectations. He had never imagined that his mistake in the stairway to heaven would earn him a favor from Shui Haichuan's brother. Shui Haichuan also felt that he owed him a favor, and even gave him the Quenching Yang divine pill, which was very important to him now. "If I were a bloodthirsty person, even if Shui Haishan didn't want to kill me, I definitely wouldn't have held back when I defeated him. I would most likely have killed him. If I had killed him then, I wouldn't have met Shui Haishan today, and Shui Haishan wouldn't have given me the Quenching Yang divine pill." After leaving the restaurant and returning to the Linghu family's mansion, Duan Lingtian looked at the pill bottle that appeared in his hand and couldn't help but sigh. This was what it meant by unintentional success. "With this Quenching Yang divine pill, I'm confident that I can break through to the intermediate Divine King realm in a short time." After returning to his residence, Duan Lingtian took a while to suppress his restless emotions and began to cultivate. He also consumed the Quenching Yang divine pill before closing his eyes to cultivate. The Quenching Yang divine pill was a divine pill used by divine kings to help them break through their cultivation bottlenecks. Although it was not as valuable as the Emperor Ascension divine pill, it was not far off. If a lesser divine king used the Quenching Yang divine pill to break through their bottlenecks, as long as their talent wasn't too bad, the probability of breaking through was close to 100%. However, if a middle divine king used it, the probability of breaking through was much lower. Moreover, the difficulty of refining the Quenching Yang divine pill was almost equal to the difficulty of refining the Emperor Ascension divine pill. The Emperor Ascension divine pill was considered a top-tier emperor-grade divine pill. It might not be the most difficult to concoct, but it was definitely the most difficult to find materials to concoct. For a divine pill like the Quenching Yang divine pill, even the Linghu family could not gather the ingredients, let alone the Emperor Ascension divine pill. Sometimes, Duan Lingtian felt that it was inconceivable that the Tianlong clan was able to take out so many Emperor Ascension divine pills in 2 consecutive Hidden Dragon competitions. This was because even for a God Emperor level force, unless they were extremely lucky, it would be difficult for them to gather all the ingredients needed to refine Emperor Ascension divine pills. What Duan Lingtian didn't know was that the reason why the Tianlong clan was able to come up with so many materials to refine Emperor divine pills in the past few hundred years was because of their good luck. Moreover, the previous clan master of the Tianlong clan had also helped others refine Emperor Divine Pills and obtain some of the materials. It had to be said that the Quenching Sun Divine Pill was very powerful. After it entered Duan Lingtian's body, it merged with his divine power and broke through the bottleneck. The bottleneck that had remained unshaken for so long began to tremble. The second impact caused even more tremors. The effect of the third attack was even better. Duan Lingtian had to circulate his cultivation method for a great cycle in his body every time he charged. Due to this reason, there was a period of time between each charge. About half a month later, after several hundred attempts, the firm bottleneck finally began to crumble. Let's do it in one go. Then Duan Lingtian calmed himself down and made another breakthrough. Finally, after 11 attempts, he successfully broke through the bottleneck that was as firm as a wall. Since then, his cultivation had finally entered the realm of a middle celestial king. Is this the divine power of a middle celestial king? After the breakthrough, Duan Lingtian could feel that the divine power in his body had transformed. Although it wasn't as exaggerated as when he broke through from a higher celestial king to a lower celestial king, it was still a huge transformation. If I had been a middle celestial king when I killed Shengguan Xiongfeng and Long Xiao, even without the superior divine weapon that the clan master lent me, I could have easily killed them with the mediocre divine weapon and the techniques that I revealed at that time. Duan Lingtian opened his eyes. Translucent divine power flowed around the surface of his body. As he patted his body casually, strong gusts of wind blew, causing the tightly shut doors and windows in the room to sway and creak. "Young master, are you all right?" After a while, Butler Wang Fu's voice came from outside and asked Duan Lingtian. "I'm fine," Duan Lingtian replied. Because he was in the Linghu family's mansion, and because no one would disturb him directly, Duan Lingtian did not set up any formation in his room. With my current cultivation, I might be able to fight for first place in the Tianlong clan's Hidden Dragon competition 10 years from now. As the saying went, a soldier who didn't want to be a general wasn't a good soldier. Duan Lingtian naturally wouldn't miss the chance to fight for first place. Moreover, the reward for first place in the Hidden Dragon competition, other than the Emperor Ascension Elixir, would definitely be some other good stuff. Its value would probably not be lower than the Emperor Ascension Elixir. After all, even the 10th place would receive an Emperor Ascension Elixir. Next, I'll continue to raise my cultivation. However, it's not realistic to break through to the realm of a higher celestial king. I'll try to get as close to breaking through the bottleneck as possible. The difficulty of raising one's cultivation in the lower celestial king realm was far greater than the difficulty of raising one's cultivation in the divine spirit realm. The difficulty of breaking through from the middle celestial king realm to the upper celestial king realm was more than twice as difficult as breaking through from the lower celestial king realm to the middle celestial king realm. Therefore, Duan Lingtian didn't expect to make another breakthrough before the Hidden Dragon competition. Moreover, he had already taken most of the elixirs that could assist in his cultivation. Even if it was an ultimate king-grade divine elixir, taking it too many times would cause him to develop a resistance to its effects. Now there weren't many elixirs that he could rely on. He couldn't rely solely on elixirs to raise his cultivation like he did in the past 12 years. At most, he could only use it for 3 years. In the next 10 years, when there aren't any elixirs to use, I'll use the remaining time to study the art of alchemy. I'll strive to refine an ultimate king-grade divine elixir before I go to the Tianlong clan. At this moment, Duan Lingtian finally had a plan for the next 10 years. Tunglung Province. In an incomparably vast city, in the front yard of a spacious mansion, a young girl with a beautiful appearance placed her hands on the stone table. She supported her head with her hands, and her eyes were lifeless, as if her soul had left her body. Behind the young girl stood 2 maids, and they were silent. "Young Mississippi," as a voice sounded from within the mansion. A graceful figure walked out from within. If Duan Lingtian was here, he would definitely recognize the young girl walking out slowly from the mansion. She was Yu Qiushuan, the girl beside Duan Xiaoyu, whom he had met at the Zhou clan's trading house in Tianfeng City. The young girl sitting in front of the stone table in the courtyard was also Duan Xiaoyu. Aunt Xian, what's the matter? Didn't I say that I don't like to hear about anything other than my brother's news? Hearing Yu Qiushuan's voice, Duan Xiaoyu frowned slightly and said reluctantly, Young miss, I didn't come looking for you for anything else. Yu Qiushuan smiled. As for Duan Xiaoyu, when she heard Yu Qiushuan's words, her eyes lit up. She immediately stood up and rushed to Yu Qiushuan. Aunt Xian, is it news about my brother? Yes. Yu Qiushuan smiled and nodded. Duan Xiaoyu impatiently urged, Aunt Xian, quickly tell me. Facing the anxious Duan Xiaoyu, Yu Qiushuan didn't keep her in suspense. She slowly said, I just received news that young Master Duan has left Tianfeng City's Hidden Fog Academy and went to the Linghu family. Moreover, he has become a consecrator of the Linghu family and is treated as an honored guest by the Linghu family. Linghu family? Duan Xiaoyu frowned. Is that the Divine Emperor family near the Hidden Fog sect that is equally famous as the Hidden Fog sect? Why did my brother go there? He is at Tianfeng City's Hidden Fog Academy. After graduating, shouldn't he go to the Hidden Fog sect? Duan Xiaoyu was puzzled. Young Master Duan did go to the Hidden Fog sect at the beginning. Yu Qiushuan said, after experiencing some things he went to the Linghu family. Following that, Yu Qiushuan told Duan Xiaoyu in detail about the news she received. She started from Duan Lingtian's outstanding performance at Hidden Fog Academy. Then, she talked about how Duan Lingtian was recommended by the Hidden Fog Academy's dean to enter the Hidden Fog sect in advance. Then he stood out in the Hidden Fog sect and left the Hidden Fog sect for a period of time. When he returned, he forcefully killed 2 core disciples of the Hidden Fog sect who wanted to kill him. She talked about how Duan Lingtian went to the Linghu family, and how that Elder Feng from Hidden Fog Academy didn't even injure Duan Lingtian in the slightest when he detonated his inner small world. So my brother is already a lower god king? Duan Xiaoyu's eyes brightened. I never thought that my brother's cultivation would advance so quickly. At this speed, it won't be long before I can meet him. Seeing Duan Xiaoyu's excited appearance, Yu Qiushuan didn't say anything to discourage her. She only sighed inwardly. Cultivation after the God King realm was much more difficult than when one was at the God Spirit realm. Aunt Xian, when my brother goes to the Tianlong clan, can we sneak over to see him? Duan Xiaoyu looked at Yu Qiushuan with eager eyes. I promise I won't appear in front of him. I'll just hide in the shadows and watch him, just like last time at Wine City's Hidden Fog Academy. That will depend on your performance. Yu Qiushuan looked deeply at Duan Xiaoyu and then smiled dotingly. When you break through to the next realm, I will go with you to the Tianlong clan to see young Master Duan. Aunt Xian, you said it yourself. Hearing Yu Qiushuan's words, Duan Xiaoyu excitedly ran into the mansion. I will go into closed-door cultivation now and strive to break through as soon as possible. The Tianlong clan's Hidden Dragon Grand Competition was held once every 100 years. Before the Hidden Dragon Grand Competition, the Tianlong clan would hold an entrance examination. Anyone who passed the examination would be able to become a member of the Tianlong clan. Unless they were very talented and had a very good comprehension ability, they could only get the chance to enter the Tianlong clan through the entrance examination held once every 100 years. As the Tianlong clan's entrance examination approached, the juniors of various God Emperor and God King forces in the area around the Tianlong clan began to cultivate in full swing. Many elixirs that could assist in cultivation became scarce, and the materials used to refine elixirs were almost out of stock. In order to let their juniors enter the Tianlong clan, some rogue cultivators didn't hesitate to take risks and kidnap the juniors of God King forces. They didn't want any more God stones. They only wanted elixirs or materials that could help their juniors cultivate. You're tuning in to the Li Mei's Wuxia Whispers YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.